or back at the house. He was surprised to find how loud he had to shout to be heard above the rain. Still, Ian did not hear or cared not to acknowledge that he had. Something in the distance had caught his eye, and he was staring there, emptily, beyond the fields, into the woods. "Hey!" Brian interjected as he forced himself between his brother's focus and whatever it was out there that had captured his attention. "Hey, you with me or what? I'm heading back." He started walking away, back towards the main part of the neighborhood, where his house would be dry and warm. Ian looked up, his eyes red and sore. Standing motionlessly, he flatly answered, "No." Brian turned. "Let's get back. Come on, Ian." "No." "Ian." He trotted back to his brother, shielding his eyes from the sharply piercing rain. "We'll talk about it at home. Please." "It's not that simple, Brian. Don't you understand? It's not that fucking simple. I saw our parents die. I watched it all. Do you get it yet? I watched every detail, every reaction, the look in their eyes." His voice was flat and even now and indicated no further emotion. His mind would not allow it, could not accept it. Simple as that. The recollection played for him in his head as he spoke of it. Having played it over and again so many times in his mind, it was becoming little more than a movie, cinematic evidence of something happening to two people he felt he should know, simply felt he did not. He could not. "I saw Mom smiling. She was laughing about something Dad had said, and then out of nowhere she's screaming. She's screaming, Brian, and the truck, and that horrible sound of crunching metal." Behind the cloud of his eyes something flickered. "I actually saw them die, Brian. I saw it. Hours before it happened." A small tear traveled down Brian's left cheek, but was lost amongst the streaks of rain doing the same. "And I saw Matt there, Brian. I saw Matt there." "No, I know where you're going with this, but it was just an accident," Brian refuted, the rain streaming down his face and between his lips as he spoke. "A terrible, awful accident." "How can you be so sure? I'm telling you, Matt was there." "Only in your dream, Ian. You saw it, yes, I believe that. I know that is true. And that sight can be a disturbing thing. But you've had this kind of thing before. We both have. It's something we can't control. It's not really ours to control." A small cleft in the darkness of clouds overhead opened to a shaft of sunshine. "And I'll be entirely honest. I'll tell you I felt something that night too. Not as strong, not as clear as you. But I felt something. I knew too, somehow." Brian paused to gather his next thought. "As they pulled out of the driveway, something told me to not let them go, to have them to stay the night, or another hour, 10 minutes even, over another cup of coffee. Anything just to keep them from going. But I didn't, Ian. I couldn't." "But you didn't see what I saw. You didn't see Matt." "No, I didn't see Matt. That's right. But I'm telling you, that stuff's all over, right? Has been for years. It ended, Ian, a long, long time ago. The flames eating the body, growing from it, licking up his leg." Brian forced the destructive image away. "And you know something as traumatic as Mom and Dad dying would bring back certain pulses, certain vibrations in both of us. We're part of a circle with them, you and I both, and the imminent trauma of that circle breaking came to us in the same way those vibrations used to when we were kids. We both felt it. The pair faced each other as the high atmosphere winds broke the cloud cover to illuminate the fields at the bottom of the neighborhood, immediately clustered back together to extinguish the sight, then opened them back up once again. The resulting light pulsed across the ground in uneven, alternating strobes. It's finished, Ian. It was an echo of something we couldn't affect, that we had no control over. A lingering ground breeze fluttered the leaves across a nearby garden. Now I'm going home." Brian turned and went without looking back. Ian did not. He stood for a long time in the rain, thinking, running through the events of the past week in his mind, wondering if what Brian said was right, wondering if it were true that they could no sooner control what they'd seen than they could control a movie. The difference was this movie was a documentary, and it had screened before the event, and Brian was wrong in one way, one very important way, because Ian had seen Matt on the roadside in that vision, and that was indisputable. Whether Matt had actually been there during the event or only in Ian's mind made no difference. Whether Matt had manipulated his parents' fate that night, or only appeared for the thrill of it, also made no difference to Ian, because either way, his dead childhood friend had been there. But that just wasn't possible. 12. 1977. Out of the blackness of the room, Matt's hand reached for the petrified boy in the bed as if in slow motion. He grated with laughter as Craig pulled sharply away, the breath wrenched out of him in terror of the thing standing over him. "You weren't very sad at my funeral, Craig. That wasn't very nice." Matt's voice rasped bizarrely in mixed screeching tones that brought with them the image of the body dangling from the tree, the neck stretching and stretching as the boy shrieked in terror and pain. "I know because I was watching you." Matt's voice came to Craig through his own mind now, clear and crisp, and the voice that had once belonged to the boy they knew. It did not match the grisly thing looming over his bedside. "Ian was scared of my funeral. He wouldn't come. He was afraid he might see what I had become. What all of you made me." The words were slow and deliberate as the dead boy leaned over him, his face crossing the thin sliver of moonlight from between the curtains. Little feeding things wriggled out of his remaining eye. "This is what I've become, Craig," Craig cried out as he kicked and punched at the air, the sheets rippling from his bed. Matt remained motionless. Looming over him, the moonlight reflected from the dead child's teeth as Matt curled his dark, worm-like lips into a sneer. With a howling thrust, Craig launched himself at the corpse, striking at its head. Matt's face sunk instantly, depressing into his skull. A black liquid oozed out of the exposed nose slits and ran down, dripping in splotches onto the floor. Globulets of it stuck to Craig's knuckles and began to burn on his skin. He cried with mixed pain and shock when the smell of it wafted to him. Matt threw back his head in violent, derisive laughter, and it lolled unnaturally to one side atop his elongated neck. A shrill whistling rose from deep within its throat, and small bubbles gurgled out of a torn area just below his larynx. Craig recoiled and pressed himself hard against the headboard. "Come join me, Craig. Join me," Matt motioned as he raised his arm, the filthy sleeve of his blue school suit falling to uncover his distorted hand as he gestured. "All your friends are here. Dan is here. Jimmy is here. Jack and Stu. They're all here, Craig, waiting for you." Matt tilted his head, his lidless eye staring. "And your mother is here too, Craig." The expression on Matt's charred, peeling, and now sickeningly concave face attempted to smile. The lines around its distorted mouth lifted what had once been Matt's ever-blushing cheeks, the image perverse and grisly, yet somehow Craig began to see within the expression the face that had been his friend's, the abominable, disfigured face mutating, transforming until it became Matt, the way his friend had always been. It was a bright and happy face, and beamed in a way that seemed to swathe the entire bedroom in a warm, glowing light. Matt's shriveled hands moistened and plumped until they were the soft, nimble fingers which had played across the holes of the bamboo flute given to him by his aunt. He slowly curled his index finger, beckoning for Craig to come with him to the place that was better. "Please, Craig, come with me. I need you." Matt softly enticed, his voice the familiar one that had called him to come out and play so many times. "Come, and we'll play." The light surrounding Matt intensified. It burned bright and welcoming as his figure became immersed within it, the boy and the illumination coalescing as they became one. "Come, Craig." Matt's voice moved into the distance as if traveling through the light. It repeated the invitation over and over again until it was barely audible. Craig slid his legs off the bed and stepped into the light. It encompassed him, as a muted, steady hum mixed with its brightness, Craig moving further into its warmth. "Come with me," Matt coaxed from deep within, now only a reverberation in his mind. And then the light was everything. The room did not exist. The humming intensified to a shallow, crackling sound, and Matt's voice disappeared within it. With it, the warmth also grew, and Craig allowed the soothing heat into him as he began to follow his friend. He could no longer hear Matt's voice, but allowed the sensation of it to carry him forward, moving faster as the light became a tunnel of flashes and colors which swept hypnotically by. Still, it grew warmer, louder, and the crackling was now a snapping, a boisterous white noise of hissing and popping, burning, as the colors changed. First off-white, then yellow, orange to red, then a white again, so clear it was like crystal, and cold, so fierce it burnt like ice on sunburned skin. Now Craig was too far, the room gone as he was pulled helplessly through the clear, icy flames of emptiness. He screamed, but no sound came. Matt replied in sonorous laughter, the grating sound echoing through the void. "Let go, Craig," Matt's disembodied voice called to him, repeating the command over and over until it liquefied and became many. "Let go, let 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 go," the voices screamed, overlapping until they merged into a single, jarring throng. "Let go, Craig, we're all here." The voices crying out were his friends, his parents. The door to Craig's bedroom flew open, slamming hard against the wall and flaking off chips of paint. Charlie Dalton ran to his son, where Craig struggled violently on his bed as if against an unseen aggressor. "Oh my God, Craig!" his father exclaimed as his son trembled violently, striking out wildly and slugging his father sharply across the face. Charlie reeled back, and for the briefest moment thought he saw a shimmering reflection in his son's eyes, the image of a clear, burning flame. "Your mother is here," Matt squealed as Craig's breathing shortened, quickened, becoming painfully sharper as his chest wrenched furiously from the heat burning within his lungs. His body shook in fierce convulsions. Charlie Dalton grappled with him as Craig writhed on the bed, becoming entangled in the strewn sheets and gasping in spasmodic fits. The air sucked past his lips and made a horrible noise as it was refused entry to his tight, burning lungs. "Call 911!" Charlie screamed to his wife across the hall, and Kathy Dalton fumbled in the dark for the black rotary telephone, cursing when her panicked hands struck it to the floor. "Please, no. Let it work," her mind screamed as the phone jarred against the hardwood floor with a disconcerting, tinny clang. She threw herself over the side of the bed and swept her hands across the cold, unseen floorboards. Following the static hum of the receiver off its hook, she patted frantically until her fingers wrapped around the coiled plastic wire connecting the handset to the base. She pulled it toward her with a yank, and the phone came springing into her hands. Barely perceptible in the blanketing darkness, Kathy played her shaking finger over the clear plastic dial until she found the curved metal stop. She followed counterclockwise along the dial until she felt the next-to-last hole, plunged her finger in, and skittishly pulled the dial clockwise until she again struck the stop. She released, and the dial quickly ticked 9 times. "Thank God," she said aloud to the empty room and swiftly repeated the action for the first hole above the stop, pulling it twice. The line clicked to life. On the other end, a dispassionate female voice announced, 911, before the line started to hiss and crackle, then went dead to resume its impotent, humming buzz. She tried twice more, each to the same result. Kathy shouted uselessly at the receiver and threw it down, cursing. The phone crashed against the bed frame before hitting the floor, and this time the receiver went silent. Lurching out of bed, she reeled through the doorway and into her son's bedroom across the hall as Charlie's voice came to her. "Kathy, hit the light!" Her fingers ran up the wall and immediately found the switch as they had done so many countless times before. The light fizzed sporadically, dimmed, then clicked on brightly, filling the room with artificial fluorescence. "Craig, it's me. It's your father. Craig, stop it! Stop fighting me!" Craig's seizure exploded him from his prone position on the bed as his back arched into the air. A frail hiss escaped his lips in an oddly long, slow exhalation as he crumpled back onto the bed. His father's grip loosened as the boy's arms became lifeless and the body beneath Charlie Dalton lay still. No, 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 no! Dread swept through him and swelled into his head, fogging his senses as he sat astride his silent, unmoving son. "Please, Craig! Please, just breathe!" Kathy stood paralyzed at the edge of the bed as her husband dipped a finger into Craig's open mouth and pulled his tongue to the side. He pressed his dry, trembling lips over his son's, pinched Craig's nose shut, and emptied his lungs into Craig's mouth. His son's chest rose, then slowly deflated. Charlie fought to calm his whirling mind as he struggled to remember the procedure. After a moment, he carefully placed his trembling hands just north of Craig's sternum, one over the other, and began pumping his son's chest. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He leaned down and blew once more. Again, his son's chest rose and Charlie Dalton administered another 5 compressions. After repeating the cycle a third time, he shouted at his sobbing wife to either shut the fuck up or get out as he placed his ear to their son's mouth and listened. 13. 1995. Rebecca's blue blazer was in the driveway as Ian walked briskly toward his childhood home. In the receding rain, his sister-in-law's SUV shone brightly, light wisps of steam rising from its hood. The cold was beginning to set in through his soaking wet clothes as he opened the driver's side door and pressed the big, square button clipped to the visor. The garage door jerked tremulously upwards and Ian ducked under it before it was even halfway up. Becky was on the landing between the kitchen and the front door, blow-drying her hair in front of the full-length mirror, a long white terry bathrobe draped against the floor, making small wet streaks on the hardwood everywhere she walked. She didn't see Ian come in, and he stood halfway around the corner, finding himself fixated as she dragged the fingers of her left hand through her long strawberry blonde hair, appearing darker and straighter in its dampness. A glint of moisture caught the light as it played over her wedding band and then was gone, the droplet running slowly down the contour of her finger and falling neatly over her manicured nail. Brian is a very lucky man. Beautiful wife. 2 kids. The realized envy elicited a sour tang of self-consciousness, the ebbing guilt over this stolen moment rising to the back of his mouth where the two combined like the taste of copper. He started to turn away. Still unaware she was being watched, Rebecca ruffled her hair and bowed to the mirror, tossing her mane over top her head. It draped toward the floor and covered her face as the dryer blew back and forth across the underside layers. Try as he might, Ian could not avert his gaze. An unexpected longing intensified as Rebecca tousled her hair and the wristwatch Brian had bought her for her 30th birthday slipped gently down her wrist and rested at an angle against her forearm. Its chunky silver metal bracelet gleamed, drawing particularly sensual contrast to the color of her summer-darkened skin. Her arm moved gently up and down, running her slender fingers through the hair. As she did, the watch disappeared from view, appeared again to glimmer across her slender wrist, then was lost once more among the tresses until it caught momentarily on the folds of her robe. In the mirror, Ian witnessed the lapels separate. Rebecca bent further, reaching for the hair at the base of her neck, and the opening in the robe grew wider until the gentle curve of her breasts was revealed in the reflection. The soft white cotton clung delicately to their outside camber, emphasizing their appeal, their taboo, private appeal, and Ian's uneasiness about this accidental violation of trust bubbled up, the metallic taste increasing. Yet he found it impossible to look away, as if his sister-in-law were holding him in a trance. He watched unblinking as she ran her hand energetically back and forth across her head, separating the drying strands as her breasts brushed lightly back and forth against the soft cotton. A taut, stimulated nipple stood proud in the reflection. Now the taste in his mouth was as strong as sucking on pennies, and Ian forced himself to look away. He backed quietly away from the landing and, hopefully, unnoticed into the kitchen, exhilarated and embarrassed in equal measure. When Brian bounded down the stairs and barked a loud greeting to them both, the deep resonance of his voice detonated against the soft, static whir of the hairdryer, and Rebecca jerked upwards, startled and gasping. "God, you scared me!" She spun around and also noticed Ian standing uncomfortably at the edge of the kitchen. I didn't know anyone else was in the house." Self-conscious color rose quickly in her cheeks as she switched off the hairdryer and quickly pulled together the lapels of her bathrobe. Ian looked away, but the discomfort stiffened his body language as he enigmatically addressed both Brian and Rebecca with an awkward, enigmatic wave. "Wet outside?" Brian asked jokingly of Ian's dripping wet appearance, ignoring apparently both the nervous wave and the serious revelation they had shared at the bottom of the neighborhood just minutes earlier, as if it had never taken place. He ran a flannel towel through his own hair and stepped shirtless onto the landing, wearing only jeans. Rebecca brushed uncomfortably past both men and dashed up the stairs. She dressed with the bedroom door locked, for the first time since they'd moved into the house. 2. Brian insisted the three of them go out for lunch. He didn't want to talk at the house after all. Something just didn't feel right about it. At least that was his reasoning when he pulled Ian quietly to one side while his wife dressed upstairs. Ian was certain Brian was doing anything possible to avoid the conversation. The barroom of Dempsey's Tavern was smoky and loud. 3 pool tables were already occupied by lunching workers, most probably from the mill. They held bottles of Rolling Rock or Budweiser in one hand while they ate dripping steak hoagies with the other. Rebecca, wearing loose blue jeans belted at the waist and a light cream sweater, came back to the table carrying 3 bottles by their necks. "I've ordered 1 each," she shouted over the din of music blaring from the jukebox, John Cougar croaking something about some small town somewhere. "1 each of what?" Ian shouted back. "About the only thing worth having here at Dempsey's," Brian interjected. "A steak hoagie. Dempsey's are the best. Period." The pronouncement was nothing, if not touching. "You won't find another one anything like it. Not in this town. Probably not anywhere. This place will be packed out in a minute. It always is at lunchtimes." Ian looked at the multitude of people. A few women, but mostly men, already crowding the small tables scattered across the red-tiled floor. If this wasn't already packed, he hated to see what it looked like when it was. It made him uneasy. "Steak hoagies, huh? So, what's so special?" Rebecca tilted her head and peered at him out of the corner of her eye with a forced grin. "What's so special about Dempsey's hoagies?" She winked at her husband and returned her gaze to Ian. "What's so special isn't the hoagie itself all that much, although they are good and cheap. Dempsey is what makes the place tick. Everyone loves Dempsey. Can't wait to meet him," Ian replied with an edge of truth mixed with sarcasm. Rebecca and Brian openly shared a look between them, obviously some in-joke Ian clearly did not get. An uncomfortable silence followed in which Rebecca stared at her beer, methodically peeling the label from the bottle. Ian cleared his throat. "So tell me," he asked her as casually as he could muster, keen to distance himself from the incident earlier. Besides, he hadn't set out to deliberately spy upon her, and still he didn't know if she were even aware that he had, though a low, uneasy vibration within him indicated that she might be. "What's new? How's the job going?" "What's to tell?" She sipped from her bottle. "I think I'd rather talk about—" She hesitated, drawing his eyes to hers. She was about to say something. Right here, right now. Get this all out on the table. Then maybe they could move past it. But what if she were wrong? How would that look? And besides, you egotistical girl, she admonished herself, what makes you think you're so damn special that it's a capital offense for your brother-in-law to see a little bit of tit? You're not Bo Derek, for Christ's sake. I'm sure he's seen it all before. Many times. Across the table, her husband smiled. She couldn't do it. It would be better to just stifle it, let it work itself out on its own. She took another swig of beer. You. Let's talk about you, Ian, and New York. We haven't really had time to hear what's going on in your world with everything that's happened. City life sounds a lot more fun than my boring job. Ian spoke as the tension slowly subsided. He shared mundane anecdotes about his life in the city. The Bulletin, his buddy Felipe. He didn't say a word about that day in the bar, the day that everything started. That was for his brother and him to figure out before Rebecca became embroiled in the whole mess. If they were lucky, they'd get to the bottom of it on their own and put it behind them for good. She'd never have to know a thing about the woods, or Matt, or the foretelling dreams or disquieting tremors growing bigger and stronger from a place deep inside. It was obvious to Ian from Brian's dark epiphany in the kitchen earlier that morning that his brother had submerged any recollection of the little woods far beneath the reach of his conscious memory until today, just as he himself had done until that fateful day in Tony's bar. So he knew it would be a surefire thing that Rebecca had never been told about what had happened out there, when they were just kids, in the woods. And Ian preferred to keep it that way. Hell, he'd prefer to forget it all again himself and go back to his ignorant, beautifully mundane life in the city. But he also knew that wasn't going to happen. At least, not as long as there were questions still to be answered. Those thoughts were still lingering in his head as a leggy, ridiculously attractive waitress sauntered up to their table carrying 3 plates of hoagies crowded with French fries, plus a few obligatory leaves of wilted lettuce attempting to pass themselves off as greens. Her white blouse, translucent and incredibly low-cut, accentuated her caramel latte skin most effectively. Suddenly, Ian was in on the joke. The reason why all these blue-collar guys loved Dempsey's hoagies so much. "Hiya, sugars," she said, her New Orleans drawl pronouncing it as sugars, as she bent over the table and placed the plates in front of each of them. "Say, you must be new round here." Her eyes, the smokiest green Ian had ever seen, so light they were almost transparent gray, locked onto his, and for a moment Ian was entranced, even a little nervous. After a pause that seemed like forever but was actually no more than a second or two, he composed himself enough to reply, oh, hello, yes, Ian Cockerton. I'm Brian's brother." He extended his hand and the woman shook it, her hand soft and smooth in his. "I'm pleased to meet you, Della," she declared with a wink. "But you can call me Dempsey, hon. Everyone round here does." 3. After 2 beers and a couple Diet Cokes, Rebecca slid her chair from the table and announced that she had to go. "The kids will be getting home soon. Will you two be okay for about an hour or so more? You can come with me now, but I'm more than happy to come back and pick you up later." "We'll be fine," Ian assured her. "Besides, we can always get a taxi." "No, don't be silly. I don't mind. Not at all." The easiness in her tone reflected the change in mood that had transpired over the past hour. The incident on the landing now seemed very far away, and Rebecca had come to terms with it. Life was too short to get wound up about such things, and she wasn't even sure if Ian did see anything he shouldn't. She was, after all, facing the opposite way, and although the mirror was there, it would have been a fairly big stretch to see anything much. "So how about it, then?" She cocked her head to the side as she stood, flicking a layer of hair from her face. "I'll meet the kids off the bus, then come back here. And if you two aren't completely blotto by then, we can all go out for supper somewhere." The brothers agreed, and Brian rose from the table to thank her for the effort, kissing her firmly and whispering something that made her smile. "See you soon," he added as he patted her on the butt before she glided across the room, her smooth stride naturally provocative. Several men stared, as did Ian, but for a different reason. The sight of Rebecca leaving felt alarming. Those vibrations pulsing low and deep down, swelled fast and fierce. He nearly jumped up to stop her from walking out, but didn't. Brian threw an arm over his brother's shoulders. "She's a beautiful woman, isn't she, Ian?" The bright afternoon sun poured through the open door and flooded the dimly lit bar. It silhouetted her figure as Rebecca walked through. Ian called after her just before it closed. "Becky!" But she only waved casually behind her and was gone. Inwardly, Rebecca smiled at the way the afternoon had turned out. And if she were honest, there was also something pleasing about being needed, not only by her husband, but by her brother-in-law, too. That part of it she couldn't exactly place, other than a warm, comforting feeling that it was nice to be a family again. Despite the horrendous circumstance which had brought them back together after so many years, she was privately pleased that the tragedy had revealed a silver lining hidden beneath the grim veneer of loss. She strode into the gravel parking lot, dodging puddles from the earlier downpour, and sifted through her purse for the Blazers' keys. Yanking them from the bottom of her bag, they caught against an emergency pair of yoga pants and catapulted out of her bag. Inside the bar, someone put another quarter in the jukebox and Guns N' Roses began to wail. Behind the blaring music, though quite impossible, Ian heard the unmistakable sound of keys striking the ground. In his mind, he saw them falling slowly, deliberately, and the noise they made when they struck the wet gravel exploded his senses into white static. 4. Rebecca shook off the muddy keys and wiped them on the pair of pants which had snagged from her hand in the first place. "No bother now, they're already ruined," she thought as she eyed the new tear in one leg. 15 minutes to home. That would make it around 3:30, give or take. Time enough to freshen up, change, and maybe even a quick coffee. Then the kids should be home. She'd get them ready, then run back to pick up the boys. Of course, getting the kids ready was the unknown variable. How long it would take mostly depended on how messy Andrew had gotten over the course of his 7 hours away from home. Diane was much less of a concern. For now, anyway. Rebecca sensed that wouldn't last much longer. She could already see signs in her daughter that Diane, at just the tender age of 9, was already seeking more than what she was being offered. More and more often, young Diane steered the conversations with her mother toward clothes, makeup, boys. What a nightmare thought, Rebecca chided. When she was a young girl, she hadn't thought a thing about boys when she was 9. That's utter bullshit, she contradicted herself immediately. Of course you had. You're just getting old. Don't you remember? You not only thought of boys when you were 9 years old, you actually sucked face, or some close facsimile thereof, with one. In the tree. Now, who was that with? Shit, who was that? Her thoughts raced backward through the memory, the images blurring and mingling as her mind rewound them like a videotape in reverse until she saw herself in a treehouse. She is with a boy. Who was he? She couldn't see him yet, his face still a blur. She grabs his cheeks unceremoniously and pulls him to her. The image materialized, along with a sigh of relief as the boy's face came to mind. Ah, yes, Alan, that's who. I remember now. My first kiss. It was behind the little playhouse her Uncle John had built for her cousins. Rebecca had been the instigator, attempting to kiss Alan first. But he pulled away, scared, or perhaps surprised is the better description, because many was the time Alan laid on the couch of a wet summer's afternoon, playing the radio and dreaming of Becky and him together when they were older, with a family of their own, in a house, in love. But he dare not say anything. No, he would be teased to no end if any of his friends discovered his secret fantasy. So he pulled away when Becky tried to do something funny with his face. And that was that. The one chance he'd had, gone. But it turned out it wasn't his only chance. What seemed like years later, but was in fact only later that week, Becky again forced him to kiss her in her cousin's treehouse. And Alan did kiss her. The best he knew how, wondering if he did it right. It certainly felt right. Yes, that was Alan, Rebecca recalled as a nostalgic smile crept across her face, and she started to laugh. Sucked face with him all right. No doubt about that. Poor kid didn't have a choice. Then, answering the question she refused to answer all those years ago, Rebecca said aloud to herself in the car, "And yes, Alan, you certainly did do it right." She smiled as the thought warmed her heart, but also wondering where the hell the memory had come from in the first place. The miles had passed by unnoticed as she motored steadily down the highway in a semi-dazed state, and she was already nearly home. Typical of western Pennsylvania summers, a dark cloud loomed on the horizon ahead. It hung stubbornly above the road at the top of their hill, wispy streaks of gray stretching down to the ground at a uniform angle. Those wisps would be streaks of sharp, slanting rain by the time she got home. Well, that had been good practice. She thought of the kiss, allowing one last glimpse of the memory. She ran her tongue over her lips, the lingering sensation of the kiss almost tactile, before retiring the recollection to whatever place it was that nostalgic reminiscences resided. Time to concentrate now. She gripped the steering wheel more tightly. The incident on the way to work this morning a much more salient memory that quickly washed away any clinging thoughts of young Alan as she focused on her driving and slowed the Blazer to a more manageable speed. She would be of no use to anyone if she never made it home. The SUV handled the wet roads admirably, and Rebecca managed to complete the drive in just a minute or two over her originally anticipated 15. She pulled into the driveway and pressed the remote clipped over her head. The garage door started with a lurch and churned upwards. Given the weather, she decided to pull straight into the bay as opposed to leaving the 4x4 outside. Sure, it was a nightmare to reverse out, but her vanity and comfort took precedence at times like this. No sense getting wet if you didn't have to. The Blazer was long and had to be parked with its nose just about kissing the back wall of the garage, the only way the door would roll down behind it. She left the key in the ignition after turning off the engine. Safely locked in the garage, it certainly wasn't going anywhere. The windowless garage was dark and airless, and Rebecca had to feel her way to the door to the house. The people door, Andrew called it, to differentiate between it and the main garage door. She'd asked Brian 100 times to change that bulb in the opener, and each time he muttered something about doing it. And each time her increasingly frustrated requests came to no avail for whatever reason. It had been this way for so long now that, frankly, Rebecca had become rather adept at finding her way in the dark, able to do so out of muscle memory. So she simply gave up asking anymore. She unlocked the people door, and the cool air from inside washed upon her face was fresh and sweet and smelled of home. Home at last. No other sensation was the same. She sniffed her clothes. The cream sweater, fresh on today, was like an odor sponge, having lapped up the awful mixture of smells of the bar. They would remain in there until she washed it, maybe for even a couple of washes. Rebecca enjoyed spending time at Dempsey's every now and then, and sometimes during better times it could even be a real howl. But the smoke was thick and the music loud, and these had become increasingly less palatable to her with each recent visit to the bar. Signs of age, my dear, she told herself, then also told herself to just shut the hell up because she was hardly what you could call old. She pulled her sweater over her head as she passed through the kitchen and across the landing, catching a glimpse of her topless figure in the full-length mirror, and certain that this time she was absolutely alone in the house. She stopped to look herself over. All in all, the body reflected back at her was pleasing enough. Her bra cupped her breasts firmly, but not too tightly, amplifying her cleavage. Her stomach was still flat, despite having had 2 children, and still showed signs of some ribbons of muscle from fairly regular bike rides and sporadic jogging. It wasn't a six-pack by any means, but it was pretty good. Only her waist was a little more shapely than she felt it should be. Have to do something about that, Beck. Time for the gym, perhaps? Or maybe that waist trimmer thingamabob that's up in the attic somewhere. Order now, only $19.95, not available in stores. She smiled at the woman in the mirror as the TV commercial voiceover played through her head. Okay, girl. But how about the real test? Becky reached behind her back and, with a single, practiced motion, unclasped the bra strap, allowing the support to fall listlessly to the floor. Her breasts were larger than average for her relatively diminutive size, and their firmness still held them to her chest in a way that many women 10 years younger would envy. To her deep delight, they were still a significant asset, certainly one to appreciate before the years would pile on top of her, weighing her and them down. She tousled and fluffed her long strawberry blonde hair with both hands and unexpectedly grimaced, sniffing first one upper arm, then confirming the scent by smelling the other. God, even my skin reeks of Dempsey's. She took the next flight of steps two at a time, unbuckling the silver belt which hugged the blue jeans to her waist as she hopped down the long corridor and stepped out of the trousers in stride. I don't mind showering again, a terse inner voice proclaimed most adamantly, but no way we're doing that hair all over. In seconds it was bunched into a bun atop her head and she was under the flowing water which felt soothing and clean, and refreshingly cool. Her nipples raised as she ran a lathered hand over her chest. Her fingers, slender and soft, streaked her glistening skin, and it felt good. A little too good. She splayed them apart and again ran her left hand over her breast. Her wedding band brushed the erect nipple and it stiffened further as thoughts of her brother-in-law filled her mind. She's back in front of the mirror on the landing, but this time fully aware that Ian is standing there, behind her, steadfastly watching in the mirror. This time she only pretends that she does not know, enjoying the power which flows through her as she teases him and bows lower toward the mirror, slowly, sensually tousling her hair. Her breaths quicken as she bends yet further, fully allowing the glimpse of her breasts as the lapels of the bathrobe part. And now they are no longer on the landing, but in the bathroom, together, he watching her as she showers, again playing coy. Her fingers pulled and played lightly at the tip of her breast, the nipple's brownish shade stretched to pink as her thumb and index finger caressed and pinched and rubbed it, the series of movements growing more rapid. Ian's fingers feel so good as he pulls on her breast. His other hand slides down her abdomen, pausing effectually above her pelvis before stroking his nails along the inside of her thigh. Across her skin, a series of light pink lines trailed behind Becky's manicured nails. The warmth inside her body grew. She delved her fingers into the fine triangle of hair below her waistline and slowly, deliberately plunged a forefinger into the smooth, moist skin beneath. Ian's finger probes, then enters, deeper, immediately pressing up towards her stomach, finding the spot. A fiery ribbon spread through her. Stroking gently at first, she pressed quicker, firmer, until the tense satisfaction built to a feverish pitch. She pulled back her head, the muscles in her neck showing, and thrust her chest forward into her cupped hand. Her waist rippled along with the movement of her other hand, and then she was crying out. The water from the shower head streamed down her cheeks, following the contours of her neck. Then Rebecca fell back against the cold tile wall of the cubicle and gasped as she rubbed her hands together, and then threw her hair over her face as the euphoria faded. "What on earth are you doing, Beck?" It was the same terse, incommutable voice which had demanded that, while it would allow her to shower, it would not put up with washing her hair all over again. "He's your husband's brother, for Christ's sakes. What are you doing?" Pressed firmly against the wall, Rebecca moved out of the choking spray of the shower. "So what? It's no big deal," a softer voice countered. "You are only fantasizing, nothing more. Stop beating yourself up. The rest of the world does enough of that already." A digital trill rang faintly above the static hiss of the water, cutting off the thought. Not sure she really heard it, Becky cocked her head to the side, listening intently above the sound of the shower. It warbled again. Jumping out of the cubicle, she wrapped the nearest towel around her and hurried into the bedroom as the phone by their bedside chimed a third time. It would only ring once more before the answering machine would kick in. Once that happened, she would be unable to speak to whoever it was on the other end. She knew she was supposed to be able to, but could never quite grasp what buttons you needed to press. And this could be the school calling. What if something happened to the kids? Her wet feet slid across the polished hardwood floor, and she nearly went toes up before catching her balance and falling gracelessly onto the bed. In one ungainly movement, she plucked the cordless handset from its base as the first note of the final ring jingled out. "Hello?" Her voice was wispy and breathless and curt, all at the same time. At first, no one responded. Then a voice, gritty and monotone and garbled, crackled through a veil of static. "Hello, Rebecca. Good shower?" "I'm sorry?" Surely she had heard incorrectly, but something about the voice made the hairs on the back of her neck stand proud and elicited an immediate, incomprehensible anger. "The shower, Becky. It looked like a rather good one to me." The mannerisms and phrasing were that of an adult, but the voice was that of a child's. "I like it when you think of other men, especially when you think of your own husband's brother." The voice was coming to her from the receiver, but somehow Rebecca could hear it elsewhere, as if coming from inside her own mind. "Maybe you should think of me instead," the voice suggested, and began to laugh, a pitchy soprano giggle. "Who is this?" Rebecca demanded as she gripped the receiver tightly. "Tell me who the fuck this is." The tittering continued until she slammed the handset hard into its base, and both clattered to the floor. The line clicked dead as Rebecca lay on the bed, repulsed and shaking. 1977. "Kathy, for Christ's sake, I can't hear!" The words were clear and direct and echoed through the house. But to Mrs. Dalton they were a babbling string of garbled sounds. "Kathy, get the fuck out of here, now!" Kathy Dalton did not leave. Frozen in the doorway, her sobbing intensified until she could barely breathe, and now hiccuped from her chest in gasping spurts as her son lay lifeless atop his bed, which rocked with every thrust of her husband's palms upon the boy's chest. What? Charlie Dalton didn't have time to lose. He grabbed his wife by the wrists, spun her out of the room, and slammed the door shut as Kathy tumbled to the floor in the corridor beyond. Running back to his son and cocking his ear again to Craig's parted lips, he held his breath as he listened. A meager wisp of breath whispered back. Overcome with relief, Charlie Dalton exhaled in one gushing release of breath, and with it, the overwhelming adrenaline coiled up within him also uncorked. He slumped over his son, sobbing as he wrapped his arms around the unconscious boy and repeated his name over and over between moaning cries. "So close," something whispered in his ear, and Charlie shot upright. "Craig? Craig?" But Craig was unresponsive and motionless. "So close," the voice repeated over Charlie Dalton's left shoulder. He spun around. The boy standing there was an impossibility. It was a blackened, disfigured facsimile of a boy, in a muddied blue suit. Yet it was 100% Matt Chauncey. Charlie Dalton would recognize that weak, ignominious grin anywhere. And though he hadn't seen it, he also recognized the blue burial suit Mrs. Chauncey had described that day, right down to the tarnished brass buttons with the embossed anchor insignias. The blood in Charlie Dalton's veins turned to ice. The muscles down the left side of his body constricted until it felt like plastic wrap pulled tightly around his limbs. His left arm began to sting with the pricking sleepers you get when you fall asleep with your weight atop it for too long, the fingers numbing and feeling dull and thick, and his chest tightened in a way it never had before. He clasped his breast against the pain and felt the intense, rhythmic pounding of his heart against his palm. "Oh, you're both so close now." The words had come from Matt, but they were a perceived sensation as opposed to a physical sound. They rang inside Charlie Dalton's mind like a baritone peal, a bass vibration which produced a dark and very visible wavelength in his mind that oscillated throughout his entire being. With it, a beguiling vow of deliverance was proffered, his life in exchange for an act which only moments ago would have been an inconceivable proposition. "Yes, Charlie," Matt spoke into the father's soul, savoring the acrid fear as the man sensed his own life about to come to an abrupt and premature end. "Give a penny, take a penny. Give him to me, and I will breathe new life into that expiring heart of yours. If you don't, Craig is going to die anyway, and we'll see if God values your life as much as I." With his left arm hanging limply at his side, Charlie Dalton turned and looked benignly upon Craig. Laying inert upon the bed, the boy's breaths were feeble and sporadic. Then, with no more thought than he would give to rearranging the cushions on the bed, Charlie Dalton pressed a pillow over his son's face. There was no struggle as he watched the life extinguish from his unconscious son. Only a few small, twitching spasms. When the last of these expired and Craig's hands lay motionless upon the sheets, Mr. Dalton clutched at his own breast. Excruciating pain jolted through his body as his heart squeezed the blood from its chambers with such a fierce systolic contraction that it never relaxed to enable them to refill again. "Oh, Charlie, you should know not to place your faith in the deceiver." Matt's words ringing in his head, Charlie Dalton slumped over his son as his heart muscle seized. He was lifeless before his forehead struck the ship's wheel headboard. 2. Behind the bedroom door, Kathy Dalton sobbed. She did so until such a substantial period of undeniable silence had passed that the urge to re-enter Craig's room surpassed her anxiety of suffering her husband's violent ire. Trembling, she slowly turned the brass knob and warily opened the door by 1-inch increments. "Charlie?" she whispered. Her husband did not reply. The room was silent as the foot of Craig's bed edged into view, followed by the left foot of her husband. "Charlie?" she beckoned again after clearing her throat, this time a little louder and more certain. The room reeked of unnatural silence and copper. The taste of it filled her mouth. She cautiously swung the door fully open. Her husband was laying face down over their dead son's body. The stagnant blood in Charlie Dalton's cheeks had already tinted them a deep purple hue as it settled and pooled. Lifeless eyes stared vacantly at a spot across the room where a large brass button was rolling in slow, ever-decreasing circles around the floor. It came to a rest with its anchor emblem glinting in the moonlight, and Kathy Dalton screamed. 3. The room was cool and airless when Ian jolted from his bed. The morning sun pushing through the heavy curtains cast a hazy mustard-brown hue across the bedroom as the world swam into focus. Before he was fully conscious, an immediate feeling set upon Ian's heart. A dark, heavy, and foreboding sensation. It was a feeling of dread which made him want to cry as illogical fragments of his dream from earlier that night begun spiking his thoughts. Craig was with him, and they were flying. Then the ranger was there. Then a grotesque black void sucking upon his soul as he remembered. The beast bear. The dream, as they had all been since Matt died, was terrifyingly dark and surreal, but this time there seemed to be a sudden and very real void in his world, a tangible and unrecoverable loss, and Ian had no idea why. 4. The night had been wrought with sleeplessness for Brian, too. He began his slumber with a dream that was fueled by the movie he had just watched, and it was at first exciting and pleasant. Behind the wheel of a black Pontiac Firebird Trans Am, he is all smiles as he careens through the neighborhood, drifting around the corners with gratifying squeals of rubber. The fat reel wheels kick up gravel and clouds of dust as he fishtails the Trans Am off the blacktop at the bottom of the neighborhood and bounces along the ruttered tractor trail which cut through the fields leading to the little woods. Somewhere around the Twin Ponds, Big Dan is suddenly racing alongside him on his old beat-up motorbike, and the two whoop and holler as they tear across the field side by side. Clenching his right fist around the vibrating steering wheel, Brian punches his fist in the air with delight. Running neck and neck, Dan's trail bike navigates the ruts of the uneven path with ease, taking to the air in giant rhythmic leaps which produce illogical hang times that can only be created in dreams. With each one, Big Dan remains longer and longer mid-air, defying all terms of gravity, while Brian's Firebird is far less nimble on this rugged terrain. What it lacks in agility it makes up for with pure, unadulterated power. Weaving this way and that, more off the trail than on it, Brian roars the engine with delight as he plows through crops which disappear beneath his hood. He obliterates small hillocks and great sprays of dirt which billow out behind him in the most impressive, satisfying clouds. The dream was exhilarating and empowering, and it coursed life-affirming adrenaline through Brian's sleeping body, which believed what his mind was telling him, that he was engaging in an incredible, adventurous, breakneck race of a lifetime. It all changed when they closed in on the edge of the woods. Jimmy Raker materialized with Woody out of nowhere, the two boys appearing right in front of them. Big Dan simply twists the throttle and pulls up on the motorbike's handlebars, avoiding the pair by sailing effortlessly through the air above them as though his bike has wings. Brian's Trans Am cannot fly, however, so he slams on the brakes with both feet, but the Firebird's tires can find no purchase and only slide on the dry dirt. The car slams into them both. Jimmy is tossed into the air like a rag doll. Arms and legs flailing, he flies 10, then 20, then 100 or more feet straight up until he is merely a speck in Brian's vision, blending into all the other specks of dirt and debris across his windshield. Woody is plowed over and trapped beneath the front chassis of the car, the still spinning front tires burying him deeper and deeper in soft, wet mud. Then Jimmy comes down. Spread-eagled as he falls, he is impaled upon one of the saplings the Trans Am has snapped into. Blood spatters the windshield, rending it opaque crimson. The adrenaline just a moment earlier is now ice coursing through Brian's veins as he jumps out of the car and finds Jimmy writhing and screaming, staked to the ground like a bug to an entomologist's pin. Beside him, Woody's mangled body is twitching beneath the Trans Am as the spinning tire sucks his head beneath the mud. The dirt and water fill his mouth and balloon his cheeks into a silent, frozen scream. "Dan, help us!" Brian cries out as he raises his head to find Big Dan floating, stationary on his motorbike above them. When Dan looks down, it is as if the motorbike's magical power is broken, and the bike, which has been levitating in place, plummets to the earth. Only Big Dan's torso and limbs fall with it. His severed head remains floating impossibly in the air, shock and horror frozen across the chubby, lifeless face of the floating head. Brian screams and tries to run, but his legs are ensnared in the weeds and dirt and vine-like tendrils as the gold Firebird emblem on the hood crackles to life in real flames. The fire spirals high into the sky and becomes thick and dark like a solid living thing, and from it, Matt Chauncey's charred and disfigured face appears. Soaked in his own sweat, Brian lurched from his bed, trembling. The rest of that night he huddled in the corner of his room, between his desk and bookshelf, with the reading light on. Only when the first rays of sun began to poke through his bedroom curtains did Brian finally allow himself to rest his head against the rough plaster wall and succumb to the overbearing weight of sleep which had pressed upon him since 2:22 a.m. 5. The morning turned out dreary and wet. The rain, which had been forecast to fall, was now threatening to do exactly that, the bright morning sun beginning to lose its battle with the storm clouds inevitably sliding their way underneath. The boys were awake and downstairs far earlier than their mother expected for a Saturday. Already in front of the TV when she put on the pot of coffee, Neither said a word when she greeted them with a smile and a cheery greeting. Both looked as if they hadn't had a wink of sleep. Mr. Cockerton was engrossed in a weekend project upstairs, while Mrs. Cockerton busied herself around the house, but mostly tended, overzealously, to Ian, who seemed as though he might be slipping back into his melancholy funk. "Mom, I'm all right. Really," he must have said for the third time in the last hour. He wished it would clear up outside so he could get out. He wanted desperately to be in sunshine and warmth, away from the damp stillness of the house. He watched from where he sat as the sky thickened with yet more rain. Brian watched him watching. From the kitchen, the ring of the wall-mounted phone chirruped through the house, and Veronica Cockerton rushed to pick it up, holding it between her shoulder and chin as both hands were occupied by glasses of fresh lemonade she'd just prepared for the boys. Her friendly greeting to Mrs. Raker, Jimmy and Jack's mom, lilted down to the TV room as a commercial for an electric shaver with 3 swiveling heads assured the boys that it was not available in stores and they should hurry and order in the next 15 minutes. "Oh, my Jesus!" their mother screamed into the phone and began to wobble on her feet as if she might pass out. The 2 glasses she held crashed to the floor, exploding in crystalline splinters in every direction amidst translucent, pulpy liquid. Hearing the outburst as clearly as the boys, Herr Cockerton's footsteps echoed above as he pounded in quick, extended strides down the length of the upstairs corridor. His feet thudded only twice as he leapt down the stairs, descending the 8-tread staircase by 4 steps at a time. "Veronica!" he exclaimed as he slid to a stop in the kitchen and saw the prickle spots of blood trickling down his wife's calves and ankles as she stood in the growing circumference of lemonade. He threw his arms around her waist and steadied her as she teetered beside the breakfast table, gripping its formica top for support. Plummeting from her shoulder, the phone's clunky handset stretched taut the spiral cable connecting it to the wall-mounted base as it smacked against the floor. The cable immediately coiled up again, and the phone bungeed back up. At the end of the stretching and unstretching spirals, the phone bounced up and down as it simultaneously spun back and forth. On every third spin, it scraped against the wall, and the little speaker in the earpiece made a small but audible crackling sound. A moment later, Mrs. Raker hung up. The click was followed by the monotonous dial tone. "Charlie Dalton is dead, Herr. Craig's dead. He died last night." Her words came out flat and emotionless, but staccato, as though she were reeling off nothing more than a handful of items to add to their shopping list. "And Patricia Raker says they think he—" This time the weight of the words hit home and Veronica began to stutter and stumble over the last of them, finding it difficult to make them form past her lips. "Think he killed Craig." Saying them out loud made them all too real, and she began crying, a low, plaintive wail that neither boy had ever heard from their mother before. In the TV room below, Ian blanched. His lips quivered. Brian only sat there. After a moment, he grabbed the remote and turned up the volume on the TV before whispering quietly to his brother. "You already knew, Ian, didn't you? About Craig." Tears began to well in Ian's eyes. "You dreamt it. You saw it somehow, didn't you?" Brian stated more specifically. And though Ian said nothing, Brian knew. He felt the distorted, inharmonic vibration emanating from his younger brother in negative, cyclical waves. If it could be heard by anyone else, this psychic tremor would sound like a bass subwoofer pulsing in low C minor, the chord vibrating in reverse. Absorbing it made Brian start to feel sick in his stomach. In the kitchen, their mother could be heard saying something about Mrs. Raker being worried sick because Jimmy also didn't come home last night, and how awful and nightmarish it all was, and how in God's name were they ever going to tell the boys about all of this? Now the dark vibration began to pulse within Brian. Spread-eagled, as he falls, Jimmy is impaled. "Ian," Brian said as the grotesque dream sequence played in his mind, his voice grave and quiet. "I need to tell you something." 15. 1995. A sharp pulse like an electric charge spiked through Ian's body. With it came an image of Rebecca, but he refused to receive it, extinguishing it as swiftly as it had materialized. He forced himself to concentrate on the words coming from his brother's lips, but they sounded hollow and muted. That was almost... Ian interjected, completely out of sync. For Christ's sakes, Ian, have you been listening to a word? Ian closed his eyes and lowered his head. I'm sorry, Brian. I know you don't want to talk about what I said in the neighborhood, but listen to me. Please. Brian emptied his glass and shouted to Dempsey for a whiskey, a double. When it came, Ian noticed how his brother's fingers trembled as they lifted the tumbler to his lips. I know you're scared to dredge this all up, Brian. I'm scared too. For you, for me, for Rebecca, the children. Just say it, Ian, Brian demanded. For God's sake, please, just say what you think is going on. Brian downed the scotch and stared unblinkingly into his brother's eyes. I told you. It's not finished. I'm not sure it ever was. We didn't get rid of it like we thought we did, Bri. Ian visualized the next statement before he allowed the words to be spoken. Matt is back, in the little woods. And the full crisp sensation exploded into Brian's mind. The woods, the darkness, the game of war, the whistling, then a scream, the scream that would forever exist in his soul, and the boy in the tree. No, Brian shouted, and a few of the others in the bar looked their way. No, we stopped it that night. I remember that. Ian shook his head, slowly. He remembered, too. Most of all, he remembered that terrifying sound, the horrid, searing scream of their friend as he swelled and split as the beast clawed him from the inside out. But Ian also remembered a single thought which had permeated all others since. The thought which, if he were honest, he'd had even before they'd gone into the woods that final night. The thought he'd never shared with Brian. You can't kill the dead. And all these years since, all the endless nights when life was supposed to be safe again and secure, that one reverberating thought had pulsed quietly, incessantly beneath the veneer of reality. It did so now, and more loudly than ever as Brian got up from the table and rushed into the men's room to empty his gut into the white porcelain sink. 2. The clock on the nightstand read 3:51. Rebecca had not moved from her position on the bed for over 10 minutes. The towel around her was now damp and cold, but she could not move, paralyzed as surely as if someone had wrenched away her spine. The kids will be back any minute now, she told herself. You've got to pull yourself together. It was only a fucking pervert. Some crank getting his rocks off, and this time he just happened to strike it lucky. A coincidence, that's all. Her mind raced. Emotions reeled as her eyes darted around the room, across the ceiling. For the second time that day, she was left feeling emotionally violated, abused, vulnerable, and dirty. But now the children would be on the bus, which in turn would be plugging its way slowly up the hill to drop them off at the top of Route 60. She would need to be her usual self when they came home. Diane, particularly, was tuned into Rebecca's moods, able to discern them especially well. Rebecca would have to be a damned good actress to hide this one from her. Just a fucking pervert. The conviction started to take hold, the intimidation and dread starting to dissipate, replaced instead by simmering anger. Young, raw anger. Rebecca lifted herself from the dampened bed and sat with her feet over the side. The wooden floor was cool and contrasted with the rest of the room. Her towel had absorbed her body heat to become clammy and clinging. She discarded it and left it on the floor where it dropped. She pulled on her jeans and her bra and sifted through the closet for a clean blouse that was casual enough for the warm weather, but stylish enough for a dinner evening out. Her hand landed upon a solid red silk top, and she threaded her arms through it, tying it at the waist. Normally, the top third of the buttons would be undone. Now they were all buttoned up, cinched fully to her neck. The clock made its familiar buzzing noise as another minute clicked by. Rebecca turned to see it proclaim it was now 3:55. Right on schedule, the sound of school children wafted through the partly opened windows as the bright yellow school bus honked twice and pulled away. Rebecca brushed aside a curtain as the back of the bus disappeared down the hill to make its final drop-offs near Southern. Down the top street of the neighborhood, a small funnel of children were skipping and chattering to one another. "Right on time," Rebecca said aloud, and the spoken words rang strangely in the vacant house. She ignored the uneasy feeling this brought and made her way quickly to the kitchen. A dig in the cupboard was rewarded with a jar of instant coffee, and she shoveled some into a mug without measuring. There was still time to have one and calm her nerves while the kids made their way home. Then Diane could help Andrew change into casual clothes. She was old enough to help out with things like that now. Besides, if her daughter were kept occupied, there would be less chance of Diane sensing anything was out of sorts. Rebecca intentionally distracted her mind with the morning's paper while she waited, browsing through its multitude of pages. It didn't work. "Hello, Rebecca. Good shower?" The eerie greeting played over and over in her mind. "I like it when you think of other men. Maybe you should think—" "Fuck off!" she screamed, and threw the newspaper across the breakfast nook. The pages separated and wafted apart, settling loosely over the chair and floor as the anger and overwhelming sense of vulnerability brought tears to her eyes. Downstairs, the doorknob of the door leading into the garage rotated with its usual clicking noise. A moment later, it opened, slowly at first, then so hard and fast that it slammed against the wall. A flake of plaster dusted the carpet as it rebounded halfway closed again. Rebecca jerked in her chair with a gasp, twisting abruptly to see the door stood ajar, but nobody walking through. She waited a moment longer for the kids to come bounding into the living room, but none came. So she made her way down the half-flight of stairs and stood before the half-open door, listening for their voices. Silence. She examined the new dent in the plaster wall and shook her head at what their father would think about that. Personally, she couldn't give less of a shit about it right now. "Hey kids, guess what?" she shouted while forcing a smile so the words come out the way they should. "We're going out for supper. Where do you guys want to go?" Silence. Rebecca wrapped her fingers timidly around the knob and slowly opened the door the rest of the way, peering around its corner. The garage was its usual dark chamber, save a small swath of light from the living room which illuminated an angular trapezoid across the Blazer's front door and roof. It offered a dim glow to the rest of the space at best, and she cursed Brian for his procrastination. From somewhere on the other side of the vehicle, Andrew giggled. "Andrew, I know you're in there," she spoke pragmatically into the darkness. "Diane, come on out. We have to get going." Her voice sounded loud to her own ears as she stepped into the dim and silent garage. "Come on, guys. Dad and Uncle Ian are waiting for us." She crept steadily around the Blazer, carefully avoiding its muddy side panels. "Fine. I'll just come get you." The pitch of her statement rose at the end so that she was almost singing the last few words. Andrew couldn't resist chuckling when she did this. It always made him feel silly, and right now it would feel awfully good to hear that happy sound. Scuffing her feet carefully across the concrete floor, she decided to work her way through the dark to the rear of the Blazer. With its front bumper so close to the back wall, it was unlikely that even a 6-year-old child could squeeze through the tiny gap. 12-year-old Diane was certainly too big to do it, so this was the only way they could get around the Blazer. Rebecca would be ready for them as they would jump out while uttering dramatic "boos!" And of course she would feign surprise and act startled, and Diane and Andrew would shriek in victorious delight. It wasn't until she was edging fully around the back of the car that Rebecca actually realized the main overhead door was still closed. Had she missed the sound of the children opening and then closing it again behind them? That awful creaking and groaning which echoed throughout the house as the segments lurched in their tracks and folded down towards the floor? She had heard that dreadful sound day after day for more years than she cared to count. Again, despite her constant requests. Brian just never seemed to find it a high enough priority to get around to greasing the damn thing. So how could she have not heard it this time? Not only once, but twice. Just as she had only 20 minutes earlier, Rebecca again felt the cold fingers of anxiety creeping up between her shoulder blades to stand her neck hairs on end. "Kids?" Only the whispering of the breeze replied as it brushed across the aluminum siding on the other side of the wall, the sound amplified within this dark chamber. "Are you in here, Diane? This isn't funny now." She continued to inch around the blazer and caught herself on one of the aluminum trims over the rear wheel arch. Her red silk blouse made a quiet ripping sound as it snagged below the pocket and opened a small hole that could fit a finger. "Fuck," she scorned herself. "Okay, come out now, sweethearts. Mommy snagged her top." She waited for a response but received none. "Come on, guys. Uncle Ian's waiting to see you." The people door to the house slammed shut. In the windowless room, thick with the smells of oil and tools and damp tires, Rebecca became as if blind. Another giggle, this time muffled by the door as it emanated from inside the house. It did not sound like Andrew. It sounded like... "Don't be silly, Beck. It's one of Andrew's friends acting silly. Just get yourself over there and open that door. You've made your way through here in the dark before." "Yeah," another voice in her countered, "but not through the pitch black and always just a few feet from the driver's door to the people door. Not all the way from the whole other side of the damn garage." Fighting back panic, she felt for the wetness of the car to establish her location. The fear began to rise in her throat, her breathing coming thin and fast. "Okay, calm down, girl. Remember now, you're at the back of the blazer. Only a few steps backward and you'll be behind it again. Another few to the left, and then forward from there, and you'll be close to the people door. Just like always. You can do this." The lingering warmth of the exhaust pipe near her leg confirmed this as her hands pressed rhythmically along the contours of the car. A few more careful steps and she stopped and shouted for the little boy, whichever friend of Andrew's it may be, to please open the door. He didn't reply. This wasn't funny or cute at all anymore, but she would soon be in the house of her own accord, and then that little kid was really going to get it. There'd be a come-to-Jesus talk for sure, and likely a rather terse call to his mother, too. Now, more frustrated than anxious, Rebecca found her breaths becoming more grounded as she continued feeling her way around the blazer. "Okay, watch out for that trim," she reminded herself, but then wondered why on earth she'd bothered. The damage to her blouse was already done, and silk was essentially irreparable. Almost there now. Still anchoring her right hand against the blazer, she extended her left into the black, open space before her and clutched at empty air until her fingers found the rough, unfinished wood of the door. She ran her hand slowly down the jamb until she felt the cold, faux brass knob. Thankfully, it turned freely and she started to open it, until something made a clicking sound on the other side, and the knob became stiff in her grasp. "Look here," she yelled at the door, her patience dwindling fast. "I don't know which of my son's friends you are, little boy, but I want you to open the store right now. And I mean right now." Silence. "Did you hear me, little fellow?" Silence. Her heart pounding against her ribs, the only thing she could hear. Then, very softly, a small, childlike titter, and an answer. "I did hear you." The voice came from behind her, inside the garage. Rebecca spun to see an orange glow reflected in the blazer's side windows. Like snapping embers, sparks flashed sporadically like fireflies crackling through the darkness in erratic pulses. A boy stepped into their flickering light. But it wasn't a boy. His face was charred, one eye socket empty. The space where his mouth should be was a wide void encircled by dry and twisted black lips resembling worms shriveled by the sun. The suit he wore was barely identifiable, having blackened and melted into the boy's skin. Matt Chauncey threw back his head, and it lolled unnaturally to one side on his stretched and torn neck. A shrill, whistling falsetto rose from deep within the boy's throat, bubbling up and out as he laughed. A squirming creature fell from his bottom vestige of a lip and hung there momentarily before dropping to the concrete floor, where it could be heard to scuttle away in the darkness. "Hello, Mrs. Cockerton." Matt's jaw contorted grotesquely with the words, the effort cracking the scorched skin of his face in lines which ran up his cheeks. "Good shower?" Thick yellow tissue oozed from beneath the fresh fissures, and Rebecca's mind and body seized. "I've come out to play." "Want to play, Rebecca?" It reached for the woman with flaking, blackened hands. White tips of bone showed through the fingertips. "I know you like to play. I watched you play. You were a very, very naughty girl, Mrs. Cockerton." The air in Rebecca's lungs escaped in a slow, quiet hiss as Matt's wizened digits played over the front of her blouse. They made a clicking sound as the bony tips probed the new hole below Rebecca's pocket, one fingertip poking the underside of her breast. "Tisk, tisk. What will your husband say about this?" A minuscule bubble formed at the tear in Matt's neck as the words were formed. He retracted his fingertip, and then a thin sheath of burnt skin prized away, clinging to the silk. Rebecca was paralyzed. Unable to breathe, unable to move, her eyes stared uncomprehending as the corpse feigned a grin, Matt's withered lips curling to effect little more than a sneer. Reflecting off the dead boy's small, uneven but stark white teeth, the unseen source of the firelight glow played across them, like a matchlight across tic-tacs inside a charcoal bag. For Rebecca, the image wavered and blanched as her head grew impossibly light and all perception hazed away behind a dizzying fog. Dazed and devoid of breath, she wavered on her feet, beginning to sway in increasing circles. "Won't you let your little babies come out to play, Rebecca?" Matt's words now came thick and muted as the boy stared up at the woman, tilting his head this way and that as he scrutinized her draining face. Inside, Rebecca was screaming and desperately shaking her head, but found it impossible to bring either refusal to the surface. "Oh, but you're wrong, Mrs. Cockerton," Matt said in a simpering tone as he read the rebuff as clearly as if she had managed to express it. "You see, they already have come out to play. Your babies are with me. Right now. The girl invited me." The blanched scene wavering before her burst to pure white, and then became nothingness as Rebecca collapsed to the floor, her consciousness submitting to a crescendo of white noise. As it did, she perceived one last sound, as though through a tunnel and from a place very, very far away. It was the sound of the Blazer's engine firing up. The SUV idled happily in place, filling the windowless garage with choking exhaust as Rebecca lay motionless on the cool concrete floor. Then all was empty silence. 16. 1977. "I think we might be in trouble," Brian said to his brother with uncharacteristic solemnity as he struggled to regain his composure against the terrible, low vibration now emanating from deep within himself. Its disturbing frequency was growing stronger as it combined with the same echoing noise from Ian, who was less successfully squashing it. Tears welled in Ian's eyes. They soon flooded over his lower lids and were running in fine streamlets down his cheeks. "I mean like real trouble, Ian. Not the in trouble with Mom and Dad kind of crap." The merging vibrations continued to grow to such an all-consuming crescendo that the repugnant chord seemed to begin shorting out the very neurons in Brian's brain. He had to make a conscious effort to breathe and slowly pulled oxygen in through his nose, then expelled it softly in dedicated repeating cycles until the thrumming bass finally rose an octave and reduced in intensity by about half. "Tell me," he said, the words wispy and bare as he wiped his brother's cheek. "I know you're scared. I am too, Ian. But tell me about your dream. When we came home from the drive-in last night, you had a really bad dream. About Craig, didn't you?" Ian's lips trembled as he fought to find the words. "I don't know for sure that it was Craig. It didn't make sense." Between soft, hiccuping sobs, he struggled to tell Brian what he could remember about the dream. He tried to explain the inexplicable, about the cliff top, and how it had become the woods, and how this little cartoon character he only knew as the Ranger was there, and how suddenly Craig was the Ranger. And when he had composed himself enough to say the words out loud, he told Brian about the beast bear, the image wrenching away all semblance of normality from the dream and transforming it into a grotesque, violent night terror. Then the beast bear is in the tree. It opens its gargantuan jaws, and the black hole of its mouth unleashes a scream like Ian has never heard. And I woke up. It was so scary, Bri. What's happening? Brian lowered his head and realized his own hands were trembling. He was now more sure than ever that he knew what was going on, but needed one more validation before he was prepared to drag Ian into his nightmare realization. "Boys, your mother and I need to talk with you," Harold Cockerton called out from the kitchen, his voice louder than he wished it to be in order to be heard over the television. "Boys, can you turn off the TV and come up here a moment?" As an afterthought, he added, "Please?" "I need to do something first," Brian whispered to Ian, cupping his hand cautiously over his mouth. "Tell them I'll be right up, but don't tell them about your dream. It's obvious from the look of you that you overheard Mom's phone conversation just now. But whatever you do, don't tell them about your dream. Do you understand?" Ian wiped the back of his hand across his tear-soaked cheeks, nodding in agreement. "Coming!" Brian shouted up the stairs and gave Ian a little nudge. "Now go on. I'll be right up, I promise." 2. The answering machine picked up at Woody's house. His parents' chipper voices informed Brian that nobody was home, but they sure hoped he would leave a message because they would be happy to call back, and that he should have a groovy day until then. Brian hung up without leaving a message, and as much as he wanted to have a groovy day, that was looking less and less likely. Right about now he would settle for a pretty mundane day. In fact, that would be awesome. All he needed for that to happen was to hear Big Dan's voice. So he dialed the number and listened to each of the trilling rings, counting them to nearly 12 before Mr. Mercer answered the phone, dropped it, then picked it up with an angry, intoxicated mumble that sounded something close to, "God damn it, who's calling?" "It's Brian Cockerton, Mr. Mercer. Sir? Big Dan's friend. I know it's still early, but can I talk to him? Please?"
"No, you can't. The no-good layabout sumbitch isn't here. Jumped on his motorbike last night and took off to God knows where. No idea and don't care."
The line clicked dead and reverted to the dial tone, and the weight of that 10-second conversation injected dread into Brian like black asbestos scratching at his soul. Mrs. Raker had said that Jimmy hadn't come home. Woody was who knows where, and Mr. Mercer didn't know where Big Dan was. Could it really be coincidence? The sickening images from his dream that morning poured over him again like icy water, turning his heartbeat into a snare drum under his ribs. Brian now realized with little uncertainty that, more than just a bad dream, the nightmare had been some kind of remote, psychic vision of 3 of his best friends, dying, just as Ian had experienced the same about Craig. Brian dropped the phone and scrambled up the steps to the kitchen as his lungs pulled for air, the panic sweeping over him. "Don't know exactly how or why, but Craig is gone, sweetheart." His mother was gently conveying her conversation with Patricia Raker to Ian, who was sitting at the breakfast table numbly staring as Veronica Cockerton stroked his hair. Her words were calm and careful as she fought back her own tears of disbelief. "We know how very close you both were," Mr. Cockerton somberly interjected, recognizing that his wife needed a moment. "I pray we can make some sense of it, and maybe we will in time." The words were spoken to Ian, but he was looking at his wife as he said them. The worry on his own face was unconcealed. "But right now, that's not where we're at. I'm so sorry, but—" Herr Cockerton turned sharply as Brian lurched into the kitchen and threw his arms around his father's waist, burying his face into his chest and not letting go. 3. The night before, as the Cockertons were about to settle into a double feature at the drive-in, Woody informed his parents he was sleeping over at Jack Raker's house. His announcement was met with little question or opposition. The rain had slowed to a constant, steady trickle, so he declined their offer to even drive him there. It was only a few hundred yards down the road, he said, and the rain was just a sprinkle now, and a little water never hurt anyone. This also was accepted without question, and so Woody's parents waved him goodbye, wishing him a far-out Friday night with Jack and Jimmy, and confirming that they'd see him sometime tomorrow. Just in case they were watching through the big bay window, Woody feigned the first few yards of the walk by heading towards the Raker house, even though he knew his parents checking up on him was about as likely as a snowstorm in summer. He had to admit they were pretty hip, and gave him a lot of leash most of the time. Even so, he kept up the charade until he reached the next house, then ducked out of sight and turned for the woods. The steady drizzle had almost completely subsided by the time he reached the beech nut, but it was still chilly, and windy, and darker than it should be given the fullness of the moon. Occasionally, blinding lightning would streak across the sky, illuminating the edge of the woods with a violent blue light that left Woody blinking as the changes played havoc with his dark-adapted eyes. A second later, the flash would be followed by a bellowing, echoing clap that seemed to shake the earth, the bass reverberating through his chest. Between these stroboscopic intervals, he fumbled slowly through dense undergrowth, step by slow step, until gradually he came upon the more established trees and started to get his bearings. Somehow, he knew they would come back here tonight. Despite already being here earlier that day, despite the storm, despite the electricity shooting through the atmosphere, Woody did not question how he knew this to be true. He simply understood it in every fiber of his being, like a low, unsettling vibration ringing beneath his soul that compelled him to come here tonight, too. And Woody did come, not because that vibration seemed to be beckoning him, but because everything over the past few weeks had become so inexplicably dark and twisted. Nothing just seemed to make sense anymore. When another jagged line tore across the horizon and silhouetted the unmistakable outline of the beech nut up ahead, Woody paused and steeled his nerves. It all started the day which had been the last time they played their game of war in the little woods. Though only a few weeks earlier, Woody remembered little of the day itself, other than he had trudged home wet and tired and exhilarated all at once. He did remember throwing off his mud-encrusted clothes and making his way to his bedroom refuge in the basement as his father, replete with tie-dyed Technicolor tea, smiled his inane smile and said something about how it must have been a groovy day for Woody to be coming home so late and in such a wild condition. Woody could not remember falling asleep that night. The line between wakefulness and dreaming crossed seamlessly. He realized he had been asleep only after being jolted from the worst nightmare he'd ever had, finding himself lying awake and trembling on his bed in a pool of sweat in the dark. He remained that way, panting and anxious, the rest of the night as he prayed for the relief of the morning hours while the fragmented images of his nightmare assaulted his clouded mind. In those horrible scenes, the boys were taunting and hitting and torturing Matt Chauncey in their game of war in the woods. And then they brutally killed him. The more Woody tried to fend off the nightmare remnants as nothing more than what they were, a boy's overactive imagination and raging hormones combining to result in a very, very bad way to generate a very, very bad dream, the more the images came to him with increasing ferocity and clarity, until they culminated in a scene where Matt dangled by his neck from a branch of the father oak. Woody shook and winced and pulled his pillow tight to his chest as their friend then disappeared inside a column of fire, the boy kicking and screaming until the crackle of the flames was the only sound. The whole thing felt so real, the sensations so tangible, Woody was certain he could actually taste the residue of smoke in the back of his throat, his every breath laced with a hint of earthy soot. Of course, the nightmare had been only that, a terrible dream. The boys hadn't killed their friend. They hadn't tortured him in the most merciless manner. They hadn't jeered and chanted as he cried and screamed and begged. This wasn't Lord of the Flies. Yet ever since that dream, the world felt to Woody as though he were experiencing it from inside some eerie, disorienting bubble. He was able to see and participate in his physical reality, but everything was sheathed by a thin, dark, translucent veneer that no longer allowed him to connect with life quite the way he should. It was with unsurpassed relief that, after trying so fruitlessly to shake the dream's disturbing images, Woody had seen Matt later that morning in the big empty lot next to the Daniels' house as they played a game of backyard baseball. "Oh, thank you, God. Thank you, thank you." Woody hadn't noticed Matt joining in the game that day, or even talking to anyone, really, but that was just how Matt was. The kid had always been a little on the periphery of their gang. But at least that proved it. The awful images which had shaken him so deeply were, in fact, nothing more sinister than a scary and very realistic dream. One Woody hoped to never, ever have again. And so he spent the next few days going about his normal summer routine. Woody watched TV while shoveling down sugary cereal as his parents readied themselves for another day at the office. He practiced with his throwing stars and nunchucks, picturing himself every bit as good as Bruce Lee, and he jammed out to some of his father's 8-track tapes. Fleetwood Mac was one of his favorites, and their new song, Dreams, was his latest obsession. Funny how the haunting lyrics had so much more meaning all of a sudden. Isn't it crazy how lyrics can do that? He thought as he listened to one particular verse of the song over and over, whipping his nunchucks over his shoulder, under his arm, around his torso in admirable timing to the beat of the music. Because Woody had seen a clear vision, and just like the song, he agreed that he would never dare tell anyone about it. He could never share about having the nightmare, and most definitely not how badly it had scared him. Without question, such an admission would be met with fierce and flawlessly sophomoric derision. They'd mock him by pretending to cry, balling their fists over each eye and twisting them to and fro while howling, "Boo-hoo!" They'd call him names like Big Fat Scaredy Cat, or worse, he would forever be labeled as a great big wet pussy of a girl. So Woody kept his visions to himself. But then the following week he found himself sitting in a stale and windowless room that reeked of lilies. He was looking down a long row of people who were somber and silent and sniffling in their dark suits and modest dresses. The center of their undivided attention? A small coffin at the front of the room, the lid closed to respectfully hide the disfigured body which had once belonged to their friend. And in a moment, everything changed. Reality and nightmare morphed into one, becoming an indistinguishable sludge of consciousness. The adults were saying that it had been a most terrible, unfortunate accident, that Matt had started a fire when he was out in the woods and the flames must have gotten away from him. But Woody knew this wasn't true, because when the coroner examined Matt's body, the doctor had to have found the unmistakable marks in the charred skin and muscle around the boy's distorted neck, but yet said nothing. And while Woody hadn't directly participated in his death, he knew he had taunted and hit and even punched Matt, choosing to passively observe as some of the others held the crying boy down, so Stu could tie the fraying nylon rope around his neck. Woody also knew he'd celebrated the killing, prancing and deliriously whooping around the fire with the rest of the boys as Jack Raker blew erratic notes from the flute Matt had been given by his aunt. Woody had chanted with the others an incomprehensible, yet somehow unified syllables none had ever before uttered as the fire grew hotter and brighter and higher. And he had cheered and laughed, caught up in the ritual's sweeping and grotesquely feverish crescendo, reveling with the others when Matt finally stopped flailing as he hung from the tree in a suit of fire. Woody knew they had done all of these things. He just didn't know why. But above all of these atrocities, the worst thing Woody knew was this one dark, irrevocable fact, that he had done nothing to stop it, any of it, because the terrible truth was that they wanted Stu to do it. They wanted Stu to make Matt's bawling and pathetic mewling stop. They wanted him to pay for everything they felt was wrong about themselves, and all the things that had ever been done to them which they thought were so unfair or undeserving. This is for me not getting that bike I wanted on my birthday. For getting an F on that grammar test I studied so hard to pass. For being grounded last weekend. For all the times my dad beat me with his fists until my skin was bruised and raw. So, of course, when it was done, they were filled with an immense and deeply unimaginable satisfaction, an elation none had ever before experienced. They then floated through the carefree summer days which followed as if none of it had been of any significance. In fact, as though the whole thing had never happened at all. But Woody knew it had happened, and the low resonating thrumming emanating from somewhere deep within him since that day was making him sick to his stomach. His thoughts had become clouded and veiled and assaulted with disturbing ideas he never imagined he could have. So he was coming to the Beechnut tonight to inject some kind of balance into his wildly distorted reality. It was time to put things right. At least he had to try. Fighting the anxiety of these thoughts, Woody edged through the dark in the thickening woods. Between a web of interwoven branches and limbs, a ring of birch trees glowed bright silver ahead with every flash of lightning. On the periphery of the place the boys called the Beechnut, their swaying, luminous forms guarded the new sanctum like a line of skeletal sentries. Woody squinted as he searched their slender branches for the boys he knew would be here, but the illuminating flashes were too brief. The light too bright. In fleeting moments he would spot a figure that could be one of them, but the sizzling lightning would extinguish and the woods would again be veiled in darkness. No sooner would his eyes adapt to the black veil of night than another electric tendril would slice through the sky and leave him seeing spots of blue and white. "Hey!" he called out over reverberating thunder, but the address was met with silence. Feeling his stomach tighten, he pressed uncertainly closer. Coming here tonight had seemed like a requisite as he sat in the safety of his basement bedroom. Enveloped in the guise of normalcy, with posters of rock groups and muscle cars and stupid TV sitcoms on his walls, he couldn't see any other way to start to right the wrong they had done. This wouldn't bring Matt back, but it was a start. As the woods flickered in electric flashes and their rumbles trailed away to unnatural, inert silence, it now felt like a very bad idea. In this moment he would have prayed to God for strength, but his parents had insisted that such a precept was fatuous. God was for those of a lesser intellectual capacity, his father had said, a construct of man to assuage fear in the feeble and excuse guilt in the rueful. Only science and the here and now existed. Just be a decent person and always think of the balance of life. There was nothing else. So instead of praying, Woody clasped his trembling hands together and reminded himself of that child-sized coffin. They had done something bad, something terribly, terribly bad, and it needed to be rebalanced. He stepped tentatively through the ever-watchful perimeter of sentinel silver birch trees, and the Beechnut opened up like a woodland refuge before him. Protected from the drizzling rain beneath the hefty branches of the namesake tree in the center of the Beechnut, the low, resonating bass vibration thrumming inside him began to rise to a maddening crescendo. Another fork of lightning coiled horizontally overhead. Its long and serpentine flash of light illuminated the night sky so long and perfectly that Woody could finally see that he was right. The boys were here. At least some of them. Stu most obviously was, bold and brazen as he leapt impetuously from a limb with no apparent regard for the next's ability to hold his weight, the thin branch bowing deeply as he struck upon it. Jimmy and Jack were here too, moving more modestly through the higher canopies. Brian and Ian were not here, but that was of no surprise to Woody. The brothers had always seemed different to the rest of the gang, and he hadn't expected them to be drawn by the echoes which seemed to be summoning them back into the woods tonight. Craig Dalton wasn't here either, a fact about which Woody had little opinion one way or the other. He considered Craig to be somewhat of an obnoxious little creep most of the time, which isn't to say he actively disliked the kid. He just couldn't be bothered to particularly single him out for any hang time, like ever, and that seemed to be equally acceptable to them both. What was a surprise was not finding Big Dan here. Of all the gang, Woody expected him to be enticed more than any of them. Well, more than any except maybe for Stu, whose unmistakable silhouette swung from branch to branch as he leapt between intervals of bright white streaks of blindness as the lightning sizzled and the thunder rumbled. "Woohoo! Look what the cat dragged in!" Jack shouted as he stopped to clasp oddly from the side of a flimsy perch, pointing at a rain-soaked Woody who was squinting to regain his night eyes. Jimmy nodded and waved feebly from a branch halfway up the ancient beach. The proprietary gesture met with a hardened look from Stu, who then leapt from an impossible height in a nearby birch and thumped to the ground in a way that resembled a superhero tripod landing. He landed so close that Woody felt the earth shake. Standing and stretching back his shoulders, Stu arched his chest out as he took one step forward to be face to face with Woody. "Gotta hand it to you, Woodrow. You got some balls on you. Not gonna lie, I'm a little surprised you came." Woody focused on his own breathing and said nothing. His eyes fixed steadily on Stu's, which scrutinized him up and down as if a jackal evaluating a jackrabbit. Stu then leaned in, placing his mouth so close that his rancid breath smothered Woody's senses, the odor writhing into his nose and mouth like a parasite trying to coil into the very core of him. "I know why you're here," Stu whispered into Woody's right ear and took a long, savoring sniff, breathing in slowly and letting it out even more so with a low, satisfying moan. His mouth twisted into a wiry sneer. "I can smell your fear." Woody gagged and coughed and shoved Stu away with such unexpected force that it hurled him airborne. Stu landed a good 10 feet away and skidded backwards through the dirt several yards more. A trail of saplings splintered in his wake before he slammed so hard into the tree in which Jack Raker was perched that the whole trunk quaked. The trimmer shuddered up the birch in an amplified wave and shivered the branches in a wild whipping motion as Jack tightened his grip and swayed precariously. Astonished at his own strength, Woody stood frozen. But Stu only laughed, an unnatural sound gargling up from his throat like a whistle submerged in water. He brushed the mud from his jeans as the sight of him doing so receded into shadow, a line of clouds edging across the moon so that the woods were again shrouded in transient darkness. Through this inky veil, a disembodied voice echoed from where Stu had been standing. "Feels good, doesn't it, Woody, to wield such untethered power?" Stepping out from the shadows of the beech tree and into a wedge of moonlight, Stu was washed away by a weak umber glow. But the face atop his body was no longer Stu's. Like a weak broadcast signal flickering between channels, its features wavered between Stu's one moment, something grotesquely inhuman the next. Sometimes both existed at once, causing the skin to appear to undulate and move like snakes writhing beneath a blanket of warm wax, his eyes to darken and his mouth to sharpen into a dripping snarl like an animal's. "Can you feel it, Woody? I know you can. That energy coursing through you, transforming you. That is what true power feels like." The creature that was both Stu and not Stu stalked slowly toward him, his knees bending the inverse way so that the legs flexed backward at the joint. With every step they made a grinding sound of pebbles against a metal grate. Inside, Every cell of Woody's body palpitated as if vibrating at a molecular level, his terror building to such an unsustainable intensity that his mind began to mire in the dark impossibility of what was before him. Outwardly, he was steely and steadfast. The stew thing laughed. It was a repugnant chord of the lowest bass beneath the highest trembling whistle, the sound of the consuming vibrations Woody had felt building inside him since that day in the little woods, beneath the shrillest, screeching, off-key notes Jack had breathed into Matt's souvenir flute as its rightful owner had kicked and convulsed as he hanged burning from a tree. "I not only smell your fear," it said as it sniffed the air, relishing the scent. "I feel it, Woodrow. I see it." And the stew thing was now Matt Chauncey. Diminutive and shy, standing in the middle of the woods on a stormy night in a blue blazer with brass anchor buttons. Matt's hands were behind his back as he coyly smiled, scuffing a line in the mud with a worn and dirty sneaker. It was all very convincing, except for the hoof-like toe protruding from the shoe's torn fabric. The image rippled and wavered, and it was again Stu Klatz standing in front of Woody. Not the stew thing. Not Matt. Just Stu. "Who are you?" Woody shouted. "What the fuck are you?" "I'm Stu," it said calmly and without hesitation. But the voice had come not from Stu's mouth, but rather from within Woody's own mind, the words a series of vibrations inside his head. "You're not Stu. Stu can be a psychopathic fuck, but he's a run-of-the-mill, middle-school playground psycho-fuck. A piece of shit kid, maybe, but he's no killer, and you killed our friend." Stu tilted his head lightly to the side, absorbing the words and allowing them to float there in the mist and moonlight. As if pandering to Woody, he morphed seamlessly back to Matt. "Killing is a misunderstood concept. And I can be anyone or anything your feeble human mind needs me to be," little Matt said, unperturbed, as first one pant leg and then the other rippled into flame. "Existence is one infinitely complex organism, far too vast for your detestable intellect to comprehend." In a moment, the fire was engulfing Matt's waist, devouring his chest. It licked up his chin and bubbled the skin of his cheeks as his grinning lips shriveled to reveal two buck teeth glinting beneath a broiling veil. As if made of rope, the flames began to twist above his head into a thin, spiraling braid. Tighter and faster, the flame wove together until, in one explosive shot, it fired spear-like upward into an overhanging bough of the beech. The branch crackled alight, its leaves curling and floating to the ground, each one a web of glowing skeletal embers as the fiery rope coiled around the limb like a snake. With each complete circuit, it grew tighter around Matt's throat at the other end, stretching his neck and pitching his head to an unnatural angle. His eyes bulged as his trachea threatened to burst through his skin. "Energy does not die," Matt wheezed through the flames. The words were barely audible, but in Woody's mind they were deafening as Matt gripped the blazing noose with both hands and began to climb it. His fingernails extended into claws, his hands great mitts, and the figure inside the flames swelled and undulated as it ascended effortlessly and bear-like to the great, gnarled limb above. "Energy only changes, Woody." A sonorous roar bellowed from what were now gargantuan jaws, unleashing an inhuman scream from the black hole of its mouth as the flames consumed it and then became it. What crouched on the limb was no longer Matt, or Stu, or even the Stu thing. It was an aberration of possibility, a flaming embodiment of terror. Multiple heads protruded from the conflagration, writhing and hissing at the end of long, snake-like necks. Their mouths twisted and yowled, and in each of their contorted screams the pain of a million others cried out from the depths of an endless abyss. An abyss that devoured all hope in Woody's soul. He stood transfixed, a black shroud of evil suffocating him as the many-headed beast recognized Woody's subservience and rejoiced. "Where is your father's science now, Woody?" The question posed by the many heads at once echoed within Woody's mind, the voices uniting in harmony to emulate his dad's. "He's right about one thing. The universal balance, light and dark. One does not exist without the other. So if there is no God, how is it that I can be? Yet here I am." A moment later the flames were gone, and Stu crouched alone on the scorched and barren limb. Waves of heat and smoke rose and disappeared in a new wind that began rocking the branch. Stu tightened his grip and shook his head briskly as if waking from a daydream. "Hey-ho, Woodrow!" he called down in a manner incongruous to the squall and noise as leaves and natural debris whipped around the beech nut in a wild cyclone. He only grinned and beckoned Woody join him in the tree. "Come! It's your time!" Woody did not hesitate. He pushed off the ground and in a single leap planted his feet solidly upon the limb next to Stu. Despite the growing tempest rocking the bough, he balanced effortlessly upon it. Woody felt no need to question this ability, nor how he had come to be standing here when the branch was more than a dozen feet above the ground. Neither was it necessary for Stu to direct him any further. He closed his eyes and allowed himself to indulge in the unadulterated feeling of power. When he opened them, he was able to scan the swaying canopy of leaves and limbs through eyes no longer impaired by dark. He readily found Jimmy Raker higher up in the ancient beech, clinging to a branch as it seesawed up and down in the howling gust. With hands now tipped by thick primal claws, Woody bounded deftly up the trunk toward his target. Navigating the tree's labyrinth of branches with ease, he ducked agilely over, under, and between crisscrossing limbs until he was upon Jimmy, huddled in a tight ball as far to the end of the bowing branch as the boy's weight would allow. Taking one methodical step after another, Woody stalked slowly toward him, savoring the fear he tasted as it wafted to him in rich, palpable waves. "Please," is all Jimmy whispered before Woody wrapped a thick, clawed hand around his throat and lifted his friend high into the air. Jimmy said nothing else as Woody slung him to the ground like a rag doll. His two-storied descent through the branches appeared in stop motion as lightning teared silently across the sky to strobe the woods in pulsing, intermittent flashes. When the last arc fizzled, the sound of Jimmy dying came through the dark, a quick, sharp crack which splintered the static background of wind. Whether from Jimmy's body or snapping wood was indiscernible. Then a low guttural yelp exuded from the boy's broken mouth and blended with the echoing rumble of thunder as it rolled like deep laughter over the beechnut. Woody blinked hard as the light faded, and again his human eyes were all but blind in the blanketing darkness of the woods. The power seeming to energize his very cells was gone, as though vacuumed away, and he crumpled limply against the trunk of the birch. Another streak of light, brief silvery blue, and Jimmy's prone body was revealed on the ground, face down below him. The sharpened tip of a broken sapling spike poked through his back, pushing his contorted spine out of the skin. "No! God, what have I done?" Clinging to his branch, Woody cried out, but the lament could not pass his lips. All energy depleting from him, the words formed only in his mind and refused to pass beyond his throat. "Now you believe," the woods themselves seemed to reply in the whispering of the wind. "But only the God you chose is here." As his consciousness reeled and the treetops began to spin, Woody's grip loosened and he fell several feet down to the next level of interwoven limbs. Exhausted and broken, he clung to the safety of their web and silently wailed. He did not hear the other two boys descending upon him. They carried him off and into the woods where the mud yielded to swamp and sloughing flats. He did not fight back as the brackish water filled his mouth and the sludge choked the breath from his throat, and his world became black as the life receded from him. 4. Dan had gone missing that same night. His father, Dan's only parent, hadn't noticed whether or not he'd been in his bed, only remembering that he'd seen his son earlier in the evening watching television and then suddenly jumping on his motorbike. Beyond that, Mr. Mercer could not be more specific. This conversation did not take place until he phoned the police a good 72 hours later. By then it was too late. But the officers weren't to know this, of course, and took down what details they could to initiate a casual search for the boy. After only a day missing, most teenagers of Dan's age, and certainly those from his background, would turn up as runaways on the streets of the next big town nearby. They were young and not very street smart, so were fairly easily spotted. The police would then inform Dan's father, and that was about all they would do. If the parent wanted the kid off the street, he would have to come sort it out for himself. At that stage, at least as far as the cops were concerned, they had done their job. But Dan was not on the streets. Before the storm, the evening had been peaceful and easy. Dan had enjoyed the day at the beach nut with the rest of the gang. He was tired and relaxed and laughed to himself as he lay there fully clothed in his disheveled bed, watching in his mind as he managed to tag Stu. He'd patiently waited until the kid had to take a shit behind a tree. That was a classic, that one. Probably the only time I'll ever tag Stu, that's for sure. He chuckled quietly to himself and rolled over. His window was open, and the sounds from the field behind his house murmured softly in the background as he closed his eyes to welcoming sleep. And it had come quickly. He was far and away from the neighborhood soon, drifting through his mind and investigating the many nooks and crannies and unopened doors that adorned the convoluted journey before him. He is younger now, and the family are all together. His mother especially stands out from the scene, her outline almost glowing in a dimension superior to the rest of the image. She is young herself, and beautiful. She moves easily this way and that, swaying and gliding to an unheard song as she holds her baby close to her chest. Dan can see himself snuggling there, safe and secure, and happy. Then she is different. Lines, only just noticeable, wrinkle her skin around the corners of her eyes, around the mouth. She is still beautiful and still young, but her life is evident in her countenance, although she would be concerned beyond embarrassment if she were only aware of that fact. She smiles upon her young baby boy while she bundles her wrist in a bandage. The flesh there is purple and bruising, but young Dan does not understand. All he knows is that Mommy has had an accident and this will make her all better. She flinches when the dressing is pulled tight. A noise then makes them both wince, and she pulls her son in close. Dan's daddy has not been with them, and the boy wonders where he is when the horrible sounds are scaring them. Without obvious connection, Dan is flying high in the air. Below him, in the beech nut, he sees his friends in the trees, and they are waving proudly to him. "You are flying," he tells himself as his perspective switches between first and third person. Then he's in the tree and laughing very hard. Jimmy is smiling, and Stu is there, and everyone else, although he cannot see them all. But he knows they are there. He can feel them. In another time, the door crashes open, and the man with the alcohol smell from his mouth is pulling at his mommy to and fro. She struggles and is out of Dan's view. A slapping sound. A muffled whine. The room is big and the ceiling is high, and that is what he sees as the sounds come to him. Sounds of pain. Hurting sounds. And his father is shouting and screaming. The man groans and then rolls from the woman's back, from the bed, into sight. He sneers at his child and slides him out of the way with his foot. Mommy is there again when the door is heard to shut hard behind them, and her face is red and swollen. She is younger and different again. Then she is gone, and the boy is alone in the room. Dan jerked in his sleep as the image forced its way in. From the open window, a cold draft rippled the curtain. They are alone now, the man and him, in a strange room with pews and the smell of lilies and a strange purple hue of light. It is a somber room, and a smooth, shiny casket is the center of their attention. The scene whirs by him like a tape on fast forward, and he is now at the little woods with his friends. He jibes and taunts the boy called Matt, and though he knows that it is not right, cannot stop himself. Like an actor faithfully portraying a script, his lips snarl and shout at the other boy, and he does not like doing this. It does not feel right. Yet he watches as the Dan in his image does not stop until... Downstairs, in front of the baseball highlights on the late sports roundup, Dan's father grasped a can of beer so tightly that its thin sheath crumpled inwards, squirting some of the tepid liquid over his knuckles, onto the sofa. He swore at the TV and shook a fist at it before spiraling the can against its glass screen. A bright glowing column shines between the trees, and Dan is curious and glad of the light. He hurries toward it and is now at the base camp. On the ground, a boy rocks listlessly with his arms wrapped around his muddied legs. His head is bleeding, and in the dream it is too large to fit the body correctly. Then there is no sound as Dan traipses across the naturally littered floor. Minute twigs snap beneath his feet, but are struck dumb before they are able to sound. All is quiet. The inferno lifting into the sky does not crackle. It does not hiss. The boy in the tree does not scream, though his mouth is hugely round, the face distorted and terrified. His almost naked body drops from the branch and springs back up, then down, then up, then down. It is no more than a cartoon. The neck is like elastic, and then Matt's eye swells and bursts. The moisture from within it spits, again silently, into the flames licking so close to the boy's dangling body. "You did this, Dan. You did this." The voice explodes like a cannon against the soundless arena as Matt claws the nylon ligature away from his elongated neck. Minus its support, he drops to the oval clearing and collapses while the rest of the dream players continue their performance unawares. They hoof around the fire as in their dimension the boy still twitches, hanging in the air. The faces are covered in dirt and blood. The boy's blood. The sound of a whistle pipes high into the air as Jack breathes life into the boy's wooden flute. In his dream, Dan reached into the scene and its surface shimmered into ripples like water over glass. Matt is now sitting placidly on the rooted stump in front of the parallel logs. He is scratching his thumbnail over the stump's surface, polished smooth from countless generations of boys standing upon it. The sound of the jagged nail against the dead wood eradicates all other sound from the alternate dream in the background, muting the episode as it continues to play on faithfully, silently, without he and Dan. Dan stepped out of the dream and was now alone with the dead boy in a dark blue suit, which was still clean and neatly creased. Its tidiness only accentuated the gruesome specter the boy had become. Matt did not bother to look up as Dan approached. Still, Matt's nail traced meticulously across the stump, its sound the only thing audible. Dan stepped tentatively forward, and the nail abruptly stopped. The new silence absolute and overwhelming. Slowly, Matt lifted his head. Beneath a mat of thick, dark hair, a black and bloated face. The charred features tinted further from the chemicals that had been pumped into the carcass in posthumous preparation. The artificial eye which had been inserted in place of the missing one was askew in its socket, the white showing large and glossy. The other was clouded by a translucent film and deflated of its natural corpulence. "Surprised to see me?" A thick dark gel pooled at the corners of Matt's mouth where the lips stretched to form the words and split the dehydrated flesh. He tilted his head to one side and the congealed substance dropped in tiny black pearls down his chin. "Come closer," he said and smiled. Dan's heart thumped beneath his ribs as the creature from his sleep stared vacuously at him. "Come on, Dan. Come and play." Matt pulled himself upright and extended his hand from a deep suit cuff. Laying in his bed, Dan felt compelled to reach for it, to touch it. He wanted to feel those fingers, those deadened digits which lingered in the air in front of him, to know the tactile sensation of the charred skin clinging to the grizzled tissue beneath, forming to the shape of the hard bone. I played with you guys. Now it's your turn to come and play. Dan extended his own hand. Come with me, Dan. It's different here. So very different. I can take you to your mother. She wants to see you. She misses you. Matt's voice was pure and sweet. In Dan's eyes, his image glowed clean and warm. Matt again, the innocent boy before betrayal. Come, and be away from the badness. Dan did not see that Matt's arm hung wrongly at his side, twisted from its socket by Stu's malevolent grip. He did not notice the branded indent of the collar which strangled the twisted, elongated neck, the skin beginning to blister from invisible flames. All he saw was freedom. He now rides through the beautiful forest, the wind rushing by warmly. There is a light which beckons him on, a light which will take him away. He wants to be taken away. Dan ran from his room and jumped on his motorbike. The rusty exhaust pipe roared to life, bellowing thick black smoke. Dan twisted the throttle and popped the clutch, and the back tire squealed to life. Weaving a greasy line across the concrete, he tore out of the garage and onto the gravel driveway as pebbles shot machine-gun-like against the already tattered siding of the house. Through the backyard and across the fields beyond, the trees swept by in the dark as Dan maneuvered expertly through them in spite of the broken headlamp which bobbed up and down above the motorcycle's front fork. Shining ripe above a tenuous mist, the product of the day's earlier rain kissing the overheated summer ground, the full moon led the way in warm umber light. As he rode, only a single word resonated over and over inside Dan's every thought. Come. He steered the bike between the twin ponds, skidding beneath the pine entrance to the little woods. Soon the father oak loomed large and sentient. Below its huge branches and all about the clearing, the pile of black ash, Matt's ash, had been traced and scattered into tracks by innumerable tires and feet. A remnant of yellow caution tape, still knotted around a branch, whipped in the rising breeze as the approaching storm drew in. Cold discomfort bolted through his body, and Dan throttled the motorcycle quickly past, steering as though guided by an unearthly force through the dense and blinding woodland to his destination. Matt was waiting for him at the top of the chasm. The bank descended gradually at first, but then dropped steeply to the stream running through its belly, burbling down. Their stream, Dan commended proudly to himself. Their creek. It was the place he and Jack and Stu had so often waded and played, killing time while the other war team scoured the woods aimlessly for them. It was a secret place, a special refuge, deeper in the little woods than all the others dared venture. It was alive with sound and excitement. At the creek, things were different. Things had power. But tonight the stench of the freshly decaying corpse filled the air. Treetops were empty and lifeless, poisoned by the shade which walked amongst them, taking their power as its own. But Dan could not sense this. He smiled at the rotting shell before him who held out his arms, entreating that he join him. So Dan slid the bike to a stop and kicked down the stand. Walking calmly to the edge of the chasm and with clearest intention, he coiled one end of a cable, which he'd obediently brought from the garage, around the girth of a tree whose huge, aged branches stretched dynamically over the precipice. He tied it off in a compact double knot and threw it over the branch, studying his work and tugging on it more than once to test its soundness. Then he casually circled the other end around his neck. The song of the heavens lights upon his ears, and Dan is filled with joy. He can see his mother on the other side, beckoning. Matt is there also, and the boy forgives. His face is full and bright. The child that was. The beast that once was Matt was not on the other side. It was here, now, on the precipice of the chasm, cackling at the boy on the motorbike. A clump of worm-ridden earth dropped from its open mouth. The water below rushed wildly through the cavern as if pulled by the very force of the ebbing moon overhead. It tumbled over rock and trunk and fed hungrily at its banks, washing the confines away. A beetle clambered out of Matt's ear and scurried around the back of his head, its sensors tasting for the disintegrating flesh beneath the scalp. "Come on, Dan. Let's play," Matt beseeched. So Dan Mercer mounted the motorbike and revved it up. The motorbike jolted forward, rear tire digging into the ground and spewing clods of mud as Dan circled back around and accelerated. Swiftly gaining momentum, trees washed by in a blur as the cliff edge loomed. The teenager tightened his hands on the throttle as he lifted over the edge, and the anchored metal cable around his neck reached its full extent and snapped tight. Most of Dan plunged into the darkness of the chasm where the moonlight did not reach, the motorbike disappearing quietly beneath the running stream as its metal melded into the torso still astride it. Still yoked in the recoiling cable which glinted in the nocturnal light, Dan's head suspended above the bank, sweeping in wide elliptical movements. A thin stream of blood from his neck darkened the ground in neatly traced concentric rings, each one decreasing in size as the swinging of the cable slowed. The only sound was the rhythmic squeaking of the braided steel line as it rubbed inside the freshly weeping channel it had notched across the top of the overhanging branch, as the clouds choked out the moonlight. 5. In the kitchen, Veronica and Harold Cockerton embraced their sons after the morning call from Mrs. Raker. They were finding themselves sorely unequipped to communicate to the boys about Craig Dalton. Explaining the death of not one, but now 2 12-year-old boys from the neighborhood, and in just the past few weeks, was definitely not something found in the ubiquitous Parenting 101 handbook they knew their sons assumed they had. Every once in a while, as they spoke in calm and comforting tones, they would share a look between them, thinking it unnoticed by their sons. It was a mutual recognition of this shortcoming in their parenting repertoire to truly say anything of value. At such a pivotal moment, it made them feel beyond helpless. Now, more than ever, they wished there really was such a manual. But as there was not, all they could think to do was wrap their sons in their arms and tell them that everything would eventually make sense, some way, somehow, and assure them that no matter what, the boys were always safe. After several minutes of hugging and a few soft tears, Mrs. Cockerton was the first to speak. "Mrs. Raker is a little worried about Jimmy, though. She's not sure he came home last night," she shared, adding that such a thing wasn't at all that unusual for the Raker household. "Have you two seen him around? I'm sure he will be home soon, but it's just that Jack says he has no clue where Jimmy is." Brian had a clue, and he was certain Jimmy wasn't coming home. Just the same way he believed that Woody and Dan weren't either. But how could he say that to his parents? "Well, Mom and Dad, I think Jimmy's a goner. In fact, I saw Woody and Big Dan die too. They all pegged it in a freaky dream I had after the drive-in movies last night. But I got to race a souped-up Trans Am through the fields to the little woods, so at least that bit was cool." It would be crazy talk. Besides, there was no hard proof yet that his dream was in any way a kind of prophecy. After all, even though he and his brother could share almost complete conversations between them solely through their thoughts, none had ever experienced an actual kind of psychic vision before. Okay, sure, that wasn't strictly true anymore. Ian had a dream about Craig last night, and here they were right now finding out that Mr. Dalton had in fact killed the kid. But Brian had never experienced something psychic like that, and Ian's ability always did seem a bit stronger than his own. Then again, none of the 3 boys in his dream were currently accounted for. But that could simply mean they were all together down at the gang's new hideout in the Beech Nut. Brian considered all of these things in a lightning-round internal debate with himself, then decided to follow his own advice which he'd given Ian just a few minutes earlier. Best not to say anything. At least, not yet. "No, Mom," he answered his mother, but looked at Ian. It was a, "Don't you dare say anything about your Craig dream" kind of look. Ian heard him loud and clear through their uniquely shared internal dialogue. Every word and inflection. No look was required. "No," is all he answered after an odd pregnant pause. Mrs. Cockerton cupped her youngest son's chin in her hand and caressed his face. "You sure, Ian? If you "Okay, then," Mr. Cockerton interjected. "I'm sure Jimmy'll turn up just fine sometime later today. The important thing is that the two of you are here and okay." "That's right. Nothing's going to happen to my boys," Veronica asserted in no uncertain terms, kissing their cheeks. "I want you both to know that no matter what, you will always be safe. Most definitely safe," she emphasized, following the unequivocal vow with an inquiry as to how they'd both feel about a nice mug of hot chocolate and some freshly baked cupcakes on such a rainy, yucky day, always round. 6. Later that evening, the police issued a bolo, "Be on the lookout," for Jack and Jimmy Raker's dad. Jimmy had never returned home. When Jack then disappeared later that evening, Mrs. Raker finally summoned officers to the house in a hysterical and barely articulate call, because their father was gone too. When Woody's parents reported their son missing as well, declaring that he'd spent the night at the Raker's house and still hadn't returned home yet, the fairly obvious presumption round the neighborhood was that old man Raker had killed both his sons, plus the hippie parents' kid, then bought himself a one-way ticket to Nowheresville. Some even postulated that Patricia Raker must have had something to do with it all, a cruel accusation which drove the mother and wife, now wholly alone, to the limits of her sanity and would taint her innocent life over many more decades to follow. 7. "We're going to die," Brian told his brother upon hearing the news. It was an emotionless statement, all the tears cried out of him earlier and now leaving space for only grounded, pragmatic summation. "Matt's coming for us, Ian, because of what we did." He took a moment to let that sink in, admitting even to himself that when said out loud, it sounded bonkers. What sounded worse, but at least possessed a tangibility to it, was this. "There's only 3 of us left now." Ian vehemently shook his head, refusing to accept his theory. No, you're wrong. I know you've got it all wrong because there's still at least 4 of us. So why would you even say that?" He reminded Brian that Matt and Craig were dead. They knew that. But Woody, Jimmy, and Jack were only missing. They could still show up when they found Old Man Raker. And even if you put the 3 of them aside for now, he argued, there were still 4 of them left, not 3. So Brian had to have it all wrong. Ian then counted on his fingers as he reeled off the names. "There's still me, you, Stu, and Dan. See? 4. So what you're saying can't be true. The dream I had was just a dream. Or maybe I got it wrong. You're jumping to crazy conclusions." Brian got it. He knew all too well why his younger brother was freaked out right about now. He was too. Hell, it was only that morning he was having this same argument with himself. But that was then, and this is now. They're all dead, Ian." Brian was shaking his head. "And Dan's dead too. I haven't told you yet, but I saw it all, in a vision of my own, just like you did, about Craig, last night." He then explained how he saw Jimmy, Woody, and Dan all die in the nightmare that scared him shitless. He admitted he couldn't be sure they died exactly the way he'd seen, because the whole thing was surreal and fragmented and too difficult to make sense of. It was more of a feeling he had, an understanding being conveyed to him, just the same way that a similar message had been delivered to Ian. "Now, Jack, I don't know what happened to him," Brian stated. "I didn't see him in my dream at all. Maybe he's still out there with his dad somewhere. Or maybe Old Man Raker did do him in, just like they're saying he did." He went on to say that he was pretty certain about 2 things, however. First, that the dreams he and Ian both had weren't just something they'd created in their sleep, but were more like crazy mixed-up messages they'd been sent. The second was that the three boys in his vision most definitely hadn't died at the hand of Mr. Raker. He just knew that wasn't true. When Brian was finished laying out his argument in the best way he thought such lunacy could sound out loud, Ian just sat there, silent and unblinking. Despite the overwhelming recognition vibrating within the very essence of his being, an all-consuming feeling that told him Brian was in fact right, Ian would not allow his mind to succumb to it. We don't know for sure Big Dan's dead. 8. Mr. Mercer, finally fed up to his eye teeth that not a lick of chores were being done around the place, called the police to ask if they'd seen his no-good, piece-of-shit fat-ass kid anywhere, and if they did see him, they'd better send his ass home ASAP because there was a lot of shit to be done around the place. It wasn't an hour after the cops arrived on his doorstep that the telephone tree went into action. When the phone chirruped sharply at the Cockerton house, Veronica expected it might be Hare calling to say he'd be working late. Or maybe it was Betty Blau down the street returning her call with the number of that new place in town offering the disco dance lessons everyone was suddenly so keen on. It was neither of those. 9. What are we going to do? Ian projected in his mind as he pulled his knees tightly to his chin and rocked back and forth on his bed. Every third time he leaned backwards, the heavy wood headboard banged against the wall with a muffled but recognizable thud. The unspoken question, wrapped in a vibrating baritone thought wave only his brother could sense, was instantly received by Brian in his room next door. I don't know, Ian. Stop banging your headboard so I can think. I'm scared, Bri. Ian quietly sobbed, and although the whimpers were audible, the words themselves remained silent. He still rocked back and forth, but now made an effort to not lean so far back. I know you are, pal. I am too. It was the truth, and the new internal noise Brian was suddenly receiving wasn't helping alleviate that apprehension. Up until now, he had only ever received mental vibrations from his brother, those unique telepathic waves as unmistakably Ian's as his actual voice. But now a new sound was echoing inside of Brian. It was an unsettling, foreign wave he didn't recognize, a deep frequency that reminded him of a bass subwoofer note so low that you feel it pulsing through you more than you actually hear it. The wave was thrumming so intensely that it threatened to saturate his consciousness with an all-consuming, paralyzing dread. It's coming, he announced to himself, and immediately regretted the cognitive slip as next door Ian's sobs spiked to an audible moan. Brian inhaled deeply and swung his legs off the bed. He placed his bare feet on the smooth wood floorboards and embraced the feeling of grounded safety they provided. Closing his eyes, he concentrated on his breathing and consciously refuted the subjugation of this dark, inexplicable vibration. In steps, the feeling ebbed to a still unpleasant but governable level, and for some reason, Matt's father, Mr. Chauncey, permeated the effort. Brian shook off the image and opened his eyes. But it's coming, Ian, whether we're scared or not. The statement was projected in calm, steady cadence. After a moment's further reflection, he added, It's gonna be all right, though. He didn't know if the afterthought was convincing enough. This gift they shared fed off their emotions more than some clearly logical process, and Ian could always see through his deceit. Promise? Ian asked. Brian hesitated, then did promise. We have to do one thing, though. To really make sure, he added. Tonight, after Mom and Dad go to bed, you and me are going back to the little woods. 17. 1995. Oh, God! Rebecca! Ian threw himself from his bar stool, toppling it off balance. His legs smacked hard against the high-top table as he jumped up, the array of bottles atop it jangling together in a discordant melody. Brian, we have to go. But his brother was already halfway across the bar, heading for the restroom. Ian's voice lost behind the clamor of the jukebox. The images were coming at him fast and furious, striking with blacks and grays so much stronger than ever before. They mixed and turned, coiling up into his consciousness and poured into one another like liquid paintings, never fully revealing themselves. All he understood was the feeling, dark and grotesque and unnatural. Then he sees Rebecca, the children, and the woods. A blackness impossible to describe. There's a car, fumes, the woods again, and then Matt. This he saw all too clearly, the dead boy's rotted body looming over Rebecca in a deeply dark space. A wave of bitter, cold tension ran through him, and Ian teetered on his feet, fighting hard to not pass out. Della, perched behind the bar and engrossed in a daytime drama on the wall-mounted television, twisted on her stool to see Ian leaning off-kilter. Not another one, she thought and shook her head. These crackers and their lunchtime benders. Can't anyone seem to hold their damn whiskey round here anymore? This one looked as if he were crying as he stumbled towards her. Police! I need the police! Ian was pleading frantically as he ran unsteadily in her direction, trying to see past the horrible images from his mind. He was shaky on his feet and speaking too fast, and he knew it from the look on Della's face. She was staring at him wide-eyed, but logic was out the window and he grabbed for her, to steady himself as much as anything, and the proprietress backed away sharply. Whoa! Della's face contorted with anxiety as she pulled away, leaping off her own bar stool so brusquely that she nearly fell. A half-empty bottle of beer dropped to the red ceramic tile floor, and the shards splayed across it with a resounding echo. I'm sorry, Ian pleaded as he withdrew and fumbled for a cell phone. He flipped it open, shaking so hard barely managed to dial 911. A woman's voice crackled through faintly on the other end. It was calm and soothingly deep. Emergency services, can I help you? Ian tried to speak all at once and managed only a gust of hot air into the phone, the sound whooshing into the mouthpiece and feeding back loudly into his own ear. Conditioned to it, the woman on the other end ignored it, recognizing the signs of panic. She began to calmly ask him his name, but he cut her off. Police, he spurted. Please, I need help. I'm afraid someone might be in danger. Name, house number, and street, please. Cockerton. Rebecca. Ian was swimming inside the cacophony of images in his mind. The address is... What are you going to tell them, Ian? That a long-dead childhood friend just assaulted your sister-in-law? Okay, sure, let's give that a try and see how it goes. It was insane. Impossible. The static in his head grew until he could no longer think, and he pitched forward as the bar bowed and bent like a fluid oasis the way the road ahead seems to shimmer and waver on a hot summer's day. The dim lighting became watery shades of gray, his head light as a helium balloon. The cell phone dropped from his grip and he stumbled headlong across the room, while the operator's disembodied voice rose tinny and small as the mobile phone scuttled across the tile. Inside the bathroom, Brian was draped over a wash basin, the cold water running over his fingers and down the drain. Brian! Ian's voice echoed around the cold, hard surfaces as he burst into the restroom. Brian looked up, and a small drop of colored mucus fell from his lower lip. What? I don't feel so hot. Again, he leaned over the sink and threw up. Brian, we've got to go. Now. It's Rebecca. And the kids. Ian tried to keep his voice from betraying the panic when all he really wanted to do was scream and cry and break down on the floor and not get up. To forget about this whole fucking business of the woods and just go away and be normal again. He wanted to not see things, horrible things, anymore. More than anything, he longed to be back in New York, away from it all, away from this impossible reality that resembled insanity. At least in the city, everything was normal and gritty and real. Brian stared blankly into the mirror, his eyes dulled and uncomprehending. He blinked twice, then wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. Come on, for Christ's sake! It's your wife and kids. Do you understand me? I've had another The word stuck in Ian's throat. More than about any, that one word had never sat well with him. It made him think of irrational people spouting irrational nonsense. Lunatics, Ian. That's what you fucking mean. So why not just come out and say it? You think the word vision means you're off your rocker, one card short of a full deck. And it scares the shit out of you, doesn't it? Perhaps more than the visions themselves. He paused, and the silence of the white-tiled room was overwhelming. Vision. Brian finished the sentence for him and splashed cold water on his face. His hair was streaked and the moisture dripped down his forehead and into his eyes. Becky. The kids? He asked in an oddly calm manner, perhaps the crest of realization mounting but not yet breaking. Ian could only nod as the cacophony of jagged, black noise cluttering his brain began to slowly dissolve away and leave him with nothing but a deep and uncertain anxiety. 2. Everything okay in there? Della Dempsey demanded more than asked, her muffled voice filtering through from the other side of the restroom door. Anxiety had twisted her accent so that it was harsher and more staccato now, definitely conveying more Appalachian than Southern Belle. She didn't care. She also didn't care about their problems or what had so radically changed this one stranger's behavior in particular. She just wanted both of these guys gone. Neither brother answered. Della humphed at the door, considering for a moment just going in and pulling them both out and tossing them into the street. Mais pique-toi, she cursed instead, just loud enough to be heard from the other side of the door. They wouldn't know she just told them to fuck off, but it made her feel better. She gave the door a thump with her fist. Time you boys were on your way. Closing up. The brothers stood in sober silence before Brian spoke. How certain? He asked, and again wiped the back of his hand across his mouth. Ian did not have to answer aloud. 3. Shit. I know I'm gonna regret this, Della replied, and sighed as she relaxed a bit, settling into her pose but crossing her arms and keeping a good 2 paces away. What do you expect me to do? Something is wrong. Really wrong. We need to get home, Della. I mean, like now. Della shook her head emphatically without even thinking about it. She wasn't going anywhere with this crazy cracker. Hell, she'd only just met him and he was already causing problems. The other one she sort of knew, though he didn't come in often enough for her to really know much about him. His wife seemed pleasant enough, but that didn't amount to a hill of beans. Get a cab, she replied, and began retreating towards safety behind the bar. She did so by walking steadfastly backwards, not lowering her gaze. Della, we don't have time. Please. I think someone's hurt. 4. Route 60 darkened as the rain returned and the halogen streetlights dotting its side buzzed and flickered on. Their glow was brilliant white, almost bluish against the waning natural light. Della focused as she followed the beacons along the twisting and hilly road, her boxy VW thing connecting them one by one like a fat orange pencil joining the dots in a child's puzzle book. Her anxiety mounting, the only repeating thought she had as she concentrated through the wind and slanting rain, was a hope that she would not regret offering to do this good deed. It's good dharma, Della, she reaffirmed to herself and purposefully counted the lights in a meditative fashion, grounding her electric nerves. It always returns to you. Always. A voice other than her own seemed to reply inside her head, and her eyes darted to the rear-view mirror where the 2 men sat in her back seat. The one she slightly knew was visibly trembling, his voice unsteady as he spoke to the 911 operator on his mobile. The other one jostled anxiously in his seat as he wiped the condensation from the window and stared into the darkness which had descended upon the afternoon like a woolen blanket. What? She asked the latter, and the man slowly turned to meet her gaze in the small rectangular mirror. It's just over the next hill, Ian answered brusquely. Then down into the neighborhood on the left. No, what else did you say? Ian shook his head meekly. I didn't... Nothing. We're almost there. Not sure. No, I'm not there. I don't know what happened, but please send an ambulance. Yes. Yes, please, hurry. Brian was pleading with the small voice on the other end of the line that was trying to understand exactly what the emergency was. When he then reeled off their home address, he was surprised to have the operator inform him that fire and rescue had already been dispatched. He confirmed the address, a question more than a statement, and Della quietly repeated the street name and house number to herself also. She didn't have to. As they crested the next hill, the basin of the neighborhood was awash in swirling red and blue light, leaving no question which was the correct address. 2 fire trucks, a paramedic and 1 police cruiser were already positioned at haphazard angles across the driveway and front lawn of the Cockerton house. "That's correct, sir. A neighbor already called," the voice tinnily confirmed for all 3 in the car to hear as Brian pulled the phone away from his ear. Even through the small speaker, the operator's tone conveyed calm and routine authority. "They should already be there. I can stay on the line with you if you'd like." Brian was out of the thing's clunky rear door and racing toward the flurry of noise and activity before Della even rolled the VW to a complete stop. "Rebecca!" The cry was lost amid the cyclical, pneumatic hum of a hydraulic spreader which had been wedged between the seal of the closed overhead door and the concrete driveway. One of the firefighters held Brian back as the jaws of the machine began to spread open, the bottom steel panel of the garage beginning to ribbon upward. A gray cloud of car exhaust billowed instantly out. The pneumatic jaws continued to spread open like a crocodile's grin, and the bottom panel rumpled in the center like a bow tie pasta. "Whoa!" one of the firefighters shouted and waved back toward the truck to cut the spreader's power. The mechanical noise cycled to a stop, and the same firefighter called out to anyone inside, listening for a response. The only sound above the wind and driving rain was the Blazer's engine dutifully idling away inside the garage. "Okay, let's get 2 of you in there." He drove a long breaker bar in the crease above the door's bottom panel, ripping it mostly off its track. Another firefighter pulled it completely away and slung it aside as the next panel up was torn from its rails just as quickly. Without notice, 2 more firemen crawled under the door and disappeared inside the cloud of fumes which continued to pour out in a noxious wave. A moment later, the Blazer engine stopped. "We got her," a voice echoed from within, muffled by the firefighter's oxygen mask. "Female, mid-30s. As what remained of the garage door began to lurch unsteadily upward, the silhouette of both men appeared with Rebecca's unconscious body in their arms. They carried her far from the fumes and laid her on the grass, stepping aside as paramedics surrounded her. Brian broke free of the firefighter detaining him and ran to his wife. He fell to his knees as the medics strapped an oxygen mask over Rebecca Cockerton's face and began administering manual CPR, counting the compressions. "Becky!" 5. The ambulance pulled away as thick, greasy smoke rose from its tires fighting for purchase on the wet blacktop. Lights flashing, its sirens blared to life as it pulled onto Route 60 and accelerated away. In the back of the second police cruiser which had arrived, Brian was sobbing with his head in his hands as Ian and Della stood adjacent to it on the driveway, answering the officer's questions. Laveau. L-A. V for victory. E-A-U. Delacroix-Laveau, Della said in response to the policeman's request for the correct spelling. She offered Ian a sidelong, deferential smile. Ian responded in kind. Obviously, this would make for an interesting story at another time. Right now, he could only focus on his brother. The officer closed his notebook and stepped aside, indicating that he'd just be a moment. Speaking into his 2-way radio, he nodded a few times and returned. She's being transported to St. John's Hospital in town. She's currently responsive, but I'm afraid that's all the information I have. And the kids? Ian asked as calmly as his fraying nerves would allow. It was well past 4:30, and they should have been home by now. Do we know anything about where they are? We can't just leave. My brother needs to be with his wife. How do we... The officer indicated no knowledge of their location and asked if Ian wanted him to place an official all-points bulletin out for them. What time do they normally come home? Della interjected. Her smoky green eyes were soft with compassion as she cast them upon Ian. Maybe the bus is just running late. Why don't you and I stay here and wait for them? and maybe the officer here can give your brother a lift to St. John's." She smiled at the policeman, and Ian was certain he even saw her eyelashes flutter a little bit. Or maybe he was imagining it. Either way, Della got the response she was hoping for. The officer agreed and waited for the last fire truck to reverse through the yard, watching with little interest as it created great dual-wheeled trenches before pulling onto the neighborhood road and trundling loudly away. He slammed his car door shut and spoke into his two-way again before starting the cruiser's engine. Ian leaned through the open rear door and placed his hands on his brother's shoulders, looking into his eyes to ensure he understood. "We're going to wait here for Diane and Andrew. Then we'll come and meet you at the hospital." "Jesus, Ian, what the fuck is going on here?" Brian's eyes were wet and red and begging to make sense of what had happened. "Hey, she's going to be all right." "No, nothing is all right, Ian. Mom and Dad are slammed into by a truck a week and a half ago. This morning you tell me you saw it, from your New York apartment, before it even happened. And then you say that Matt was there. Fucking Matt Chauncey? You're talking about the dead kid from the Little Woods, right? By the road. When Mom and Dad are... And then you wake up screaming like a demon last night, from some fucked-up dream about that stupid kid in a cartoon ranger. Now Becky's found unconscious in the garage with the door down and the car running? What the fuck? This isn't coincidence anymore, Ian." Brian choked back his fear and anger. "I thought we took care of this shit. Like 20 years ago." "So did I," is all Ian somberly replied, and softly closed the cruiser's door, never breaking eye contact with his brother as the cop swung the car around and headed for the hospital. 6. The school bus pulled onto the top road of the neighborhood not more than a couple minutes later. Della and Ian hurried to the bifold door as it folded in upon itself, Ian bounding up all 3 steps in a single step. "Hey, what the the hefty male driver blurted out, judiciously cutting the sentence short as his eyes darted to the overhead mirror and the 24 elementary school students who were hoping he would finish it. They began to snigger and grin. "You can't be in here." The rather large, tattooed arm he then threw across the narrow aisle to stop Ian from progressing any further showed he was definitely willing to put his money where his mouth was. "Diane? Andrew?" Ian called out, and rose up on his toes to scour the seats, his eyes methodically scanning each row of seats before moving on to the next, like a typewriter's carriage across a page. He was only halfway done when the bus driver, now on his feet, grabbed him by a rear belt loop and unceremoniously pulled him off the bus. 3 rows from the back, Diane slinked, embarrassed, out of her vinyl-clad bench seat. Covering her face as she hurried up the aisle, she pulled Andrew from his spot a few rows further forward and pressed him toward the door. Andrew jumped buoyantly from the last step, mirthful. Diane kept her eyes on the ground as the bus driver asked if she knew these people. "Yeah, that's my uncle," she said to the driveway. The bus driver gave Ian one more good look up and down before climbing back into the bus, mumbling something no one understood. Ian knelt and pulled Diane close. "I'm so glad you're okay. What happened that you're so late?" Diane shrugged. "We had to turn around for Crystal." "Crystal?" "Yeah, Crystal Riley. She's always forgetting something and ran back into the school for her clarinet, so she missed the bus. Mr. Allen had to turn around when her brother, Davy, finally told him." "Mr. Allen?" Diane ugged, her expression sheer indignation as she explained, as if her uncle were mentally stunted, that Mr. Allen was the bus driver. She pointed to the burly man, and the driver smiled and waved back. He then turned to Ian, and his countenance fell to a look of thunder as he pulled the bifold doors closed with a bang and crunched the transmission into first gear. The big yellow bus wobbled from side to side as it lurched into the street and rumbled down the road, disappearing from view as it crested the small hill leading towards the fields at the bottom of the neighborhood. Its grinding gearbox still revealed its location. "So, listen, we have to go to the hospital," Ian said as he angled Diane's chin up so that she would give him her full attention. "Everything's okay, but we need to meet your dad there." Diane pulled her face from his hand and crossed her arms, staring unblinkingly at Della. "Oh," Ian said, "and this is Della. Dempsey. I think. Or maybe La something, but you could just call her Della. Delacroix Laveau, Della said, and deftly curtsied before she extended a hand which Diane promptly shook. But yes, you can just call me Della, ma'am. I will, Diane agreed, adding that she looked like she was probably a nice lady, and at least she didn't embarrass them like her uncle did. Della laughed and repeated her introduction to Andrew, who shouted, "Hi, Della!" somewhat over-exuberantly in return. He immediately skirted around her, his eyes wide as he ran his hand along the ridges of her vintage car's flat-paneled sides. He shrieked with delight as he assured her that she had a super cool car. I bet lots of people don't like it, huh, Della? But I think it's awesome. Can I drive it? The 6-year-old asked without compunction. I can't imagine any reason why not, the woman offered as she bent the driver's seat forward and ushered him into the back. Maybe a little later on. You hear that? I'm going to drive us home later. Andrew beamed to his sister as Diane climbed into the back seat beside him. Uh-huh, she quipped and rolled her eyes. It is a pretty cool car, though, Della. 7. Nolans, Della drawled as she pulled onto Route 60 and headed in the direction of town. Lost in a mental fog, Ian was staring emptily out the passenger window. The sound of Della's voice snapped him back. I'm sorry. What? Look, I know you're worried, hon, but we got ourselves a good 20 minutes to kill. With circumstances as they are, intertwining our paths fairly quick here, so it seems. Feels only proper you and I know at least a little something about the other, don't you think? Sure. Yeah, of course, he absently replied as the fields glistening in the rain swept by the window. Della focused on the road and contributed nothing further. 20 seconds passed by like 20 minutes. I'm sorry, Della. I wasn't really listening. He squirmed uncomfortably and cleared his throat. Funny how powerful silence can be, something he'd taught his sales team at the Bulletin for years. Okay, so you said your name was La something? Laveau, sugar. And it's okay, I'll forgive you. This time. Been some kind of a day, to be sure. Maybe so, Ian agreed, but apologized as it was still no excuse for rudeness, especially given all she was doing for them. He was terrible at names, even at the best of times, but that was little justification. So that's where you're from? New Orleans? He asked out of social obligation more than genuine interest, his years of sales training kicking in like muscle memory. Della chuckled. Well, I'm from Nolans. Don't know of a place by the name New Orleans. But I guess I can forgive a Yankee's linguistic ignorance. She'd put some extra spice into her accent and winked at the children in the back seat. Andrew giggled, though he wasn't wholly sure why. Diane smiled, feeling herself really starting to warm up to the stranger. That's 2 pardons now, Mr. Ian, Della warned. 1 more and I'm afraid you're out. Ian grinned and put his hands up in mock surrender. So, the whole Dempsey thing? The question was genuine this time, Ian's sincere interest in the conversation rapidly growing in direct proportion to their increasing distance from the neighborhood. Folks assume it's my name. Because of the bar. Familiarity makes them feel comfortable or something, I guess. So I just go with it. As if he had been unconsciously holding it, Ian expelled his breath in a long, relieving sigh and settled more comfortably into his seat. He liked Della's voice. It was natural and soothing, and her lilting Louisiana accent made him feel cosseted and safe, like a warm bowl of Southern hospitality. It offered the perfect distraction from the dark underlying vibrations he didn't much feel like acknowledging, let alone sharing at this precise moment. Sensing the change in his energy and body language, Della loosened her grip on the steering wheel and continued speaking as Ian relaxed against the headrest, his face gently angled toward her. After a while, not many called me Della anymore. Everyone pretty much called me Dempsey. I guess it just stuck. Makes sense, Ian nodded. Did you ever own a bar in New Orleans? I'm sorry, Nolans, Della? No, Sugarfoot. That part, like quite a bit else, is all new for me. So what did Miss Laveau do to earn a crust in the Big Easy? Ha! Now that's a question." She turned to catch his gaze, and her smoky eyes caught the light in such a way that they shone almost silver. Against her caramel skin, it was entrancing. "I come from a long line of French Catholics on my daddy's side." Then unflinchingly added, "Voodoo priestesses on my mama's." If it was shock value she was going for, it definitely landed. She had his full attention now, and though Ian wasn't quite sure how her religious ancestry tied into her job, he was definitely intrigued enough to follow her breadcrumbs. "Seems like a rather unusual pair of bedfellows, doesn't it? Catholic and voodoo?" Della hummed. "You may be right. It is full of bizarre ceremonial rituals centered around a dark, mystical ideology, plus a sprinkling of superstition thrown in to boot. I really don't know that much about it, but I've heard voodoo is like that." "Voodoo, sugar? I was talking about Catholicism." Della winked in his direction, and for the first time in weeks, Ian laughed out loud, hard and full, and it felt amazing. "But seriously," Della continued, "I was always intrigued by the amount of similarity I was noticing between the two. And then one day I realized just how much they intersected other belief systems across the world. Buddhism, Hinduism, Judaism, Zoroastrianism, to name just a few, and ended up pursuing a master's in theology with a particular focus on mysticism. Then I opened my own business, first a modest market stand on Jackson Square on the weekends, then an itsy-bitsy brick-and-mortar place on the edge of the quarter. I sold spiritual and metaphysical elements, crystals, sage, books, charms, spiritual artifacts, tarot cards, and also did a few readings here and there. Turns out I'm gifted in that regard at least, so that part of the biz took off pretty quick." "Wow. So how exactly does a mystical theological psychic from the bayou end up the proprietor of a redneck bar, and in a podunk town like this, no less?" "Redneck bar? No offense taken." Della rolled her eyes but smiled. "Well, what takes any girl out of her hometown and away from everything she's ever known? Why, a gentleman, of course. Mine was most definitely a man, but unfortunately turned out he was somewhat lacking in the gentle department." Ian frowned. "I'm sorry. That can't have been an easy thing to deal with, especially with you being all on your own in a new town." "Nothing to be sorry about, thank you. I'm doing great. Always keep an attitude of gratitude, Life is what you make of it." If only that were true, Ian thought, and the unspoken retort may have shown on his face more than he'd hoped, because Della cocked her head as if questioning it. He quickly steered them both back to the conversation. "Is Mr. Somewhat Lacking still in the picture?" "Jackson? That piece of she—" Then remembering the children in the back revised the descriptor to "garbage? Good Lord above, no. I bounced that boy's no-account backside the first week I took over Dempsey's. Violent narcissism with access to a seemingly endless alcohol reserve don't, as you say, make for good bedfellows." She appeared lost in the thought, but quickly added, "Now, enough about me. How about you there, Mr. Ian? What keeps the bill collector at bay for you?" "Advertising sales. Well, sales management, actually, for a city newspaper in New York." "The Big Apple? That sounds exciting," Della exclaimed. "At least you're trending in the right direction. Unlike me, I sort of traded down to this, what did you call it, podunk town. I didn't mean it to come across that way. I apologize. Truly just sort of surprised is all. I visited Sorry, it'd take a bit for me to get used to it. Nolans, once, and it was pretty great. Hard to imagine anyone giving that up for this place is all. There's nothing here for me anymore, Della, but that doesn't mean that's true for everybody." "It's not the Gulf Coast, that's certain. And these winters, damn. 3 years and I'm still getting used to those. But the bar has a nice apartment above it, and the boys around here sure do like their liquor, so that keeps my head above water." She hesitated for a moment, then chose to add, "And I also have a little room at the rear where I discreetly provide the odd reading or two now and then, for just a few select clients, Ones I know I can trust. Trust? Della nodded as delicate memories percolated behind her eyes. Let's just say I had a bad experience or two at my place in the French Quarter. Enough to make Mr. Somewhat Lacking Jackson seem like a pretty good alternative at the time. Is all Ian could think to add. 8. As Della neared the outskirts of town, Ian closed his eyes and concentrated on Becky and his brother. Fighting past the electric anxiety pulling at his gut, he focused only on the composed and calm projection of the unspoken words meant exclusively for Brian. Everything is all right. Rebecca's going to be all right. We're going to figure out whatever this thing is that's happening to us, and together we are going to make it stop. The thoughts projected strong and sure, but did not reach their target. Like a phone conversation spoken to a repeating busy signal on the other end of the line, Ian's message was met by a wall of cyclical soprano static. Failing to be received, they then hung in the ether and evaporated to nothing more than moot, self-assuring notions. For whatever reason, the direct mental circuit to his brother was shorted. All he could think was that Brian's stress was acting like an inhibitor, creating an unbridgeable gap in the energy flow between them and derailing the connection. If their telepathy were like a neurotransmission, then their presynaptic and postsynaptic terminals just weren't jiving. It could also be that his brother was making a concerted effort to simply close down his terminal receptor altogether. And who could blame him? A little over a week ago, Bry had no memory we even shared this absurd ability. Now he not only remembered it, but also all the other nightmarish tokens that came with it. He opened his eyes with a heavy breath, and Della reached across and gently patted his knee. They shared a brief look, and he mouthed, "Thank you," to which Della replied with a soft nod. So, this is what's going to happen. Turning to the back seat, Ian explained to the kids that there was nothing for them to be worried about, that their mom was just having some boring old adult stuff done, and she was only at the hospital for a test. Diane wasn't worried. She felt an okayness about the situation in a way she couldn't explain and didn't feel the need to try, probably because she could also tell that her uncle somehow, deep down, sensed that she had this unusual ability to sometimes know things that she couldn't possibly know, or picture things she hadn't really seen. There seemed to be a kind of internal humming between the two of them. To Diane, it felt like a conversation, but a scrambled one she couldn't hear with her ears or always fully understand. It was an odd sensation, but not one that fazed her much. Ian cocked his head, a new vibration suddenly pinging him. Its wavelength was short and less organized than he was used to receiving, even a little fractured. And it was faint, so subtle that he almost didn't catch it at first. Then, like a weak radar blip which pulses just once, it was gone. "I hate tests," Andrew blurted out. "Quite right," Della concurred as she smiled at the boy in her rear-view mirror and stuck out her tongue as if tasting something utterly unpalatable. "Tests indeed. Blech! That's what I say." Andrew giggled and scrunched up his nose. "What say you, Mr. Uncle?" Della inquired. "Oh, I also concur," Ian responded, and Della tangibly flinched inside. Concur. She had seen that specific word in her mind as she replied to Andrew. Its rather formal, lawyerly feel is what inspired her to adopt such a mock, proper, almost British response. In her head, she was taking on the tone of a courtroom barrister in a long red robe and powdered wig. Throw in a silly sound to boot, and there you have it, the perfect recipe to amuse just about any 6-year-old boy. But she hadn't said the actual word, only thought of it. Ian, however, did say it. He not only said it, he said he also concurred. It could be coincidence. After all, it wasn't an unreasonable expectation that he might copy her semantics, playing right along. Maybe the character she was portraying in that micro moment was a better impression of an English barrister than she'd even thought. Or perhaps that was merely Ian's way of expressing that he, too, agreed. But Delacroix-Laveau had come to recognize long ago that there was no such thing as coincidence or happenstance. only universal signals which people generally ignored. She never understood why they did, but could only theorize that to attribute to such occurrences a label of meaningless chance must make life more palatable for most, in some way soothing their esoteric ignorance rather than admitting that the answers they'd been looking for all along were so often provided right there in front of them if they'd only opened their eyes. Answers from God and the universe. She smiled to herself as she turned off the highway. For Della, the oneness of life and spirit meant that she rarely spoke of God without also speaking of the universe or vice versa. And having a very visual mind, every time she put the two together, God and the universe, she immediately pictured an Ed Sullivan type of presenter on a grainy black and white screen introducing the hottest new pop sensation. "Ladies and gentlemen, I now present to you," pausing as the crowd's revelry grows to a crescendo, "God and the universe." Now that would be some cool-ass rock band. Her mental smile grew until she noticed Ian out of the corner of her eye. He was unexpectedly smiling also, a faraway look upon his face as if watching a private but amusing moment to which no one else was invited. Because he was, and they weren't. Okay, definitely not coincidence now. And then she reminded herself what he'd said in the bar. Wasn't it something along the lines of him knowing Rebecca had been hurt? He hadn't been talking on his fancy new cell phone. There wasn't anyone else in the bar, and his brother was in the John puking his guts out. So how could he suddenly know the chick was in trouble? "Hey, you know what might be fun?" she said as she pulled the VW to the soft shoulder and skidded on the gravel to a stop, her voice firmly no nonsense. "If you tell me what the hell is going on here." In the back seat, the children stiffened. Ian offered them a reassuring smile and turned back to Della, his eyes wide. He could have admitted to it, right there and then, and offered to tell her everything at the hospital when they were alone. He didn't have to. Della heard the unspoken affirmation loud and clear. "I knew it." She struck the steering wheel with the palm of her hand, and Andrew winced. "I knew it! I knew it! I knew it!" She was shaking her head and softly muttering something in her native Creole, and whatever it was undeniably profane. "I'm sorry," she said to the children as she collected herself, a sincere penitence in her voice which softened her countenance. To Ian it intensified the serene smokiness of her gray-green eyes. They darkened when she cast them upon him. "Is something the matter, Miss Della?" Diane asked. "Oh, yes, ma'am," Della replied, staring unwaveringly at the man in her passenger seat. "There's a lot more going on here than a woman accidentally passing out in a garage full of fumes, isn't there?" "Yes," Ian returned, his thought unmistakably answering hers. "Did you forget something?" Andrew's sweet soprano voice broke the silence. "Like Crystal Riley did when she missed the bus today?" "Yes, sugar cheeks, sort of like that. For the kid's sake, I'll wait till we get to the hospital. But then I want the truth, mister. All of it." Diane asked Della if she was sure it was something she needed. "Yes," she stated, still not breaking her stare with Ian. "It is something I absolutely do need, baby." Ian self-consciously cleared his throat. "I'm sure to show up. When we get to the hospital." 9. Tensely seated in the waiting area of St. John's emergency room, Brian drummed his fingers nervously against the plastic chair. "No word yet," he informed them before they needed to ask, and stood up to embrace Diane and Andrew. He nuzzled his chin into their necks and told them both how much he loved them. "I tried to reach out to you," Ian broadcast to him in the hope their proximity might bridge the gap created by whatever it was that had disrupted their circuit. The message was met only by contaminated cyclical static. "It's going to be all right," Ian assured him vocally instead, resorting to communicating the way the rest of the world did. Brian shook his head. "It's been a half hour. I just want to know what's going on." "I'm sure you do," Della agreed. "I think we would all like to know what's really happening." Then with an air of regret offered, "Why don't I go see if I can get someone to talk to you, hun?" Andrew began to follow her, and Della very sweetly brushed him back to his father and uncle, who were whispering something she was sure had to do with her. "I need to tell you something," Ian quietly informed his brother, leaning in so the kids couldn't hear. "Della, she's like us." "Meaning?" "She shares our ability, Bri. Look, I tried to reach out to you on the way here but couldn't find you. Or you couldn't find me, I'm not sure which. But then I felt this faint, new ping. It felt like it was coming from her. And then it definitely was. And? And believe it or not, she has a master's degree in theology and mysticism. She also confided that she's a reader. Apparently it's what she did before she moved up here from Nolans." Ian liked how easily that rolled off his tongue now. "She's a good person. Something tells me we need to let her in on what's going on. Who knows, maybe she can help somehow. Lord knows, we could use a little help right about now." "Reader? You mean like a psychic reader?" "Let's just say she's more of an intuitive, yes." "From New Orleans?" A hesitant smile lifted the corner of Ian's mouth. "I wouldn't say it to her like that, but yes." "Seriously, Ian, what the fuck? You're seriously suggesting that a bartending psychic is supposed to help Rebecca right now?" "God damn it, Brian, why are you choosing to be so stupid and stubborn about this?" Ian pulled his brother closer, clutching his forearm. When Brian tried to yank away, Ian only tightened his grip. "I know we both repressed what happened when we were kids. For years. Just going on with our lives. But Matt Chauncey didn't get to do that, did he? Or Craig Dalton, or Woody, or any of them." He waited for his brother to respond, but none was proffered, Brian barely registering any emotion about the statement at all. Ian ensured the kids were out of earshot before he continued. "Then out of the blue, like 2 decades later, the psycho tries to kill me in a Manhattan hole-in-the-wall bar, and I have that vision. Yes, one of those visions. Remember? The kind I had the night I dreamt about Craig getting killed. The same fucking kind you had when you saw Woody and Jimmy and Big Dan die. And Matt Chauncey was there. For Christ's sake, he was there, Brian. By the roadside. The kid from the Little Woods. Then Mom and Dad are killed later that night. Exactly the way I saw them. And that fucking kid in his little blue suit was standing there, grinning as they hit that truck." Ian's voice had risen as the rest of the world had faded away, only the moments being recounted his current reality. He hadn't noticed the dozen other people in the waiting room staring in silent alarm, or social worker Luis coming over and consciously ushering Diane and Andrew aside, handing them each a cheap grape lollipop, the little round kind the wrapper sticks to and you end up with waxy paper bits in the crevices and invariably in your teeth. He centered himself, wringing the agitation from his trembling hands and focusing on his labored breathing, which had become superficial and rapid, like the edge of asphyxiation. 1 Mississippi. Breathe in. And 2 Mississippi. Breathe out. The memory of Dead Man's Swamp blindsided his senses. Without warning, he was back in the Little Woods, with his swollen and dislocated knee. On that day. A feeling like someone is holding him beneath the murky water as the weed tendrils and vines entangle and the quicksand envelops. The panic as he counts the seconds he is beneath the water. He refuted the memory, and it shattered like glass, the fragments falling to his subconscious recesses as he purposefully quieted both his mind and his voice. You remember it, Brian. All of it. I know you do. It all came flooding back to you in the kitchen this morning. Though Brian had lowered his eyes, he was assimilating every word, concentrating on his effort to keep it all together. Ian could feel the internal static interference between them gradually subsiding as their connection again began to strengthen. For the time being, he continued speaking to his brother audibly. Look, I'm with you. It's a huge flood of shit to reabsorb. Shit we pushed so far down we no longer acknowledged it even happened. But it did, Brian. We let that kid die in the woods that day. Then we both saw him in dreams, and the people in those dreams died. He paused to let the truth of the statement take root. I had that dream again last night, Brian, and now Rebecca's in the hospital. So tell me, exactly what is it that you just don't get? Brian looked up and made heavy eye contact. There's nothing I don't get. Reestablishing their nonverbal connection, his eyes glossed with tears. I had the dream last night, too. Guilty relief washed over Ian, reassured by the fact that he was no longer alone in whatever the hell was happening to them. The reprieve was mitigated by an anxiety-pitching trepidation. Brian's admission also meant that what was happening was, in fact, very real and not just a product of his own imagination. He steeled his nerves before replying in kind. Do we really want to roll those dice, then? Maybe, just maybe, Della can help us. It's got to be more than coincidence that for the first time in our lives we've come across someone who may actually get it. Brian puckered his mouth and reluctantly nodded. Everything okay over here? Della asked softly as she approached with an austere man in scrubs a small step behind her. Brian, Ian, this is Dr. Fieldhouse. The physician gave each of their hands a brusque shake and asked which was Rebecca's husband. Firmly grasping Brian's shoulder, he took a moment to ensure he'd secured the man's full attention. I'm going to say this as levelly as I can. Your wife has absorbed an untenable level of carbon monoxide. We've been providing her as much oxygen as we can, but we need to do more. Meaning? Brian asked, his voice barely above a whisper. It's not good right now. The doctor's affect was bare and dispassionate. I'll be frank with you. Given her condition, we're placing Rebecca on a chopper with the medical team right now. In just a few minutes, they'll be medevaced to Pittsburgh. The hospital there can utilize a hyperbaric chamber to introduce more oxygen into her bloodstream than we're capable of achieving here. Do you understand what I'm explaining to you, Mr. Cockerton? Are you talking about one of those chambers? Like they use for divers who get the bends? Exactly like one of those, yes. The blood's capacity to carry the oxygen to the cells has been impaired. It's called hypoxia and can result in serious neurological damage, impaired organ function or development, and even death. The hyperbaric chamber uses pressure at 2 to 3 times normal atmosphere to force more oxygen into the bloodstream. Achieving that quickly is critical right now. Pittsburgh's almost 2 hours away. The helicopter will get them there in 27 minutes. And then, it will take a few hours. I'm hoping it will achieve the results we expect. Rebecca will then rest under observation tonight. So the best thing you can do is take your kids home and get some rest yourselves. We'll see where we are this time tomorrow. 10. With Diane and Andrew's focus temporarily occupied by the attentive care of the social worker, the 3 adults stepped silently down the crimson-carpeted aisle of the hospital's modest chapel. Cool and dimly lit, the small sanctuary offered but a few short rows of seats. On a small dais near the front of them, votives in small yellow glass jars flickered within a brass framework. The distinct lack of any pattern to the 7 which were alight and the rest which sat dormant suggested the candles had been lit by family and friends praying for a loved one. As they approached, one votive which had burnt the longest popped and sizzled before extinguishing into a thin wisp of smoke. Della lowered herself to one knee. Making the sign of the cross, she closed her eyes and lovingly wafted the smoke in the direction of the crucifix above the altar as she whispered a private entreaty. Taking a seat in the front row, the brothers patiently waited as Della then recited the Lord's Prayer. At first, only a whisper of air passed from her lips, but the words gained strength as the prayer seemed to flow through her, the southern locution to the Latin litany resonating with a tender power. Et ne nos inducas in tentationem, sed libre nos a malo. Amen. Della crossed her chest in closing, allowing the energy to flow from her breast in a long, even exhalation. She seemed to consciously evaluate its progress as the air in her lungs emptied and became one with the air around them. It's cleansing, to deliberate over one's breath. But you already know that. I've witnessed you both practicing it in your own way. She offered a soothing smile. It's good for your chakra balance, as well as being emotionally and spiritually grounding. Medically invigorating for the body, too. So you're some kind of Brian hesitated. Doctor? You can go ahead and say it, she replied. I've been called a witch doctor before, hun. And things much, much worse, believe me. As if made manifest by the power of her spoken words, Della's unconscious mind conjured an unwelcome image of Jackson. Alone together in the bar after hours, strands of spit spun from the biker's lips as he screamed obscenities in her face and squared up to her. Now in the hospital chapel 2 full years later, her hand reflexively twitched as though it still secreted the paring knife behind her back. As tangibly as if the event were happening this moment, the fingers of her left hand tightened their grip around the memory of the knife's smooth wood handle as Jackson. Before the scene could unfold any further, she forcibly exorcised it from her mind, denying it the crippling power it once had over her. Mentally she commanded it, "Due alle." What does that mean? Brian asked without a moment's hesitation, hearing Della's words in his own mind as clearly as if the woman had spoken them outright. Due alle. What is that? He was expecting her to be astonished, or at least caught off guard by his ability to perceive her thoughts. Instead, Della only placidly smiled. Ah, so you have the gift to harness the vibrations too, I see. Gift? I wouldn't go that far, he tritely countered. So tell me, Miss Laveau, that jerk-off, he's some kind of boyfriend of yours? Della non-verbally projected both answers. It's Haitian Creole. It means begone. And yes, he was, once upon a time. His name was Jackson, Brian finished her thought. Yeah, I got that. While the unspoken exchange was fast and furious, Ian picked up much of it even though his was not the intended receptor. Okay, so now we've learned we can all do the parlor tricks here. How about we get down to what matters? Like, what the hell is happening? I'm all ears, Della assured him and retrieved a dog-eared Bible from the seat back in front of her, focusing her attention on Brian. We don't believe what happened to Rebecca was an accident, Brian stated with tangible reluctance. And Della mimicked his earlier response by replying, Yeah, I got that. After an awkward silence, she apologized. Listen, Brian, it's obvious you don't much rate me. Or maybe the thought of someone validating what you're experiencing just scares the living shit out of you. But 2 things. First, I already know you're experiencing something you can't explain, something dark and irrational. It probably feels immature to you because to you it feels like ghosts and goblins is kid stuff. Della's thumb unconsciously flicked back and forth across the silver-edged pages of the Bible in her hands. That's your head trying to attribute logic to the illogical. Yeah, because logic is a bad thing, right? Brian retorted with baseless and barely cloaked derision. Ian gestured for his brother to cool it. And the second? And secondly, whatever it is happening, whether I'm here or not. She softened her tone. Look, Sugars, I could just wish your sweet Rebecca the best and leave you both to it. Bounce right on out of here, you know. Remind you that I don't have a dog in this fight. Della lowered her eyes. But truth be told, I'm starting to become concerned that maybe I do. That maybe we all do. A low plaintive vibration began to pulse within her, and though her voice did not shake, Della unknowingly tightened her grip upon the Bible. The 2 of you have a gift. Diane, too. She's like you, that one. For a moment, Della seemed lost in thought. Not like me, though. It never came natural to me. Still doesn't. I have to work very hard at it, and even then it really only lands when the receptors have the gift, too. Like you. And your little girl. She's a very special one, that Diane. I feel she is destined for greatness. Yeah, she is. And so is Andrew. Brian assented and impatiently stood. And I'd really like to get back to both of them and home to sleep as quickly as possible. I may even try to head to Pittsburgh yet tonight. So if we could... That gift is like a little journey on the private back roads of the spiritual realm. Della cut him off without apology. "And I sense it's something you've both been able to do since you were children. Would I be correct in that?" Ian nodded. Brian offered no reply, verbal or otherwise. "The problem with acquiring such a powerful gift naturally, or perhaps we should say supernaturally," Della explained, "is not having to work at it, and thus the assumption that it's not very special at all. We grow up walking, talking, seeing, hearing, and we think nothing of it. But to someone born without the capacity to achieve any one of these given skill sets, the competence we take for granted is a miraculous feat they would give almost anything to be able to do." Beginning to experience the tendrils of creeping shame, Ian cast his eyes to the ground as the truth of Della's wisdom struck deep into his core. Because she was absolutely right, he and Brian had been bestowed with an incredible gift, and they had taken it entirely for granted. Worse, they had let it flounder over the years. Her words seemed to have the opposite effect on Brian. It did not go unnoticed by Della as she continued. "A gift like yours opens a connection to the spiritual realm. If not properly tended and honed, that portal has the very real potential to leave you vulnerable. Both positive and negative energies having access to it. If a negative entity gets its foot in the door, so to speak, it gains power by isolating you, instilling doubt, confusion, and even embarrassment. In this day and age, that is one of the greatest weapons. I mean, think about it. Who in the world wants to admit, 'Hey, I'm being harassed by an angry spirit'? Which is exactly what an entity of that kind wants. So you seek no help. Alone, your energy reduces to a low vibration. And just like that," she snapped her fingers, and it resounded like a snare drum rim shot through the sparsely furnished chapel, "you find yourself at your most vulnerable. It's really no different from the tactics of an abusive narcissist. Divide and conquer, gaslight, psychological, emotional, and spiritual manipulation to covertly sow the seeds of doubt until you question your own memory, your perceptions, and ultimately even your own judgment." Hold on. Exactly who's the narcissist in this equation? Forsaking his poker face altogether, Brian exhibited little interest in masking his growing level of frustration any further. Only Della noticed the candles upon the dais flicker, the flames bending to the point of extinguishing. The wax crackled before they recovered and hesitantly blazed brightly once again. "Are you a spiritual man, Brian?" Brian pondered the question and surprisingly clarified it without defensiveness. "Do I believe in God, you mean?" "And the universe," Della added. "Yes, hon, the highest power, the one from whom all things flow. The Holy Spirit, Father God, Mother Universe, the life force that connects us all." Brian scanned the chapel, absorbing the icons and trappings of rite and dogma which he knew comforted so many others. Consumed only by the thought of his wife alone on a stretcher, all alone and soon to be encapsulated in a coffin-like machine, they did not offer him the same solace. "I believe in evil. I haven't seen much evidence of anything else." He lifted his head and silently met Della's eyes, finally exposing the raw vulnerability of a man close to the edge. "I understand," is all she could say at first in return as the deep bass vibrations coiled through her like dark parasitic tendrils. Bile rose to the back of her throat. Always so difficult for the empath to absorb such intense negative emotion, Della needed a moment to ground herself. Only after picturing a clear, impenetrable dome of safety around them did she invite Brian to share what had caused him to so incontrovertibly abandon his faith, because that something was always a vile and unholy thing. "Tell me, Brian, about the evil." 11. Engirdled by the quilted satin lining, Rebecca opened her eyes with a sucking gasp of breath. She screamed as the hot, hissing air of the compartment constricted her chest, squeezing her ribs, rupturing the capillaries in her cheeks. The cry echoed loud but dull in her skull, muffled by ears partially deafened by the inexplicable pressure. God help me, where am I? What's happening to me? Her oxygen-starved mind twisted and leapt, the neurons firing wildly. Bright colors burst across her vision as copious oxygen forced its way into occipital and frontal lobes. Her hijacked amygdala synapsed erroneously, immediately issuing a reckless warning that she must surely be in a casket, or perhaps even a cremation chamber. Help me! Somebody help! Rebecca, we're going to need you to stay calm, okay? The muffled, disembodied voice instructed through a speaker near her head. We can't open the chamber yet. Becky's breaths accelerated. Just try and breathe normally, sweetheart, okay? The voice was female. Rebecca didn't recognize it. Who are you? Where am I? You've had an accident, Rebecca. We're doing everything we can for you, but you have to try to keep still and calm. That's really important right now. Rebecca's mind careened, firing wildly. After a moment, it landed on the faces of Diane and Andrew, and she started to remember. More of a dark and unsettling feeling than a specific memory. Instinct took root and hollowed out her stomach. Please, my children! A dark, cavernous place. A boy is giggling in hushed tones. Her mind flickered, the scene jerky and hazed. An odor like smoke and yeast. Then a memory of a bar. The bar, Dempsey's. She had been there with the boys, but driven home alone in the rain. Her clothes had reeked of smoke and beer, so she'd jumped in the shower again. The water had been warm and enticing. That she remembered clearly. As she lay here now in the pressurized capsule, her brain fed the sensation to her fingertips, telling them they could still feel the soothing water running over them. Twitching, a muted prickling grew in their tips, until the feeling of the warm, silky water turned from comforting pleasure to icy, slicing pain as the feeling in them returned, the nerves suddenly firing as the highly oxygenated blood coursed through them. But something had happened in the shower. Another tiny fragment of memory clicked into place. She recalled something about the shower being interrupted, something about a phone, the phone on her bedside table. It had started ringing. Oh God, the phone. That voice. I was in the garage. The image snapped into place, and the dead boy standing over her tore through her mind, shredding her rationale like shrapnel. Rebecca's body began to tense and shake, the muscles in her arms growing rigid as they stretched to her abdomen, her fingers splayed wide, bending nearly backward. He's dead! He's dead! He's dead! He's dead! He's dead! Rebecca's mouth gaped, her jaw stiffening and locking. Foaming spit bubbled between her lips as her eyes rolled back, the lids fluttering madly. Her back arched as if responding to an electric shock as her heart squeezed and strained. She's seizing, the faraway woman's voice in the speaker yelled to someone other than her. Code blue! Code blue! The last thing Rebecca remembered as the thin veneer of conscious thought succumbed to a gray, static void was what she had been thinking about and what she had been doing in that shower. The last thing she physically felt was the odd, new sensation now roiling deep within her abdomen. 12. Brian paced the carpeted aisle in an angst-ridden half-stupor as he told Della how their parents had died the week before, admitting that the crash had been foreseen by his brother in a dream. The same dream both of us had years ago. Always in the woods, and always haunted by some dark, monstrous thing I can't really explain. He added, somewhat hesitantly, that Ian's dream also included an odd little cartoon ranger, and a dead kid they once knew. But most importantly, he revealed that when they had this dream, bad things would happen to people around them. Serious neurological damage, impaired organ function. The doctor's warning reverberated inside Brian's mind. It was a very bad thing. Your dream, Ian. That vision? Della asked. It was catalyzed by some kind of trauma, yes? "A shooting," Ian answered, the tension spreading across his face. "A violent murder in my local bar." "And then one or both of you had the same kind of dream recently. Is that correct?" Della presented the obvious deduction. Brian nodded, confirming that they both had, last night. "And now here we are, and, God help her, Becca's fighting for her life, whatever kind of life that may be." He forced back the tears, shaking his head as he fended off an array of unimaginable images of his beautiful wife, mother of their 2 young and precious children, the rest of her years anguished by any number of possible life-altering disabilities, even if she did pull through this. "You're right, Della. It's like a curse, like something is gunning for us." Citing the details in this manner, let alone tying them all together, seemed the incredulous statement of a delusional psychotic. Because before that, he clarified, there was nothing. Just 18 years of normal life. Della considered the unintended power of that statement. Ian had to be in his late 20s. Brian in his 30s. So I mention only 18 years. "And when you were kids, what happened that wasn't normal?" As if invoked by her question, the energy in the room lowered another octave, the vibration devolving to something base and grotesque. It cycled through Della in grave, throaty tones. Fidgeting with his fingers, Brian clearly felt it too. The tips of them had begun to tingle, the way they do when you don't realize you've been sitting on them for too long, and he shook them out, stretching and blowing on them. It offered a welcome opportunity to govern his uneven, nervous breathing before answering her. And before, he hesitated as the recollection of his childhood friends, his best friends, strobed his nerves like lightning, their faces materializing as clearly as if the years since had never transpired. Before that, every one of our childhood friends were killed or never heard from again, after having that same goddamn dream. He didn't allow Della time to process the admission. If there were any chance at all that she could help Rebecca, she needed to know everything, and she needed to know it right now. He had no reason to believe she actually could help them. But maybe, just maybe, there was the slimmest chance that Ian was right, and she could. So for the first time in his adult life, Brian spoke the truth about what happened that day in the woods. The memory playing instantly and vividly across his mind. The images, sounds, and scents were as palpable as they had been that day, describing in grim, unrelenting detail what the boys had done to Matt Chauncey. His words painted the images he saw in his mind, how the gang had isolated and punched and taunted their friend, the weakest of the boys. How when they were done, they simply hanged him by his neck from a tree as Matt kicked and flailed for his life. How they had burned him alive, caked in mud and blood as they dance around the bonfire. The boys cheer as Stu touches the flame to the boy's pants, setting him ablaze as casually as if lighting a candle. Matt's cleaving screams cry out behind the vociferous whistling of the flute, as the smell of the flames and ferrous tang of blood become one malodorous scent, instantly and indelibly etched upon this moment. Engulfed in the moment and with no capacity to moderate the vision, the scene assaulted Brian's senses as it unleashed a visual broadcast of such intense, repugnant ferocity that Ian doubled over and clutched his sides. Tears rolled freely down Della's face. Drenched in perspiration, Brian's fists clenched in despair as the guilt poured from his body. Wavering on his feet, he visibly weakened as the last bastion of denial finally succumbed to the cold, hard reality that, more than Matt Chauncey's life, all they had ever known of innocence had also been stolen that day. Consumed by something vile and malignant, the boys had no capacity to understand. In the abhorrent place they had once, with such consuming affection, called the Little Woods. A thin rivulet of urine began to run down his left leg. The stream trickled over his shoe and soaked into the crimson carpet, where it formed a dark, blood-like halo at Brian's feet.
"You unnatural harpy!"
he bellowed startlingly at Della, his voice lost beneath a cacophony of overlapping layers like the maddened, caterwauling yips of a hyena cackle. Whipping a violent gust through the chapel, the words shook the room like a freight train. Solely targeting Della, the burst of air lifted her from her feet and flung the woman against the wrought iron railing as effortlessly as if shoved by unseen hands. She slumped over the dais, a stunned and confused rag doll, as the votives in the candelabra sprayed the air in slicing yellow shards.
"You asked, priestess, if I am a spiritual man. The answer is yes. I believe the God we chose that day is here."
Brian's eyes rolled into the back of his head as he fell limply to the floor, the echoes of his bellowing decree fading away like summertime peals of thunder, as the chapel fell to darkness. 18. 1977. After waiting long enough to ensure their parents would be sound asleep, Brian stepped lightly down the hallway to his brother's room. Carefully turning the faux brass door knob to avoid its telltale squeak, he slid quietly inside. Backlit by a deep orange light that bathed the room in eerie incandescence, Ian's electric clock boldly announced it was 11:33 in big white numbers on black plastic tiles. He closed the door with little more than a gentle clack, and delicately tiptoed across the room. From out of nowhere, a figure on the bed bolted swiftly upright, aggressively waving something above its head in both hands. "Shit!" Brian's exclamation was louder than he wanted as he stumbled backward, banging against the plaster wall and nearly knocking the orange-glowing clock off the bookshelf. He held his breath as he listened for any sign of their parents stirring. A small groan, a mattress spring adjusting to a minor shift in weight. Then silence. Brian released his breath and rubbed his scraped elbow. Minute plaster crumbs dusted to the floor, revealing a small red abrasion. "Jesus, Ian," he whispered. "I didn't think you were awake." The orange-glowing silhouette of his younger brother shifted in the bed with a mixed sense of relief and raging adrenaline as it lowered its arms. "What the hell, Brian? You scared the shit out of me." "You? What about me?" Brian exhaled in diminishing fits before perching on the edge of the bed beside Ian. He folded a leg beneath him. "What the hell is this for?" He plucked the hammer from Ian's still clutching hands. Up close it appeared as ridiculously innocuous as it was. Ian returned a timid look, just shy of embarrassment. "Look, I'm sorry," Brian offered somberly. "I know what this is for." He absently fingered the hammer's cold metal nib. "Do you really think a tiny tack hammer like this is going to stop Matt? He's already dead, dude." Ian stared blankly at the thin summer quilt until the electric clock broke the deafening silence as it whirred and clicked by another minute. 11:34. "He's killed the others." Brian feigned a stoic lack of apprehension. "You know we're next. Stu said there would be 7. So he's coming back, Ian. For you, or for me, maybe for both of us, unless we go to the little woods." Ian withdrew against the headboard, vigorously shaking his head in disagreement while saying nothing. "Yes, Ian. He's coming. Tonight. For one of us if we don't go. You understand that?" He stood and tugged Ian up with him. "I'll tell you everything on the way, but seriously, come on, we gotta get going." 2. The cool night air kissed their cheeks as they stepped quietly out of the house. It was a crisp, motionless chill, all the more intense after the day's earlier mix of heat and steamy rain. Beyond the new moon, which had abandoned the sky, a blanket of fresh stars twinkled, their faraway fires shining bright in the calm and cloudless night. Occasionally, a slight tepid current would buffer across their skin, and the movement of the warm air was a pleasing contrast to the damp, airless chill. Just beyond reach of the dim lamplight of the street, house after house skulked like the huddled shapes of so many dormant creatures. It presented a surreal reality to the walk they'd taken so many times before, as the shapes glided silently by with each reluctant step. For the first half of the journey neither spoke, walking only in cold, contemplative silence. Brian was first to break it as they crested the hill to the bottom of the neighborhood and the Raker's house came into view. "It only really came to me when Mom got that call from her this morning," he stated with an air of both explanation and regret. "From Mrs. Raker, you know. I had an idea for a while before that, but it was just an idea. That's why I was going to the Beech Nut. Without you, I needed to see for myself what was happening." Ian did not reply, staring only at the blacktop as he walked. "Look," Brian continued, "I didn't want you involved in this shit any more than you already were." Their sneakers patting the stiff tar on the blacktop was the only sound for several long, drawn minutes until he spoke again. "The Beech Nut seemed okay at first, you know. But then, I don't know, it just changed. I wish I could explain it. It was like this black mesh was over everything. I could see the world through it, but it was all covered in this shimmering, dark, see-through kind of haze. And there was this constant, low vibration." Ian finished the sentence for him. "I know. Like that awful feeling we get when we've been arguing. That gross rumbling in your stomach that throbs in and out. I felt it too." "You too?" Ian nodded. Brian coughed and cleared his throat, the sound of it rolling in a muffled echo across the night's quiet dampness. "I think some of the others did too. Jimmy a little bit. But Woody, I think he did a lot. He never said so, but I could tell." He shuddered as one image in particular from the Beech Nut ran through his head, still trying to make some kind of sense of it. "Nobody talked about Matt. I mean, like, not a single word, acting like it never even happened. Then yesterday Stu starts it up. He starts laughing about how the kid was hanging there, his legs all kicking in the air." Brian stopped and turned to his brother, extending his arm straight out and pointedly angling his hand down toward the street. "He's doing this as he said it." He wagged his two fingers back and forth in the air. "And he was fucking laughing, Ian. Laughing about what they did." He swallowed hard, choking off the words. "Then he drags me to one side and keeps saying this shit about it being part of some grand revelation. It's a revelation, and we're the chosen ones. I don't know, he just keeps saying that dumb shit. Over and fucking over. Like he's a crazy-ass fuck." After a moment, he added, "More than he usually is, I mean." Ian stiffened. "Then what are we doing out here, Brian? In the middle of the night? I just want to go home. Come on, I say we tell Mom and Dad. We'll just tell them. Everything. They'll help, I know they will. They'll make it—" "Listen." Brian grabbed his brother's forearm. "You need to hear this. He said everything is for this thing he called Zazol, I don't know, something fucked up like that. And that we have been chosen. That when they killed Matt in the woods, they made the kid, are you ready for this? The first sacrificial scapegoat. What the fuck is that even supposed to mean?" "I don't know." Ian yanked his arm from his brother's grip and turned to start walking back. "I'm scared, Brian. Really scared. I'm not doing this anymore. I'm going home." Brian watched him turn and disappear into the shadows beyond the pale, yellow glow of the street lamps spaced at even intervals down the street. When all but a dim outline of his figure had ebbed into darkness, he realized his younger brother wasn't coming back. "He told me there needed to be 7. He shouted at the shadows through cupped hands. "He said 7. Ian, 6 of our friends have died. 6, Ian!" Ian stopped in his tracks. His back still to his brother, he counted silently on shaking fingers, running through the list in his head. Matt. Then Craig, Jimmy, Woody, and Big Dan, all last night. And Jack, who was missing. Even from this distance, Brian could hear the first sniffle as Ian turned around, fighting to hold back his tears. Encompassed by shadows, Only his wet eyes were visible as they reflected the yellow light of the street lamp Brian stood beneath. His steps were uncertain and hesitant as he edged slowly back to his brother, swiping his hand across his nose and eyes. "How do you know any of this? How do you know he means it, Bri? We don't know for sure how they died. You said you saw them in your dream, but we don't know that's how it really happened. We don't even know for sure that Jack's even dead. He just isn't home." Brian shook his head. "Uh-uh. I mean, yeah, sort of, but—" He cleared his throat. Now was no time for either one of them to be chicken shit. If they were going to do this, it had to be together. "Look, I get it that you're scared. Me too, Ian. But I know they're all dead. And I know how it happened. To all of them." He ignored the fresh electric shiver pulsing between his shoulder blades, then tracing down his spine. "I know, because Stu showed me. Just before you and Craig got to the beech nut yesterday, he showed me how this Zazal thing was going to do it. He showed me how he was going to kill Jimmy." 3. Stu leapt expertly from limb to limb in the bright afternoon sun of the day prior. Then he vaulted from an impossible height in the giant beech and landed, superhero tripod style, just inches from Brian. Shielding his eyes, Brian spat and sputtered as twigs and leaves puffed into the air as the ground shook. "You still don't believe?" Stu cackled in a voice resembling nothing of his own. "Disbelievers are my favorite. Oh, how I shall enjoy this!" Nose to nose with Brian, he tilted his head first one way, then the other, a junkyard dog purveying a new and compelling interloper. "We belong to him now," reflected in the dirty and scratched lenses of his black plastic spectacles. A flame seemed to be burning in front of Stu's dark, empty eyes. "We will honor him with 7 innocents to satiate the primeval hunger." His breath was hot and foul, a putrid smell like blood and iron and decaying trash that reminded Brian of moldy cardboard. Brian turned aside, gagging. He retched twice before catching his breath. "Satiate? Prime what? Sounds like somebody ate an assload of shit today and crapped out a dictionary." He slammed both hands as hard as he could into Stu's chest. "Fuck off, man!" But the boy did not budge. Brian might have had more luck trying to shove aside a 10-ton boulder. Immovable and grinning, Stu clutched Brian's face with broken nails that dug into his cheeks, yanking him so close that their lips all but touched. Blowing rancid air into Brian's nose and mouth, he reveled in each retching gasp as Brian tried fruitlessly to pull away. "I will show you the next of the 7. The fiery glow in Stu's glasses erupted like gas over a flame, coming alive and showering them in crystalline white sparks that burned like sulfur as it fell in a shower upon their skin. Brian again shielded his eyes, and when he opened them, he was no longer on the ground in the middle of the afternoon, but perched precariously high in the beech tree in the deepest dark of night. Far below, the forest floor shimmered iridescent and dreamlike. He blinked hard several times to clear his vision, but the image did not change. Clinging tightly to one branch with one hand, he waved the other in front of him, and the beech nut billowed and wavered as if a movie scene projected onto a screen of smoke. Mesmerized, he gawped in dreamlike awe and disbelief. Then Woody was bounding deftly up the trunk with fingers impossibly tipped by thick bear-like claws. Easily navigating the labyrinth of intertwining branches with inhuman speed, he ducked agilely over, under, and between the crisscrossing limbs. It took only seconds before he was springing up and onto the branch where Brian exerted every effort just to keep from falling. Taking one deliberately methodical step after another, Woody slinked menacingly toward him. "Stop it!" Brian thrust his hands defensively in front of him as Woody stalked closer, and the scene wrinkled and flowed around them as if he had plunged them into a wall of water. Undeterred, Woody prowled nearer. Then, like a ghost, he passed right through him. Coalescing on the other side, Woody's form skulked unawares along the limb as its thinning girth began creaking and splintering, bowing dangerously toward the ground far below. In a tight ball at its end, Jimmy Raker huddled in paralyzed terror. "Please," is all Jimmy whispered as Woody wrapped a thick, clawed hand around his throat and lifted him high into the air, then slung him from the tree like a rag doll. Crisp lightning teared across the sky and strobed the woods in pulsing flashes. It revealed Jimmy's two-story plunge as if some kind of Hollywood slow-motion sequence out of sync with the sound. In the first frame, Jimmy was only a few feet below them. His limbs were outstretched, his back toward the ground, eyes staring wide in disbelief, his mouth agape in a silent scream. Then he was gone as the lightning sizzled away and the moonless night entombed him. Only the cracking branches and crisp staccato snaps acknowledged that he was still there, and still plummeting. Another fork of electricity revealed Jimmy clutching futilely at empty air as he broke through another thick web of branches. The light fizzled and was gone. In the dark, Jimmy plunged through open air at least another 20 feet before he slammed against the ground. The force of the impact sent a tremor up the trunk of the beech, shaking and shuddering its branches in a wave. Brian clung on for dear life high above as the sound of Jimmy's body hitting the forest floor came several frames later. When another electric arc lit up the beechnut, a sapling spike through Jimmy's back became visible, poking out of his shirt just to the left of the boy's spine. This was followed by a solid popping sound as a funnel of steam blew from the hole in his back, hissing into the cool, dank air. Pinned to the floor this way, shaking and convulsing, Jimmy Raker's limbs fluttered and slapped against the hard-packed dirt as the long line of his spine pressed like a snake against the inside of his shirt. His eyes rolled into their sockets, the lids palpitating violently as his head lifted and fell in shudders. Another flash of lightning sizzled across the sky and blanched the black veil of night in brilliant light. Jimmy's back arched in one final, unnatural tremor, accompanied by a searing scream which sliced across the peals of booming thunder. Clapping his hands over his ears, Brian squeezed his eyes closed against the white glare. When he mustered the courage to open them, he was back on the ground, in the blazing afternoon sun. 5 more blasphemies will follow, Stu said to him in an assured whisper just before Craig Dalton walked boldly into the center of the beechnut, while Ian vigilantly crouched in the periphery of weeds and thick brush. "Woohoo! Hey, look!" Jack Raker shouted as he hung from a branch by one hand, still laughing. "It's Scrotebag's friend!" 4. "That's when you and Craig showed up," Brian said, slipping in and out of the glow of the streetlights as they headed toward the field's bottom of the neighborhood. The dull sound of their soles slapping the blacktop echoed from one side of the road to the other as it bounced from house to house. Even though it really happened, I still didn't want to believe it. He kicked a lone stone from the sidewalk and watched it scuffling down the road and disappear into the shadows. Know what I mean? Like, maybe I was hallucinating or something? But then Mrs. Raker calls this morning to tell Mom that Jimmy hasn't come home from the beechnut last night, and Old Man Dalton's gone and snuffed his own kid with a pillow while we were at the drive-ins. Craig was my friend, Ian stuttered, unable to finish the sentence. Brian pressed a fist softly into his shoulder. I know, buddy, he said as they walked on in silence. 5. The second half of the trek brought an odd sense of calm to Ian. Despite what he'd witnessed them do to Matt, beyond the fact that Craig had been killed by his own father, regardless of Brian's retelling of the prophecy forced upon him at the beechnut, none of it seemed very real, and Ian's mind simply began to rationalize it all away. There was no such thing as the boogeyman, after all. That was just a story kids told other kids to freak them out at sleepovers. For all he knew, this was some elaborate plan by his older brother to try and scare the crap out of him. Perhaps some secret indoctrination to their game of war the younger kids weren't privy to. He'd probably walk into the woods tonight, and all the gang would jump out with a big boo, and then they'd all have a good laugh at how gullible he'd been the past couple weeks. Hell yeah, he thought to himself, careful to not allow the notion to project to his brother, thus giving away his advantage. That's exactly what's probably going to happen. They stopped for a short breather when they rounded the corner at the bottom of the hill. There, the sprawling cornfields spread out before them, marking the end of the neighborhood proper. This time, in the hushed and motionless night, their green and yellow stalks did not sway in unison, to and fro, as they always did. Instead, they leaned at an angle, each side of the field seeming to point down the long, barren dirt trail to the twin ponds and the in-between place they called the wild place. Beyond this, lying in wait beneath the deepest of raven shadows, lie the little woods. Brian pressed a button on the side of his digital watch and the face illuminated. 11:51. His stomach tightened. He swallowed hard before tugging at the sleeve of his brother's hooded sweatshirt. Come on, he prompted. We gotta keep going. It's time. As if autonomous, Ian's feet stepped into the muddy path where the blacktop ended and the twin parallel ruts began. Despite the blinding blackness of the night, they masterfully followed the track mapped out in his mind where countless knobby tractor tires had run over the same ground to the same inevitable destination. All the while, the unassailable logic reassuring him that he was simply being set up for a great big, if incredibly grand and twisted, initiation joke, diminished with every measured step. At first, the clinging fear beginning to coil into him was small and unassuming, a nagging anxiety that maybe, just maybe, his logic was wrong. But by the time they were at the twin ponds, the terror had grown until his chest had grown tight, his stomach tender and hollow. No moon reflected its silver glow in the pond's glassy waters tonight. No ripples creased their surface. All was still and noiseless. Even the modest warm breeze of just moments ago was gone, leaving only cold, humid air. Stagnant, Brian projected in thought to his brother. Ian inhaled thinly in a series of small, erratic bursts he was not aware of, and the sound amplified the desolation of the noiseless nightscape. No crickets chirruped in the tall grasses. No wings fluttered quietly overhead. No leaves rustled in the trees. All was mute. Not stagnant, Ian broadcast back to Brian. Dead. And a crisp new fear seemed to swirl tangibly through the cooling night air, settling upon Ian's soul like a winged pest which speared his thoughts with fresh, raw uncertainty, but certain dread. His mind and his heartbeat began to race as he veered from the tractor path, following his brother through a blanket of mist which had layered between the twin ponds and the woods like a mass of webbing. On the other side of it, a dark wall of trees would mark the entrance to the little woods. There, Brian stopped and waited silently for him to catch up. The grating of Ian's sneakers against the dirt and gravel at the end of the path resounded through the dark as he came to an abrupt stop. Listen, Brian said as he crossed his arms over his chest, shielding himself from the damp and cold. Maybe you're right, Ian. I don't know what we're doing here. I really don't. Maybe we should just forget it all and go home. Then he turned, starting back along the path towards the ponds. I don't know what I'm talking about. Maybe I'm just fucking crazy. And maybe you're not, Ian returned sharply without hesitation, the certainty of the reply surprising himself as much as his brother. We both know why we're here. We know, for Christ's sakes. You're right. We have to do this, Brian. Both boys froze as something within the pine started swiftly from one side to the other, the sound of leaves whisking under its feet. Brian turned slowly. Did you hear the... Yeah, Ian answered through a hushed exhalation of air before his brother had finished the question. What do you reckon it was? I don't know. I couldn't see it. I'm not sure. Brian shuffled quickly back, taking a protective stance alongside his brother. Come on, then. Let's keep going." Moving off the main trail and along the smaller track that passed beneath the huge conifers, the pair entered the forest. Inside was darker than either had expected. Their eyes had grown accustomed to the minimal light in the fields adjacent, but in reality they'd been able to see a great deal more with their dark-adapted eyes than they realized. Here was a different matter altogether. Little, if any, shape was discernible from any other, and the once familiar surroundings of the little woods were now foreign to them. Walking slowly alongside one another with arms outstretched, they grasped at the black emptiness as they cautiously moved through the trees and brush. When a whisper of cool air wafted past, brushing Ian's face, the length of his back broke out in shivering pimples from his shoulder blades down his spine. One by one in quick succession, the hairs lifted from their follicles like marching ants, a relic of mammal survival instinct to grow larger and more menacing in instances of fear. "Brian?" Brian answered. "Yeah?" from somewhere unseen beside him, and Ian's face, could it have been seen, dropped to a worried frown. "Did you feel that?" "Feel what?" "I don't know. A breeze or something." Brian shook his head in the dark to no effect. When Ian did not respond, he qualified aloud. "No, but maybe I should go first." "No, I'm okay. Just checking." Ian pressed forward by degrees, concealing the fear within him and waiting for any hint of visibility to come. It did not. Finding there was no discernible difference, he simply closed his eyes as he moved between the trees. Beside him, only the sound of his brother's feet softly matching his own pace reassured him that he was not alone. Together in this way they followed nothing more than muscle memory and the sound of each other's steps as they began their descent deep, deep into the bowels of the little woods. 6. Like a pistol shot, a cawing raven broke the silence of the woods and fluttered madly into the night sky from its perch high in the treetops. Ian recoiled, dropping nearly to his knees before recognizing the sound. Bracing himself against the nearest tree, he watched the sound through the inky darkness, visualizing the position of the bird. Although the ravens were all around the woods, they gathered mostly in one particular area of dense, tall trees not far from the clearing of the Father Oak. Their screeching cries had frightened him when he'd played here as a younger child. How peculiar that they should terrify him even more so now. "Did you hear that?" "Jesus, of course," Brian whisper-shouted, the answer quiet but terse. He allowed his heartbeat to settle before adding what he, too, recognized. "It's not far now." Ian said nothing in return as his feet padded through the heavy underbrush. His thoughts were elsewhere, the walk in the darkness only a necessity to get to where his mind already was. He thought about what his brother had told him about Jimmy Raker. And Woody. His mind raced over the images as surely as if he'd seen them himself. It asked what he was possibly doing here, why he wasn't home in bed trying to sleep. This whole episode, from that day in the woods till now, it's all just a terrible, unreal dream after all, isn't it? You can just go. Leave Brian here. It's only his word that any of this is more than a lingering nightmare. Right? Let him fight his own demons. It isn't your battle. And for one weak moment, Ian almost turned and ran, leaving his brother alone in the woods. But then the other voice came. Oh, if only that were true, something deeper than logic said. And he knew that this second voice was right. In fact, it was probably the only thing he would be sure of in his entire life. Until one day when a crazy anonymous man would pack a pistol and walk into a random midtown bar, any bar would do, and blow away some geezer just because. Then Ian would be this sure again. He was here because what the hell was going to happen when this thing that Stu called Zazal, or whatever the hell Brian said he'd called it, decided it was their turn? If it was true, what Brian said, then 6 had been taken by it and a 7th was next. That meant it was Stu, or one of them. If not tonight, then tomorrow. If not tomorrow, then the next, because they had let Matt die. Perhaps somewhere deep down they had even wished it to happen. So how was he ever again going to sleep again? Because sleep is always there, waiting. And with sleep comes darkness. In darkness, vulnerability. "Wait!" The whisper burst from Brian's lips in a short, staccato hush which echoed through the trees and startled Ian back to reality. Blindly reaching for him, Brian pulled him to a stop and repeated the command. "Wait!" The air had grown thick and rotten around them, as if solidifying with a new stench that spoiled the natural odor of the moss and wood and leaves. It was a moldy, decaying odor, like old cardboard left out in the rain and then stumbled upon in its half-rotted state. It filled every pore, and Ian retched dryly more than once. "Try to ignore it," Brian instructed, but was having difficulty himself, choking on the words. "It's the smell of it, Ian. Of Zazzle. It smelled like this in the beech nut." "What the hell do you mean? Jesus, Brian, I don't like this." "Listen to me." Brian faced where he knew his brother should be. It felt strange talking at a wall of darkness, like standing in a windowless room at night and speaking to yourself in a mirror. He would have laughed had he not been so damned frightened. "Don't you go backing out on me now. Only a minute ago it was me saying that I wasn't sure about this, but you told me I was right, that we had to go on. Has that suddenly changed, Ian? Am I crazy after all? Is this all just fucking crazy?" The increasing aggression in Brian's voice belied the steadfast, reliable fearlessness which had brought them both this far. It was a vulnerable sound, new and bizarre to Ian as it wrapped around his own fear out of the void of the forest. Squeezing his chest with anxiety, he could not muster a reply. "Something bad is happening, Ian. Something really bad. I mean something evil, and you know it." Speaking faster and faster, Brian's fear grew more evident with every word. "Shit, you saw it that day, even more than me. You were there the whole time they beat up Matt. You saw with your own eyes what they did. Does that make sense to you? Does that sound like the guys that were our friends? We're not crazy. This isn't just in our dreams. And no, I'm not trying to set you up for a sick joke. Yeah, that's right, I heard your thoughts earlier, even though you tried to block them. But this shit is real. Something is preying on us, Ian. All of us." There was no more hiding that he was scared. It was obvious that Ian could sense his amygdala hijacking as much as Brian himself could sense that the thick, mushrooming stench in the air had nothing to do with disintegrating cardboard. It was the smell of something foul and reprehensible, something ungodly and far beyond his ability to comprehend or defend against. But defend himself is exactly what he planned to do. If that meant showing his fear card, then so be it. He'd rather be scared and fight on than act cool, but set his fate as just another victim. By his way of thinking, speaking that into the world would make it as real as if it had already happened to him. Which it might, anyway. But he wasn't going to make it that easy for the fucking thing. "I don't know what we're going to find in a minute," he finally allowed himself to say between dry heaves, the taste of the foul air clinging to his palate. "But you'd better believe it isn't going to be nice. We have to be ready for The stinging pain was swift and sudden. It speared through his head like a hot iron needle, entering his left ear and shooting through his head to the right. He slapped a hand to the side of his face and felt the beetle-like creature there, hanging from his lobe. Its hard insect feet had clawed into the soft skin for purchase as something long and sharp had twisted inside his ear. Without seeing it, he knew the creature would be big and black, and hideous. It screeched when his fingers wrapped around it, yanking it from its feeding place. The wings buzzed wildly with a flurry of motion and clawing legs as Brian threw it to the floor, stamping his feet hard in the place he imagined it would have fallen. Something firm made a sick, cracking noise beneath his right sneaker, followed by the slippery sensation of oozing stuff. "Christ, are you okay?" In the sightless void, Ian could only hear the scuffle, Brian! He gagged as the breath between words filled his mouth and nose with decaying air. I'm all right. I'm okay, I think. Brian pressed his finger to his ear where a sharp pain burned like a hot poker. He wasn't sure if it was the remnant of the original pain or if something, possibly a mouth part or something, stuck in there. I've just been attacked by a flying parasite or some shit. Something then swarmed by Ian. No! He shouted as he jumped aside, swatting the air frantically around his head and slapping chaotically at his own face. Somewhere in this dramatic onslaught, the minute insect crumpled lifelessly to the ground. Thank God. Only a mosquito. But the instant relief was tainted with seeping guilt. For in that one singular instance of panic, his instinct for self-preservation had been so greatly paramount to anything else that Ian would have happily had the thing, whatever it might have been, leave him and go for his brother instead. It was a dark, creeping feeling that left him empty inside. Ian said nothing of it, pressing his eyes closed as a single tear began to swell. The intense flash of light that came next was blinding white, even beneath his eyelids. It filled his vision with pulsating, disorienting spots of brilliance. What? He instinctively pressed his face into the crook of his arm, while thrusting the other defensively in front of him as a monochromatic kaleidoscope burnt across his vision. Beside him, Brian furiously rubbed his eyes amid high-pitched bleats from the stinging pain. Able to open them only in brief spurts before squeezing them shut again in agony, a negative retina image branded the alternating blindness. Summoning the strength to force them open one more time, stinging tears poured down his face. Shielding his eyes and squinting as if through a fast-moving current, something unfathomable loomed ahead, something he was sure must not be real. But Ian was sure that it was. The blinding spots fading, his eyes adjusted to the wood's new phosphorescent glow and the sight of the lone figure standing before them, stock still. Draped in a deeply cowled cloak, it was bathed in the black-lit aurora of a dark but fiery haze as the woods erupted into flame around them. At the figure's feet, lifeless and prone, lay Matt Chauncey's corpse. Hands and head burnt and blistered, neck twisted unnaturally to one side, the skin had begun to molder and slough away with an air-thickening stench. The body was still dressed in its neat little blue burial suit. Only now, the previously immaculate jacket was torn and ragged, the tidy trousers filthy with thick clods of mud and grass. In a delayed reaction, the air vacuumed from Ian's lungs. Wheezing in thin, jarring paroxysms, he grappled for breath as Brian gawked on, paralyzed in terror. Neither were aware of the figure emerging from the searing orange broom of trees behind them. Stepping stealthily through the mud and ashen soot, Mr. Chauncey, pickaxe in hand, made his way across the clearing where only 2 weeks earlier his only son had pleaded and cried as he died, dangling in the flames by a cord. 1995. Struggling to one knee, the Bible in Della's hand shook uncontrollably as she cowered before the dais, repeatedly making the sign of the cross over her chest, the gesture frantic and clumsy. She flung her arms open wide, her voice pitched wildly as she wailed to the Christ figure hanging above her. Nobiscum Deus, defendant nos bestia. Ian understood enough etymology to translate her cry. Deus, God. Defendat nos, protect us. From the beast, he said aloud, his voice weak and barely audible in the cyclone of wind as his stomach tightened and he clenched the seat back in front of him for support. His knuckles stretched white as childhood terror overwhelmed him, the beast bear of his dreams bearing down upon him once more and consuming his senses. As it did, any hope of disassociating this nightmare vision from reality, or their violent past from the threats of the present, siphoned away as quickly and categorically as his failing equilibrium. Fighting to retain this faltering consciousness, A black pall of hopelessness roiled within his abdomen like a viper. The violent gale fell to immediate silence. Ceasing as quickly as it had come, it evaporated the moment Brian collapsed to the floor. Forlornly shaking, he now sat there atop a small, darkening patch in the carpet. In the abruptly renewed quiet, his low, weeping moans reverberated thinly off the sparsely adorned chapel walls. Della grasped the dais wrought iron banister as she labored uncertainly to her feet. Frantically thumbing through the book in her trembling hands, the ultra-sheer paper flapped and tore as she pored over the pages to finally settle upon a section near the back. She slapped the volume closed around a finger inserted to mark the page. Then Delacroix-Laveau closed her eyes tightly and prayed. Wrangling his brother's dead weight into the nearest seat, Ian found himself issuing a flurry of trite reassurances to his brother that even he himself didn't believe. Eventually, when Brian's despondent groans fell to a soundless lament, Ian collapsed into an adjacent seat and rhetorically asked aloud, to whatever overseer it was that governed this life of theirs, just what the hell was happening to them. I don't... He fumbled over the words, his mouth dry and tasting of copper, barely able to comprehend what was taking place. In a hospital chapel, while, alone, Rebecca was fighting for her life in Pittsburgh, and a woman whom hours earlier he had barely known was now reaching into his deepest vulnerabilities. I don't understand. That was like Brian was possessed. Della brushed aside broken shards of yellow glass from the dais and pulled a wooden stick from the metal box beside the candelabra. Careful not to betray the shaking of her hands, she struck the match to life and kissed it upon the wick of the single votive which had remained intact. The flame immediately danced within the yellow jar, unmasking shadow in every corner of the chapel and cleansing it in warm, reassuring light. Not possessed. Not in the way you are thinking. Della spoke pensively to the altar, replying out loud to Ian's conclusion, though she did not directly address him. More a messenger, delivering us a warning. His eyes cast down, Ian showed no sign of hearing her as he grappled to process what had just taken place. It is in the dark that we most freely see the light, Della softly heralded, returning her attention to the brothers. There's a comforting strength in the wisdom of that truth, that we will always see the light in darkness, but never darkness in the light. As if accentuating the tenet, the lit candle popped and brightened as the flame ran down the wick. It settled into a smooth, even burn atop the ivory wax as Della settled into a seat next to the brothers. For several minutes Delacroix-Laveau said nothing more. Calming her own fractured energy, she meditated over the reason why every path and every choice across a lifetime of options had conspired to deliver her to this precise place, at this exact moment in time. The onerous answer she divined from God and the universe was direct and resoundingly clear. All the hardships and seemingly pointless struggle, the loneliness and isolation of a life on the periphery of accepted beliefs, an adamant refusal to deny the unorthodox, complex, and oft-challenged spiritual erudition she had risen to. All of these things, and many more, had been immovably ordaining her for this singular, divine purpose. She was brought here to deliver a message of her own. Brian wiped the tears from his face as he rustled in his seat, the shame and embarrassment palpable as it vibrated from him in short, fractured waves. Taking several deep, stuttering breaths, he cleared his throat. I'm so sorry, he timidly offered Della. Please, I don't know where that came from. Ian reached over and held his forearm, squeezing it reassuringly. Della lowered her gaze, smiling in an uncomfortable but exonerating manner. 2. As the three slowly composed themselves, the vibrational energy of the chapel rose in equal, parallel steps. Della took one more deep and cleansing breath as she finished her meditative prayer, in which she now willfully accepted the spiritual assignment she had unknowingly been honed by the universe most of her life. Settling her eyes first upon one brother, then the other, she offered each her genuine compassion wrapped within a warm, Arcadian energy. "I am here for a reason," she projected, the affirmation serene but resounding in unassailable authority. It wrapped around them as a blanket would swaddle a frightened, shivering infant. "You connecting with me at this precise time is no coincidence. It is our ordained destiny. What happened to your parents, to Rebecca, is not some kind of spiritual revenge. The boy in your dreams has not met, and he is not punishing you for something you have or have not done." The telepathy exhausting her energy, Della cleared her throat and continued by speaking audibly. "A powerful demonic force has attached itself to you." The statement was direct and unapologetic in tone. "A tangible presence of untethered evil, resuming the affront it began that fateful day in the woods so many years ago, when you were just children." To regulate her own anxious breathing, Della focused on the play of light and tranquil, flickering shadows cast by the candle. As the cold fear within her gradually dissipated, a warming faith flowed into the void it left, restoring her with a calm, pastoral strength. "And this warning that just came through me?" Brian's tone betrayed the confusion and rising fear simmering beneath his thinly cracking veneer of composed normalcy. "I'm sorry, but you'll have to excuse me for not having the capacity right now to follow where you're going. I need something tangible from you to grab onto right now, Della." "Your brother asked me if what just happened to you was a type of possession. The answer to that, Brian, is no." She took his left hand and gingerly cupped it between hers, feeling the life energy transmitting warmly between them. Watching closely but furtively, she gently laid his palm upon the open page of the Bible in her lap. "And also, yes." In contrast to the intense heat coming off Della's hands, the paper felt cold to the touch, and Brian flinched as the sensation emitted a sharp icy pain in his palm. Covertly observing this exchange, Ian anxiously pressed her for clarification. "What do you mean, also yes?" "There is a priest today, in Italy, by the name of Raphael," she explained, careful that her subconscious vibration impart a calm efficacy. "One of the Vatican's most revered clerics, Father Raphael, is perhaps best known as the chief exorcist of Rome." Brian pulled his hand sharply from Della's tender grip. And Raphael is published in several journals recounting his 40-plus years of administering exorcism rites on behalf of the Vatican. In them, he has identified what are now accepted as the defined stages of demonic possession. She turned her attention solely to Brian. "Only in the final stage do we see the signs we've come to popularly associate with it. The first are comprised of all sorts of odd things you might otherwise dismiss if occurring in isolation. Apparitions, bad odors, disturbing nightmares, anxiety, an onslaught of problems both at work and at home, even physical attacks. These initial stages can take place very quickly, or can occur over a matter of decades. Each case is different, but in every case, little by little, the attack increases until the victim becomes violent to others, or possibly even to himself." Becoming visibly agitated, Brian shuffled uncomfortably in his seat. Crossing and uncrossing his arms, he noticeably avoided eye contact with Della as she continued. "Once broken by this incessant pursuit, the demon commandeers the victim's actions or behavior, even imparting traits like inhuman strength, speaking or chanting in unknown languages and, though it can never fully negate it, temporarily overpower the victim's free will. We are not at that stage here. But I do believe that Brian, or perhaps both of you, are somewhere in the initial phases of possession." Vehemently shaking his head, Brian abruptly rose from his chair. "All right, I've heard enough. Jesus, Ian, what fucked up nonsense are you trying to pull here, bringing this crackpot bullshit into this situation? At a time like this? Like it's not hard enough right now?" He squared up to Della, his body language intense and aggressive. "So you're claiming that what just happened here was the result of an evil entity?" Brian clarified with little interest to hide his skepticism. "It couldn't possibly be the result of an unendurable amount of stress or emotional turmoil." "It feeds on trauma, Brian. Just as it induces it, yes, creating a perpetual cycle of negativity amid chaos." "And what happened to Rebecca today? My folks, the weird shit in Ian's visions. You think all of this is proof of it? So, to make sure I'm hearing you right, you think we're being pursued by a demonic force?" "Yes." Della spoke the declaration without equivocation. "A demon," Brian repeated disingenuously. Though Della's chest was tightening and her pulse drummed the left side of her neck in quick and shallow bursts, her eye contact with Brian remained firm and unwavering. "Yes, pursuing both of you, just as it did all those years ago. Children are highly receptive vessels. This also makes them more susceptible. I believe the intensity but immaturity of the vibration of you boys all together that day made y'all open to a spiritual attack which, for the others, for whatever reason, escalated through the initial stages almost instantly. Directly to the final stage," Ian drew the natural conclusion. "Directly to the final." Della slowly nodded, softening her tone as she spoke to both men. "Make no mistake, sugars. There was something else with you boys in the woods that day. Something ancient and powerful and unbelievably bold." 3. "Seriously, I've heard enough," Brian flatly refuted as he stood up, pressing Ian and Della both out of the way. He headed unapologetically for the door as a wave of negative energy rose in a deeply based telepathic tide. "Brian!" Ian shouted after him, but his brother only waved him off without stopping or looking back. He wrenched the door open with an angry tug, and the stark, blue-white fluorescent hospital lighting flooded into the chapel, washing it in sterile reality. "It called itself something," Della challenged as Brian stepped through the door. "That terrible thing in the woods. What did it call itself?" In a manner undetectable to most but obvious to his brother, Brian hesitated just barely mid-stride. "It didn't call itself anything," he answered blandly over his shoulder as the self-closer slowly drew the door shut behind him. "That's not true." Tension rose in Ian's gut as his brother's brazen lie chafed his memory. If Brian felt the mental repudiation, he showed no sign of receiving it and continued into the hallway. "Azazel," Della shouted as the door had nearly closed. "It called itself Azazel, didn't it, Brian?" This time the shape of the man, barely visible in the bright but diminishing wedge, stopped in its tracks. The door shut with a click, consuming the last sliver of light. Lowering her voice in the dark, Della repeated the declaration to the back of the door. "The demon in the woods. It called itself Azazel, Brian. I know it's true." Motionless in the austerely lit corridor, Brian's heart beat relentlessly. As crisply as if occurring just moments ago, the words he spoke 18 years earlier overwhelmed him. "Stu said everything is for this thing he called Zazol, I don't know, something fucked up like that." And his veins ran cold. Brian flung the chapel door open, his silhouette framed in a bright rectangle of sterile blue-white light. The shape of him fell to its knees and tortured sobs filled the air. Della ran to him. "Sugar. No, sir. No one's giving up here." She waggled an index finger dramatically, almost comically, in the air while fiercely shaking her head. "Not on my watch." Though she was speaking in little more than a whisper, her words emblazoned the chapel in sound. On the dais, the burning votive brightened and blazed tall and bright. "I can help you and your Rebecca through this. We will help you through this." She placed her palm beneath his chin and tenderly raised his eyes to the cross over her shoulder. "But I need to know." Staring at her through wet eyes, Brian managed to shakily utter after 3 attempts to speak. You need to know?" Della locked her gaze upon him, drawing him into her. "I need to know what happened, Brian," she coaxed. "That last night, when you and Ian went back to the woods." Weak and confused, Brian shook his head in agitation, muttering. He feebly swatted her hand away from his face. "I don't remember." "Brian," Della compassionately spoke as she lowered herself to one knee in front of the older brother rather than tower over him. "You do. You will always remember that night, because you are the witness." In Brian's eyes, something more than the glimmering reflection of the votive flickered. Then it was gone, as quickly as it had come. "Tell me, Brian," Della said again, "what you did to Stu." 20. 1977. Clenching his hand so hard that his nails dug into his palms, Ian's chest squeezed the final breaths of air from his lungs. His heartbeat came in pounding cycles in the side of his neck as his vision warped through a fisheye lens. 1 Mississippi. 2 Mississippi. Motionless over Matt's decomposing corpse, the cloaked figure was silhouetted before the blaze as Ian's shallow, choking gulps failed to siphon new air into his burning lungs. 5 Mississippi. All around the father oak, crackling flames snapped and hissed as they devoured the outer ring of trees, ravenously licking up their trunks and blazing the branches to life. Bark ignited and green pulp withered as the agonizing heat boiled away the moisture from inside the living wood. Expanding through the smallest network of narrow cracks, steam squealed in shrill and jarring chords as it escaped to the surface, filling the air with discordant shrieks. Shrieks like whistling. The whistling of Matt's flute, Ian thought as the heat playing over his face grew the skin taut over his cheeks. His scalp tingling in hot prickles. His body suddenly too heavy for his legs. 17 Mississippi. Ian slumped to the ground on his side. Face to face with Matt's rotting corpse, his dead friend's vacuous eyes stared emptily back at him as the broiling orange and red haze of the little woods became his deep gray void. Brian screamed, but it was an internal wail. His lungs would not issue the breath needed for the sound to come out. Frozen on the spot, eyes wide, his mouth stretched in a mute howl, skin cold and clammy despite the blistering heat, pins and needles perforated down the length of his spine. His feet were like anchors beneath concrete pylons for legs as the fear took control of him. "Do you believe?" The words echoed inside Brian's mind in the same fashion his brothers always could. But these were not Ian's. Reverberating more powerfully through him than any he had felt before, they were a dark and noxious vibration that tightened his stomach. He began to gag as the 3 simple words corkscrewed into him like deep, black tendrils. The hooded figure slowly extended its arm. For a moment, a boy's hand began to protrude from the deep cuff. The fingers tipped by the jagged, uneven nails Stu incessantly chewed. Within the shadows of the cowl that covered its head, Brian spied a glimmer of Stu's features. Where his friend's black-rimmed glasses would be, a faintest spark of light flickered, a light like a match flame reflecting the fire's glowing embers back at him. It flashed bright for an instant, exposing Stu's face in deepest orange and red, and then, as the spark itself, Stu's face was gone. All that stared back at Brian was a cold and endless void. Brian's breath rested from his chest.
7 shall be offered for 7 blasphemies."
The finger of the figure's hand uncurled, twisting as it extended. It was no longer Stu's. Wet with a gelatinous membrane that issued a fetid, moldering odor, the mucus sluiced down its scaly length to congeal at the tip embellished by a thick beast-like claw. It pointed at Ian. "No!" Brian wanted to shout, but his mouth again stretched wide with no sound emitting from it. In his ears, his heartbeat thumped like a rubber mallet on a girder. It accelerated when Matt Chauncey's corpse, prone at the feet of the cowled figure, stirred. At first it was a minute shudder in its bare and blackened feet. One toe twitched, the charred tip of a clean white bone scraping back and forth in the dirt. Then another. Matt's right foot, flaking and peeling to the taut, dry tendons, spasmed in a wave that rippled up his tattered blue pant leg. Extended and bent unnaturally over his head, his broken left hand jerked back and forth in rapid, uncontrolled tremors that drummed the ash and leaves which flitted into the air and wafted down over his face. Then Matt Chauncey's corpse pressed itself up and wavered awkwardly on its knees, and began clawing gracelessly through the dirt and ash, toward Ian. The soundless scream in Brian's chest elicited a hiss that seared his parched throat as his larynx strained to expel it. His pulse a snare drum in double four allegro, every frozen muscle cramped in pain. When his stifled cry broke free, it detonated in a visible, percussive wave that visibly bent the burning branches and swayed the trees around the clearing, a bellows fueling their flames. Fiery fingers flared high into the raven-black sky. "Me! Take me! Take me! Take me!" Wrapping around the command like a swarm of stinging fireflies, crimson embers burned and popped from the intensifying flames. They cycloned around the clearing to bite Brian's cheeks and singe his scalp. Choking and coughing, he dropped to his knees and covered his head, the heaving breaths tearing at his burning lungs as the blaze amplified and began closing in. At the near edge of the clearing, the scrub oaks and brush closest to the father oak broiled in the scorching heat, their bark darkening and starting to split. Sizzling black rain descended in a streaming hot curtain to veil the woods in smoldering soot and glowing ash. Fumbling blindly across the ground, Brian made a human arch over his brother's unconscious body, inverting his T-shirt over his shoulders to cover both of their heads. Poker-hot cinders showered down upon his exposed back, a dozen third-degree pinpricks branding his tender adolescent skin. Brian flinched and grimaced from the needling pain, suppressing his cries of pain to thin, stifled whimpers. He held the pose until the burning downfall dwindled. When it did, standing where the cloaked figure had been, Stu Klatz pulled back the hood of his sweatshirt. Next to him, Matt Chauncey, appearing very much alive, stood with his hands upon his hips and a grin across his face. His cheeks were smooth and flawless, hair neatly combed. The blue suit he wore was clean and tidy, its anchor buttons glimmering bright yellow and orange in the incandescent light as the burning trees around them flickered and hissed. Only the coldness in Matt Chauncey's eyes betrayed that something not quite right resided there. Tilting his head first one way, then the other, the resurrected boy silently purveyed the brothers in childlike curiosity as Brian lurched unsteadily to his feet while Ian lay motionless on the ground. "Very good," Stu lauded of Brian's achievement as the trees around the father oak settled into a strong, steady burn, encircling the boys with a rapidly constricting perimeter of crackling flame. "The witness is discovering his power. How adorable!" As fear escalated to defensive rage, Brian straddled his feet protectively to either side of Ian's torpid body, instinctively drawing into a tight fighter stance. His brain shifted to hyper-alertness as his excessively dilated eyes scanned the burning clearing, darting back and forth to unmask every shadow, now ineffectual in their overexposure. His extremities palpitated as his thudding heart cascaded surplus oxygen into every muscle. His breathing coming fast,
He raised both trembling fists. He swallowed hard. "You aren't taking him! I'll die before I let you!" Matt Chauncey humorlessly giggled. It was a perverse, grating sound that, in a way, resembled the boy's nervous little laugh. But also it didn't. Something about it smacked of filth and darkness. In his eyes, no joy shone. "Yes, you will die." The boy's unspoken words tightened the muscles of Brian's stomach as the malignant vibrations burrowed into him like 4 squirming parasites. "And we will take your brother." "Woe to the inhabitants of the earth!" Stu bellowed and stretched his arms wide, lifting his head in exultation. "For the primeval dragon is come down unto you, having great wrath." The declaration boomed across the woods in the longing yowls of 1,000 pained jackals. Resounding in undulating echoes through the canopy of the trees, it strengthened as it rose beyond. As if chasing after it, the flames of the burning treetops coiled around its invisible wick as they licked high into the night sky. Brian's chest hollowed as the broiling heat reddened his cheeks. At his feet, his brother's face was draining to a colorless hue. Beneath his breast, Ian's straining heart announced that it was dying. It visibly buffeted his ribs as it desperately labored for oxygen, the thickening blood coursing through it growing dark and impotent. Brian heard it, felt it, as surely as if his own. The frantic rhythm was building louder and slower, the pause between beats extending. Stu lowered his gaze and settled his eyes upon him. Like Matt's, they were cold and lifeless behind the black plastic glasses which magnified their size to unnerving proportion. Despite the inferno raging around them, they cast no reflection, absorbing the light within a deep, dark void. "2 witnesses will prophesy before the God of Earth," Stu issued in mephitic, venomous vibrations that twisted into Brian's soul. "Fire shall proceedeth out of their mouth, but when their testimony is done, the beast shall rise to overpower and take them." Jostling excitedly in place, Matt Chauncey giggled and pointed at the boy on the ground who had been his best friend, as Ian now clutched at his last feeble threads of life. Flawlessly matching the cadence of Ian's failing heart, which slowed between each agonizing pump, Chauncey mimicked its sound with unbridled exuberance. "Thump-thump, thump-thump, thump-thump." "Do you believe?" Stu screamed, and the image of Brian's friend warped and rippled, betraying the veneer. His features blurred, intensely sharpened, then dissolved into the abyss of the cowl the sweatshirt had become. "Summon your God, witness, that he may descend and save your brother." "My God is not at my command," Brian refuted with such unexpected and sacrosanct conviction that the repudiation astonished even him. The power of the vibration discharged a visible shockwave across the little woods, igniting the highest branches of the father oak and blowing them into bright blue flame. "There is no God!" The figure roared, and the earth trembled and shifted beneath their feet as if it were about to crumble. "Only he whom Azazel serves." From a deep, drooping cuff it slowly extended one hand, turning its scaled, oozing, cadaverous palm upward. Curling a single claw-tipped finger, it beckoned Ian's perishing body. "One to become the sacrificial scapegoat, the other his greatest disciple. Rise and be counted amongst the 7. And with a choking gasp that filled his lungs, Ian stood. Matt Chauncey clapped and whooped in boyish celebration, jumping up and down. He danced in a circle, flapping his arms. Then he pounced. Wrapped around Ian's torso, Matt's beaming smile spread into a cavernous hole wielding 100 tiny, razor-sharp incisors. Emitting an ear-penetrating cry, the wail of countless discordant flutes, he cocked his head back and struck. The thick wood handle of his father's pickaxe shattered Matt's jaw before his bandsaw teeth punctured and tore apart Ian's skull. Squealing as he dropped to the ground, Matt writhed in the smoking black ash as Mr. Chauncey raised the pick above his head once more, No, Papa! No, it's me! Matt pleaded incredulous, whimpering vibrations as his father straddled over him.
You're not my son, Old Man Chauncey flatly denounced as he dispassionately sunk the flat, wide chisel end of the pickaxe into Matt's skull. You're an abomination.
Brian recoiled as the man extricated the tool from the cleave in the boy's head with a stomach-churning thwack, and Matt instantly blistered and blackened, his body contorting, neck twisting. One eye swelled and popped as the corpse deteriorated and shrunk into a fetal position, the blue suit sullying and fraying as it ballooned and rippled with maggots. Then Matt Chauncey was a lifeless shell in the dirt and ash. Bewildered and numb, Ian stumbled backward. His veins running icy cold, he futilely attempted to process what he had woken to as Matt's father pushed him even further away, then swung the pickaxe in a low sweeping arc. The dull, rusty pick end embedded into the cowled figure's side. Shrieking in disharmonic layered yowls, it wavered in and out of opacity, a vacillating mirage between the demonic entity one moment, Stu Klatz the next. When it buckled to the ground, the clawed hands and cowled robe shed away to the very real sight of Brian's bespectacled friend clutching his side in disbelief as his gray sweatshirt spread to bright red blood. Stu screamed as Mr. Chauncey yanked and pulled on the pickaxe, dislodging it from the boy's ribcage. It made a hollow, splintering sound like green wood splitting as he wrenched it free. If not for Stu's tortured cry, the noise might have melded into the chaotic snapping of the father oak as high above them, blazing limbs popped like gunshot reports. Flowing in hypnotic, smoothly rippling fingers, the fire summoned by Brian's decree descended down the ancient tree's massive trunk. Smoldering leaf clusters and incinerating branches began to rain down upon them like napalm. Choking in the heat and smoke, Old Man Chauncey dragged Stu to the base of the tree, ignoring the loosening of the boy's arm from its shoulder socket as he jerked and wrested him across the clearing. The color in Stu's face draining, Chauncey disappeared behind the father oak and re-emerged with an aged and fraying triple-braided rope. He tossed one end to Brian, which had already been fashioned into a crude lasso, then heaved the bulk of the coiled bundle over a branch just above his reach. The cumbrous spool skated over the limb, partially unraveling as it thumped to the ground in a shower of sparks and hot ash. "Around his neck," Chauncey directed Brian as he gathered up his end. "I knew bringing him here would draw it out." By him, Chauncey was clearly referring to Matt. Or more accurately, Brian thought, his putrid, rotting corpse. Mere hours after Matt Chauncey had been laid to rest in the tidily groomed new extension of St. Benedict's Cemetery, adjacent to the elementary school playground, his father had labored through the night. Exhuming his son's body immediately after dusk that day had afforded the opportunity to excavate and refill the still loosely packed soil while raising little suspicion. The plot and its blanket of lush, green squares of turf were so fresh, after all. Who would possibly notice, or even dare to make such an unthinkable allegation? By it, Brian understood the man to mean the demonic thing that was at once both Stu and not Stu. The fucking thing Klatz had called Zazzle, or something like that, when he showed him how it was going to have Woody violently dispose of Jim Raker in the beechnut. The thing which was now gone, if it had ever really been here at all, while his friend lay here dying, propped against the base of the father oak which was now a towering inferno. Clusters of air bubbles hissed from Stu's torn lung, frothing the thick dark blood flowing freely from his side. He sputtered, and mucus so deeply red it was almost black spun from his mouth. Brian, he wheezed. "Please, help me." Brian stared at his own reflection in Stu's cracked glasses. A pair of fractured silhouettes stared back at him against a brilliantly dirty amber haze as the flames at the clearing's perimeter edged nearer. The looped end of the rope dangling from his hands like a lasso, they were stereophonic cowboy cutouts pasted onto a miasmic diorama. Stu reached for him, his fingers gray and trembling. Hesitating, Brian reached back. Old Man Chauncey pushed him away, snatching the rope out of his hands. "That thing is not your friend," he said as he swatted away Stu's reaching arm and bent down to examine him. He grabbed Stu's chain and yanked it this way and that, eyeing him with no more empathy than a farmer inspecting a veal calf at auction. Stu's upper lip lifted in a snarl, and Chauncey squeezed the boy's mouth until his teeth sliced into his gums. "It's an aberration in the shell of what used to be your friend. Here, look." He pulled off Stu's broken glasses and tossed them aside. Brian did not come closer. "I said look." Chauncey's large, calloused fist latched onto Brian's shirt and dragged him near, forcing him to lower until his nose and Stu's were nearly touching. Staring back at him were two torpid pits. With a cachinnating laugh, Stu spat. Brian recoiled, swiping the burning phlegm from his cheeks. "I don't know what this thing is," Chauncey admitted as the hope drained from Brian's face. "But it's not your friend, kid. At least, not anymore." He again handed Brian the rope. "Around its neck." Stu flailed and twisted, but was too weak to stop him as Brian positioned the coarse, fraying loop over his head. A swamp of crimson soot now beneath him. Stu's skin had become colorless and sallow. With the father oak now ablaze all the way down its trunk and the flames licking hot just a dozen or so feet off the ground, Stu's skin seemed to wriggle and writhe in the intense play of light and shadow the flames cast. Stepping a handful of feet away, Mr. Chauncey wrapped the other end of the rope around his own waist and tied it off, jerking it twice to ensure it was fast. He began pacing backwards. With each deliberate step, the slack in the rope diminished until it had become a taut, braided line, 45 degrees to the branch above them. Snugly curving over the limb, it ran arrow-straight down the other side where it constricted the loop around Stu's neck. Jerking his chin involuntarily upward, his eyes and Brian's locked. A noxious, pestilent wave rippled between them. One witness the scapegoat, the other his greatest disciple. And Brian took a step back, placing himself defensively in front of his brother, as Chauncey also took another step backward, and the noose around Stu's neck clenched tight, gouging his skin now entirely gray and colorless. 2 more steps and Stu was pulled limply to his feet, an absurd marionette. Testing the rope's efficacy, the man leaned back and Stu's head tugged satisfyingly upward, his heels coming off the ground and precariously balancing on his toes, starting to sway. "You boys don't have to see this," Matt's father stated with little affect, but Brian stood transfixed. Behind him, Ian was motionless and numb. "Okay, your choice." Old Man Chauncey lowered himself down into a tight spring, then leapt up and back. For a moment, the rope lost tension and the much lighter boy in the noose began to slough to the ground. Then Chauncey was falling, spread eagle backward, a trussed fall with no one to catch him, and Stu's body jerked violently off the ground. The gash in Stu's side stretched wide as he lifted, exposing a mass of mangled tissue. Clutching the strangling collar around his throat in vain, burning branches loosened and fell from above as he kicked and thrashed mid-air inside a shower of broiling embers. On his back, Mr. Chauncey wrapped the rope around his wrist and forearm and pulled the line as tight as he could. It wasn't long before Stu's desperate flailing reduced to weak, twitching spasms. It was just before they stopped altogether that the horrid bestial scream came. Massive, bear-like talons clawing him from the inside out. Stu's torso bulged and split as the beast within escaped the dying boy, howling as it inverted Stu's carcass. Rising to merge into the fiery twilight as it elicited an ear-piercing symphony of shrieks like wailing flutes, the beast became nothing but shadow, as it melded with the darkness that already prospered there. As if sharing a terrible dream, Brian and Ian watched in a stupor as Stu Klatz's shredded body dropped from the noose and doubled over. Folding in upon itself, it sloughed to the ground. The steam still rising from its organs, it lay in a pile beside Matt Chauncey's black and shriveled corpse. Brian grabbed his brother's arm and ran. They heard, but did not see, Mr. Chauncey's pickaxe striking the ground. As the little woods gave way to incinerating flame, thud upon thud echoed through the crackling trees, as their friend's father hewed a shallow hole, wide enough for two. 21. 1995. "We killed him! Jesus, help me, we killed him!" Brian cried out as Ian stood dazed in front of the single flickering votive on the dais, his face pale and beginning to glisten with perspiration. Della lowered her head and signed the cross above Brian's forehead, praying over him in Latin. Dimitte nobis debita nostra, secutas nos dimitimus, debitoribus nostris. The vibration was warm and compelling and flowed through him like a balm caressing his psyche. Forgive our sins as we forgive those who sin against us. Brian extended his arms and Della took each hand, helping him to his feet and wrapping him in a deep, sheltering embrace like none he had received in a very, very long time. Enshrouded by Della's quiet strength, he was back in the kitchen, the morning Mrs. Raker called. Lurching into the room, he throws his arms around his father's waist, burying his face into his chest and not letting go. And the swelling tide of 18 years of sadness, shame, denial, and guilt finally broke free. It crashed from his being like a rogue wave, vibrating in shimmering energy across the chapel as he finally surrendered his ego to a universe of authority far greater than his own, or even his own understanding. "That wasn't your friend, Sugar," Della affirmed, unclasping her arms from around his waist and stepping back that he could share in the unshakable faith behind her eyes. "That figure may have looked like Stu, but your friend was no longer in that body. Do you understand? It takes the shape of whatever it wants, whatever will cause the greatest pain or shock value. It's a bit of a drama queen that way." If the comment was meant to elicit a smile, it did. Brian chuckled. It was an awkward but honest sound, and perforated the silence as the chapel glimmered in positive, radiant light. Standing at the dais with his back to them, Ian kept the transformation at arm's length. As much as he would have loved to convince himself that his own faith was the same as his brother's newfound trust, he just couldn't. The way he saw it, if God was real, if God was love, and if he mattered at all in God's eyes, then he would reveal a reason for all of this. Della was supposed to be that messenger. Letting an educated, if somewhat unorthodox perspective in on their secret was intended to illuminate how he could finally sever this fucking curse, or at least the belief in it, and rid himself of whatever malicious thing was still clawing into his life. For all he'd known, she would wave around some burning sage, recite a voodoo chant, maybe even cut the head off a chicken or some shit, and it would all be over. Nothing but a bad dream. At the very least, he expected her insight and objectivity would bolster his faith. It didn't. If anything, it was getting worse now that she was involved. Ian raised his head to the crucifix above the altar, hoping beyond hope for a cosmic sign, a spiritual epiphany of his own that would help him make sense of all of this, any of this, and in turn help him through it, one way or another. The Christ hung in mute response. "Why? Come on, just don't hang there. Tell me why." Try as he might, Ian could not understand why 1 minute a group of rowdy but innocent boys, excited for the summer which had finally come, were a pack of rabid jackals the next, howling with delight as they beat and tortured and murdered their own friend. Why not one, but two, of his closest friends had to die, while he personally watched the first and remotely witnessed the second as surely as if he had been in Craig's bedroom? Why some mind-numbing thing had torn their friend apart right in front of them while a grown man, an adult they had trusted, lynched the bully in black plastic spectacles? Why, out of any of 1,000 bars in the borough, Anonymous had come into his Manhattan bar? Why then he saw his parents die in a horrific car crash before it even happened, replaying their death over and over in his mind until it consumed him in obsessive, sickening detail? why Rebecca, whom he was finally getting the chance to know, was found lying in a dark garage overcome by inordinate amounts of organ-suffocating carbon monoxide. He demanded an answer, and he demanded one right now. The world's purest icon of love again returned only deafening silence, wrapped around Ian's own rebounding disappointment. Although far from a devout Christian, Ian's belief had always been real and solid enough, especially given the changing tide of popularity and spiritual beliefs these days, or at least he thought it had been. Staring now at the forlorn Christ hanging in mortal abandon upon a cross of heavy timber, he realized he could no longer fathom how one would freely submit one's life in the most torturous ordeal of anguish and pain imaginable, or unimaginable, in order to protect an unseen deity that would allow you to go through such torture in the first place. Hell, he wasn't sure he could put himself through that to protect anyone, for that matter. In his mind, a mosquito buzzed and hummed. It swarms around his face as he is back in the little woods for the last time on that blind, moonless night, and he swats and slaps the air around him, wishing it would leave him and go for his brother instead. Then he remembered a different feeling, the sensation as he lay dying, his breaths faltering and his heart beating more fiercely, but slower and more erratic as he lay prone on the ashen ground. And then came the unwavering sense of protection that enveloped him, refusing to allow him to give up. Brian flinches and grimaces from the needling pain, suppressing his cries to thin, stifled whimpers as poker-hot cinders shower down upon his exposed back, a dozen third-degree pinpricks branding his tender adolescent skin. He holds the pose, sheltering his semi-conscious brother until the burning downfall dwindles. And Ian flushed with shame. He felt himself shudder as he stood beneath the crucifix, the tips of his trembling fingers pressing so hard into the polished wood of the dais railing that they were nearly translucent. In his mind, the sound of Mr. Chauncey's pickaxe was again cleaving the soil beneath the father oak. It echoed now as audibly and real as it had that night. The poignant clang rings through the air while they run, the rusty metal of the pick glancing off stone and rock and roots. Except the pickaxe had somehow become a massive iron mallet, its broad head peeling in metallic, ear-splitting chimes as it slams against a nail as thick as his thumb. And it is not Mr. Chauncey wielding the tool, but himself. Ian raises the hammer high above his shoulder. The other soldiers hold the man down, laughing and jeering as they pin his shivering forearm against the timber, and Ian pounds the crude iron nail through the man's wrist. Blood spritzes Ian's face, the bitter ferrous tang upon his lips as the nail he strikes penetrates the man's skin and bores through muscle and tendon. Another strike, and it embeds into the wood beneath as the man on the cross cries out in unimaginable agony. One final hit, and the bones snap as the nail-head burrows beneath the skin. Ian looks at the prophet he is crucifying, and the one they call Christ is now the cartoon ranger. Holding his ground between the boys and the beast, the ranger's face is frozen in both terror and disillusionment. The ranger makes no sound as the beast bear scoops him up, without breaking stride, and carries him high into the treetops where his screams echo into the raven-black sky as thunder roils over the hills. "Ian!" Della cried as he bent over and heaved, a trace of bile dripping onto the railing and sliding slowly down. It sizzled as it struck the cold stone tile before the altar. "Ian! Shh, hun, it's okay," she said over and over as she stroked his hair. "It's okay. It's gonna be okay." 2. Della held his face, wiping away the spit and silent, streaming tears. "It's what it does. That wasn't you, sugar. It's the deceiver. Spiritual and emotional manipulation, remember? It's the only way it fights. Dirty." She cast her eyes to the Christ on the cross. It radiated in a poignant, soothing luster. "Evil does not accept the inherent balance of spirit, light and dark, yin and yang. Only utter and absolute domination, extinguishing the light wherever it shines. If we let it achieve that, it's the only way it can possibly ever win." She clutched the Bible to her breast, cherishing the halcyon strength emanating from it. "Della," Brian said, following several minutes of silence accentuated only by the popping candle and the votive framework. "We need you. I don't know what to do." After a considered pause, Della answered him with a candid but requisite honesty she wished she didn't have to. "I don't truly know that I do either, hun. I wish I could say I did." "But you've come across this before." She shook her head emphatically. "No, sugar. I've done house clearings. You know, dispelling your run-of-the-mill accumulated bad juju. And yes, more than once I've participated in ceremonial prayers over a living soul that's been afflicted." "Exorcisms," said Ian tentatively, the smallest glimmer of hope igniting behind the exhaustion in his eyes. "Catholics might call them that, yes. We consider it more of a prayerful rebalancing of the loa, the invisibles or mysterios residing in us." "Loa?" "The in-betweens," Della explained. "Spiritual entities occupying the realm between us and God. Not explicitly good or bad, light or dark. These beings express a mix of dispositions just as we do. Think of them and their realm as a bridge of sorts to the Supreme Creator. The rituals I'm referring to are a way of aligning these into balance." Brian, too, looked hopeful. "So we can do that here. Exorcise this negative loa." Della raised her hand, apologetically cutting him short. "The loa are intermediaries, Brian. We're dealing with something far more powerful here. I believe the darkness that's working you is expressly evil, an unholy angel, the influence of an explicitly demonic force." "Azazel." Ian worked up the courage to interject, his voice weak and still shaking. "You knew that was the name Stu used for it before we ever said a thing about what happened that night in the woods. How could you possibly know that?" Della caressed the Bible's smooth cover with her palm, the tactile sensation assuaging the raw trepidation twisting inside her. "Because what's happening to you was written by the holy prophets 2,000 years ago, hun. Look, what I'm about to share with you, you won't find in any currently accepted scripture or religion. The Apocrypha. Are you familiar with them?" Ian shook his head no. Brian was heedfully silent. "From the Greek meaning hidden or secret. The Apocrypha were a set of sacred writings considered too esoteric for any but the divinely worthy. Fragments were discovered in what you will have heard called the Dead Sea Scrolls. Over the centuries, many of the Apocrypha writings were widely removed from most texts of Western religion, save a few very notable exceptions, and the term apocryphal has come to be derogatory." "Because?" Brian asked, his nerve endings again starting to fire as a new, uneasy feeling crept into him. "Perhaps they threatened the establishment," Della conjectured. "Or it better suited the limited understanding of those in power to relegate the Apocrypha to the category of mythological, fictional. Maybe it was just easier to flat-out denounce them." Ian's frustration started to show. If refuted centuries ago, how did the Apocrypha have any bearing at all on their current situation? Why would she even bring them up? "How does that help us, then? With this thing that is somehow still digging its claws into our fucking lives?" "Look, Sugars, religious theory will never be tangible like science. There is no absolute. But if there's one thing I've learned, it's that the truth usually can be found at the point of intersection between commonly held belief, personal testimony, and myth. The prophecies written in one apocryphal text in particular, the Book of Enoch the prophet, great-grandfather of Noah, lies at that exact intersection." "Wait, I've heard of something about the Book of Enoch," Brian said. "Isn't that the mythical tale of oversexed boogeymen trying to corrupt the earth by having people turn on one another?" "An oversimplification, perhaps, but not very far off," Della agreed. "And certainly not mythical. The names of those demons were the Grigori, or Watchers, guardians initially sent by God to watch over humanity. They were counted amongst the most beautiful and highly favored of heaven's angels. But succumbing to envy over the prominence God bestowed upon his mortal children, the Watchers turned to lust, and took human wives that they may seed children of their own, perversions of offspring called Nephilim, born upon darkness. And so God denied his grace to the Watchers, because they refused to bow down before his single most beloved creation, mankind. And while there were several leaders of the legion of demon Grigori, the most eminent is
Azazel, Ian said as the black tendrils of fear from 18 years earlier speared his side and sucked the breath from his lungs.
Yes. When early Jews made their sacrifices to God, it was commonplace to also make an offering to Azazel, not as a token of worship, but as a way to rescind their own impurities. After all, Enoch himself had declared to his people that the whole earth has been corrupted through the works that were taught by Azazel. To him ascribe all sin. Thus, with the sacrificial goat, their sins were returned to their origin, or so they believed. When they killed Matt in the woods, they made the kid. Are you ready for this? The first of the sacrificial scapegoats.
Brian's words from 18 years earlier suddenly rang loud in Ian's memory. As they did, Della heard them too.
They offered the goat, she started, but had to pause to clear her throat as a malignant image of Matt Chauncey clouded her mind, the child hanging from the noose and crying. I'm sorry, she said quietly as she wiped her eyes and forced the vibration aside, bracing herself to get the last part out, the most important part. They ushered the goat into the deep wilderness, where they believed sin and impurity originated. There they would hang the animal by its neck from a tree. Before it bleated its last, they would set the goat alight, a symbol that their sin was atoned as it departed the goat in the form of flames that dispelled the darkness. Returning to Azazel. The scapegoat deity, said Brian as a chill ran down his spine. The last votive flickered and snuffed to a thin wisp of oily smoke, and all three jumped when the chapel door swung open and slammed against the wall with a thunderous bang. 3. Oh, I'm so sorry, Louise said with a start as she clutched one impeccably manicured hand to her chest, the door she'd so dramatically flung open beginning to close upon its softly hissing hydraulic top hinge. You startled me. I didn't know anyone was still in here. She exhaled dramatically as the three adults stared back at her breathless with wide eyes. Mr. Cockerton? She asked as she flicked the light switch and the ceiling's recessed lighting popped into brilliant white radiance. Brian shielded his eyes from the light as the woman stepped forward, still uncertain who was addressing him. Yes? Louise chuckled awkwardly, a clearly nervous reflex. Oh my, I really am sorry. It's me, Mr. Cockerton, Louise. The statement met with frosty silence. She dutifully expanded, stepping forward to be better seen. Louise, the social worker? I didn't mean to intrude on your family's personal reflection. I just hadn't expected you'd come back here is all. After a pause, she asked, Did you forget something? Yeah, no. Right, of course. I apologize we've been more than a few minutes. Thank you for looking after the kids. We're ready to go, I think? Della and Ian nodded uncertainly. Brian approached the social worker, focused on calming his quickened pulse as it plateaued, then began to gradually subside. You know, you sort of spooked us a bit there, Louise. That was quite an entrance. The social worker grimaced. Again, I'm so very sorry to intrude. I really didn't expect you to be back here. I sometimes feel the need to spend a few minutes in here myself. You know, it can be soothing amid a particularly demanding shift. Nodding, Brian understood. He stopped in front of Louise, wringing the tension from his hands and offering her the best smile he could muster, given. So, thank you again. We'll follow you then? Glancing behind him, he gestured for his brother and Della to come. Louise didn't move. "I'm sorry?" Her professionally minimal smile cracked just visibly. "To the kids, of course. I don't know where we're supposed to go to collect them." The social worker's face fell. "I don't understand." Brian's congeniality withered. "I just want to get my kids, Louise." "But you've..." She warily began taking slow, even steps backward towards the door. "You've already taken them, Mr. Cockerton." Brian's heart froze. "I spoke to you personally, 15 minutes ago." Do you not remember? You told me you had somewhere to be, something about a pet of yours." She nervously clucked a single staccato snort. The professional smile tried to make another appearance, but was unsuccessful. "A pet?" Ian blurted out. 15 minutes? Brian exclaimed. "We've been here at least half an hour, ever since you offered to watch the kids so the three of us could talk in private, right after Fieldhouse gave us his update." "That's not possible. It was you. You were alone, but it was you." Louise's eyes momentarily scrutinized the man's brother as well as the woman standing behind Brian, then blankly scanned the floor as she replayed the conversation in her mind. She checked her wristwatch, tapping it twice. It faithfully continued to tick away the seconds, one by one, the sound of each tangibly audible now in the savagely silent chapel. "Yes, you definitely said something about a pet. Something about a baby goat, Mr. Cockerton? Surely you're pulling my leg now. You know..." Brian pushed her aside and the social worker reeled into the corridor, aghast as he sprinted past. "If this is some kind of a joke, I don't think it's very funny," she shouted after them as the three bolted toward the lobby and Louise dialed 9 for security on the internal comms handset in the hallway. 4. "Diane!" Brian called out as he ran through the lobby. Ian darted through the automatic double doors to the emergency room entrance. "Andrew!" "Kids!" Della yelled as she threw open the swing doors to the outpatient ward, and her voice echoed hollowly down the empty hall. 5. The motor of Della's VW thing whined as she punched the accelerator, pulling onto the highway. Cars swept to either side as she weaved in and out, pushing the speedometer toward its upper limit. "It's going to be okay, sugar," she assured Brian in the passenger seat next to her. "Louise may have been mistaken. I don't know how, but they're probably home." But she didn't believe it. None of them did, though they all dutifully nodded. In the back seat, Ian punched the 10-digit number into his cell phone keypad, and the line trilled to life in the Cockerton home at the other end. It rang over and over, resounding through the dark and empty house until a crackly recording of Rebecca's voice asked him to leave a message, and they would get back to him as soon as possible. "Kids, are you there?" Ian shouted at the answering machine, knowing he was talking to no one. "Kids, if you are there, or if you get this, I want you to call Uncle Ian straight away, okay?" He reeled off his phone number and then repeated it twice more, very slowly so they could either write it down or memorize it. His voice had cracked numerous times, though he'd made a concerted effort to sound calm. "Anything?" Brian tersely asked. Ian shook his head. He would try again in a couple minutes. Watching the hood of her car eating up the road more hungrily than it ever had before, the rhythmic passing of the broken white lines became a visual metronome which synchronized the electrical pulses in Della's brain to an almost meditative theta state. "We should have seen this. How did we not see this? God's children, the envy of the Grigori, seeding their own aberrations. Children, Diane and Andrew, the boys in the woods. 7, 7, 7, 7. The number kept repeating, swirling around in her dreamlike twilight of thought and intuition. Why 7? Then came the image of the academic paper. She'd read it in a journal. She sees it in her hand. In the other, a steaming chamomile tea in her favorite mug as she devours the article's content. The paper's author is Dr. R. Bartholomew and is titled The New Apocrypha and the End of Days. She'd gone in person to the lecture at Xavier only a few months later. How could I have forgotten? The beast in the revelation of John is the same fallen angel of Enoch's prophecy, Bartholomew claimed from the podium without compunction. He then read from the book of Enoch, the same line I just recited to the brothers. The whole earth has been corrupted through the works that were taught by Azazel. To him ascribe all sin. Coincidence? Delacroix-Laveau knew there was no such thing. And then something about biblical numerology? She allowed the waters of her mind to flow where they would, and they landed effortlessly upon the portion of Bartholomew's lecture where he'd illustrated the significance of numbers in the Bible. He'd made a point to accentuate them even more than was presented in his published paper. In chapter 5 of the book of Revelation, verses 1 through 6, Bartholomew stated, God holds a book in his right hand, the book which is the manifestation of the start of the 7-year tribulation that will be the end of days. It is a scroll with 7 sacred seals that can only be opened by the Lamb who has been slain, having 7 horns and 7 eyes, which are the 7 spirits of God sent forth to all the earth. When the final of these seals is broken, 7 trumpeting angels shall herald destruction upon the earth. Upon the sounding of the final trumpet, Satan shall make war with the saints, but be cast from heaven, whence he shall summon the beast at his right hand to deceive all the earth to worship him. We are warned in chapters 12 and 13 of Revelation, For I saw a beast rise up, having 7 heads, and upon each the name of blasphemy. And his feet were as the feet of a bear, and the devil gave him his power and his seat, and great authority. That beast, Bartholomew loudly declared as he dramatically dropped the Bible onto the lectern with a bang, is Azazel. His amplified voice still reverberating through the lecture hall above the diminishing echo of the tome's heavy thud. Bartholomew stepped away from the mic as the weight of his observation set in. The theologian had waited precisely 7 seconds before resuming the lecture. Della remembered that part specifically. I counted them, she reminded herself, seeing again the face of her wristwatch as the second hand ticked them by, each one passing as if occupying an eternity. Della blinked hard, and the highway swam back into her conscious space. She hadn't realized how long she'd been navigating the car in the semi-trance-like state, but their exit was just ahead. She took the off-ramp, the car's blinker the only sound as the brothers sat in edgy silence. They, too, were in their own mental space, preparing for the worst but hoping, praying for the best. Turning back onto Route 60, Della's voice slightly cracked as her question broke the delicate silence. How many friends? Stu was the 7th to die, Brian responded without hesitation, nor the necessity to count. He had done that far too many times in the days and sleepless nights following that final night in the little woods. The number indelibly etched in his mind. 7. 7 friends, 7 deaths. For the 7 blasphemies, Della thought only to herself, but the assessment struck Brian's ears as clearly as if broadcast over a loudspeaker. Bartholomew was right. 6. Della skidded into the driveway, ignoring the yellow caution tape which the VW stretched until it snapped and fluttered in the waning light of dusk. Before the car had come to a stop, she was already reaching across Brian and unclasping the glove compartment. Here. She pulled out the semi-automatic pistol buried beneath a raggedy owner's manual, a proof of insurance, and an out-of-date registration card. She handed the gun to Brian. Just in case. Brian took it with little regard and tucked it into the band of his jeans as he ran from the car and disappeared beneath the crumpled, half-open garage door. And for you, Della confirmed as she handed Ian the Bible she'd liberated from St. John's Hospital Chapel. You need this, sugar. More than you need a handgun. Ian said nothing, declining the Bible by forcibly pressing it away as he hurried after his brother. Della gnawed at the inside of her lip. Thick, oscillating pulses throbbing in her chest and stomach, her pace was slow and tentative as she entered the dark garage. By the time she reached the open door leading into the downstairs TV room, the sensation had escalated to a palpitating baritone thrum. Della bent over and clutched her sides, gulping at the thick, noxious air as she stared at the concrete floor. At her feet, a sizable patch had been rubbed free of dirt and grime. It was roughly the same proportions as an adult woman. An array of long lines trailed toward it through the dust where the woman had clawed in vain, over and again, to pull herself to her feet and escape the choking fumes. "Won't you let your little babies come out to play, Rebecca?" The residual audio blitzed Della's senses. Hauntingly intense, it was an ice pick through her mind. "Duele," she demanded as she burst from the garage into the TV room, her lungs pulling for clean air. In the basement, Ian was screaming the kids' names as the sound of boxes being thrown to the floor and storage crates pressed aside resonated through the house. Bounding up the second half-flight of stairs, Brian's footsteps pounded down the hallway above her. They stopped when he reached Andrew's room at the end. Visible through the crack of the door partially ajar, the boy was sitting Indian-style atop his bed, casually chatting away and giggling. "Thank God. Oh, thank you, God," Brian gushed internally as instant relief cascaded through him. There. The words were choked by surging adrenaline, and he had to stop and bend over, reaching for his knees to allow the blood to saturate his brain. "They're here," he shouted after a momentary breath, his voice still trembling. "Ian, they're up here." Climbing the basement stairs 3 at a time, Ian rounded the corner in front of Della and vaulted the next 2 half-flights the same. Della followed quickly behind until all 3 were at Andrew's door. "Thank God," Brian exclaimed as he fervently pressed the bedroom door open the rest of the way. "You two had me majorly worry." Andrew flinched as the door flung wide and banged against the wall, the knob deepening the familiar indent in the plaster. He was alone in the room. "Hi, Daddy," he said reflexively, eyes wide and skittish. Brian rushed into the room. "Where's your sister? Where's Diane?" he shouted as he shoved the sliding closet door hard to one side and it rebounded against the stopper at the other end of its track. Besides the boy's clothes and an array of toys littering the floor, it was empty. "Who are you talking to? Andrew, tell me." Sheepish, Andrew turned and pointed, but no one was there. He shrugged his shoulders. "He was right there, Daddy. He didn't tell me his name." Brian grabbed his son and shook him. "Andrew, where's your sister? Where's Diane?" Andrew's uncertain expression soured, instantly morphing to fear. "Brian!" Ian wrapped his hand firmly around his brother's wrist and calmly loosened his grip on the boy's shoulders. "Easy, brother. Easy." Brian pulled sharply away when the 6-year-old's whimpers rose to a frightened cry. "God, Andrew. I'm so sorry. Buddy." He leaned in to hug his son. Andrew shied away. Leaning onto the bed and propping herself on her elbows, Della smiled warmly as Andrew twisted a fist over his wet eye. "Hey there, Sugarfoot. I thought you were going to drive us back home. The thing was all ready and waiting for you." Della pulled the VW keys from her pocket and jangled them. Andrew's weeping fell to a light snivel as he tried to hold back a smile, but couldn't. He swiped the cuff of his shirt across his face to clean his gummy nose. "Hi, Della. Hi, baby boy." She gently took his fingers and caressed them. "Is it okay if I ask you something, honey bun?" Andrew timidly nodded, glancing from her to the car keys in her other hand, then back at her again. Della delicately opened his palm and placed the ring of keys in it. "Would you be willing to keep these safe and sound for me? I'm terrible at losing them. I think they're better off with you for a bit." She winked, and Andrew beamed. "Besides, you'll need them if you're going to drive back from picking up Diane." She stood and started for the door, pausing dramatically. She turned and placed a finger to her lips. Where was that again?" Andrew half shrugged. "I don't know. Well, sort of. Something about going to see a billy goat." He studied the keys in his hand as he spoke, running his finger absently over the engraved emblem. Though the blood in her veins had frozen, Della showed no sign of it. "Oh, Diane said that. Yeah, Andrew nodded confidently, then changed his answer to a left-to-right shake of his head. Diane wasn't the one who told me. Anxiety swelling in his chest, Brian tensed. He said nothing, quelling the coiling swell of panic so Della could work her magic. Ah, Della said with a mock sigh, snapping her fingers. That's right. That billy goat, I was supposed to go see it with her, but I guess I plumb forgot. She feigned walking out the door, but turned one final time. Say, hun, who ended up taking Diane, then, to go see it? Lifting his eyes to his father, but replying to Della, Andrew mundanely answered, Daddy did. He tilted his head. Don't you remember, Daddy? You know, when you came up here before? Andrew resumed his inspection of the keys, pretending to turn them in an invisible ignition. Though he twisted in entirely the wrong direction, it made no matter to him. In his mind, the car's engine rumbled to life, and he was revving it with excited fervor. Across the hall, the cordless phone in the master bedroom rang. The three adults stiffened. You sure it was Daddy, buddy? Ian prompted, and his nephew nodded several times while making engine sounds and theatrically turning the steering wheel this way and that. The phone trilled a second time. 2 more, and it would go to the answering machine. Though his wife had asked him 1,000 times to figure out how to accept the call even after the machine picked up, Brian never had. It rang a 3rd time, and Brian started sprinting across the hall. Darting across the master bedroom and throwing himself across the bed, he plucked the handset from its base as the start of the 4th ring began to chirrup. It fumbled in his hands. He nearly dropped it, then shouted, Hello? As he pressed it frantically to his face. A voice, monotone, raspy, and garbled, crackled faintly through a curtain of white static. Hello? Brian fearfully repeated. Then came the giggle, a child's titter, followed by that voice. Come out and play, pleaded Matt Chauncey, his tone a blend of melancholy and enthusiasm. All I ever wanted was for you to come play. You're not afraid of the dark, are you? The line crackled like pine needles on a campfire. A moment later, it cut to the monotone hum of a dial tone. 7. Go! Della shouted as the car slid to a stop in the mud as far beyond the twin ponds as it could muster. Brian flung open the creaking passenger door and worked his way to the front of the VW thing, grateful for the vehicle's rudimentary, chiseled edges as he waded unsteadily through the ankle-high sludge. In the distance, the wall of trees rippled as if aflame, the yellow hue of the car's headlights playing across the swaying boughs as if igniting them. He reached reflexively over his shoulders as the past 18 years evaporated, the dozen small burn scars across his back tingling and prickling fresh pain. Choking back the acid fear rising into his throat, in his mind he was 15 again, and again about to confront something dark and awful laying in wait behind those trees, waiting for them to come back. And this time, his 12-year-old daughter was in there with it. Do whatever it takes. Just release that sweet girl from the heinous spiritual grip of that thing, said Della, as Andrew clambered over the seat back and planted himself in her lap, yanking the steering wheel with both hands. The front tires swiveled back and forth in the mud, gouging deeper in the ruts. You'll know what to do when the time comes. I'll be here, keeping this one safe, and I'll be praying. But you can't kill the dead. The lingering thread of his own childhood logic surfaced in Ian's mind, cinching together both ends of an 18-year gap which had come to reveal that, though they had thought otherwise, his elementary reasoning had, in fact, been undeniably germane at the time. He was sure, more than ever, it still was. How? How will we know? Outside the car, but leaning in, Ian's face was ashen, hands nervously drumming the edge of the door. How can we possibly stop something intangible? Jesus, Della, we've been here before. Nothing's changed. The vibration projecting from him was staccato and terse, reeking of base, cynical despair. Absorbing it, Della closed her eyes and visualized it within her. Using its intensity against itself, she modified the energy, strengthened it, and broadcast it back in long, smoothly refined waves. "Everything's changed, Sugar. You'll know," she then added in premeditated assurance. "You'll all know." Standing in front of the car, the VW's headlights cast Brian's shadow huge against the wall of trees in the distance. Looming over the gateway to the little woods like a menacing sentinel, the vast specter of his silhouette billowed and bulged as Brian slogged through the thick clay and mud where, long ago, a slender trail had once led to the woods, but now offered only thick, grassy swamp. He closed his eyes and unconsciously patted his waistband one last time, a reassurance that Della's semi-automatic was still tucked there. Then, relying only on muscle memory, faced the perimeter of trees and ran. Scrambling clumsy but hard through the clinging mud and waist-high weeds, his shadow sentinel guarding the little woods simultaneously shrunk until, becoming the same size as the man, the two disappeared in the undulating curtain of scrub trees and patchwork pine. The scraping nails of anxiety clawing at his insides, Ian balked, then took chase after him. 8. "Brian!" he quietly called as the glow from Della's headlights waned and was lost as he traveled into the expanse of trees. Blindly following only his memory for 100 yards or more, Ian fought through thickets and broken branches, stinging vines and fine, whipping branches that tore at his forearms as he marched through the thick undergrowth, which had flourished over the years since he had been here last. The trees becoming taller and more dense as he pressed deeper toward the little woods, Ian's eyes struggled to adjust to the engrossing darkness, as nearly 2 decades of thickening canopy now all but choked out the moonlight. "Where's the clearing? I should have reached it by now. Where's the Father Oak?" While something deep inside him knew exactly where they should be, another part felt utterly lost and confused. Nothing looked as it should anymore. In his memories, it had all been so huge and grand, and intimidating. Now it was none of those things, only trees and brush in the dark. "Brian!" he whisper-shouted again, and the name echoed hollowly through the forest. Silence was the only reply. All was inert and dark. Then a rustling in the tree line ahead as shafts of spiking moonlight broke through the canopy. Ian quickened his pace, an odd mix of sentiment and trepidation rippling through him as he hurried toward the light. He did not see what he tripped over. Tumbling to the ground, he rolled awkwardly onto his back and found himself staring upside down at what had once been the colossal tree they'd called the Father Oak. Once impressively lording over this clearing and the lesser trees encircling it, the Father Oak had been a formidable icon in its day. Now it was all but a leafless and charred tower of broken, rotting wood, half the height it once was. Ian pulled himself up to a sitting position and rubbed his swollen knee beneath the jagged new rip in his jeans, frustrated that he hadn't remembered the perimeter of stones that had been so meticulously lain between the clearing's outer ring of trees, linking them together in a crisply dotted circumference. One of those stones must be the tripping culprit, though it was too dark to see them, which meant it was also too dark to see the one which had been lifted high above him and brought down upon his head in a blinding flash of pain that issued a blaze of white light through his temple. 9. Ian's eyes opened to a flickering amber incandescence. The crackling of fire, at first hollowly muted, then crisply snapping in his ears. The backlit shape of his brother loomed in front of the flames. "I didn't want to have to do that, Ian." Brian dropped the stone and it rolled halfway between them, coming to a rest so that one wet crimson surface glinted in the moonlight. Ian winced and ran his fingers over his scalp. They dragged through his hair matted with thickly clotting blood. He held his blood-covered hand before him, incredulous. At Brian's feet, Diane was huddled in a ball. Her school uniform was tattered, and a myriad of fine striations ran down her arms and legs where she had been dragged through the thickets and thorns. Her eyes were closed, but Ian could tell she was still alive, Every few moments her chest would rise and fall in a faint but tremulous breath. "It was you, Diane. Or me," was Brian's response. "Looks like we've got our answer which one now, don't we?" He stepped over his daughter's prone body and towered imposingly over Ian. "You never were worth a shit. You and those stupid little faggot friends of yours couldn't play war to save your life, always prancing around with that pathetic Chauncey kid. And Dalton, that little fucking pervert. They deserved what they got, all of them." He hesitated, but then added, "You deserve it too." As the throbbing in Ian's temple coursed through his entire body, his brother's image swam confusingly in and out of focus. The pain had begun to lodge in his stomach, and he wanted to vomit but could only emit a series of wet, choking heaves. "This all remind you of something?" Brian asked as he bent down low and broke the tip off a small sapling, mimicking Stu Klatt's, adopting the same maniacal cadence and tone. "Well, well, well, what have we got here, then?" He clutched his brother's chin and yanked his head upward, curiously examining the new gash in Ian's temple where the original scar had been etched 18 years earlier. As he did, a drop of spit lingered on his lip, wavered, then dripped onto Ian's cheek. "Just look at that lovely gash in your face, boy. I do believe you must be hurtin' some." Brian slowly circled the tip of the stick in a figure 8 in front of Ian's face. With no more thought than spearing a beetle, he then lanced it with casual delight into the raw, fleshy, new gash in his brother's temple. The skin there bulged as the jagged tip plunged beneath the torn flaps, and Ian shrieked, scrambling backwards on all fours. Cackling, Brian stood, rising to a monstrous size. He raised his arms wide and howled in a hideous layer of raspy sound. "Stand now, goat, and be counted amongst the 7. The gunshot rang out from behind, percussive in Ian's ears. Its flash momentarily lit the woods in a hazy penumbra as Brian's form shattered into countless black fragments, like tempered safety glass imploding into a million pebble-like pieces. Time ceased as they retained his shape for only a moment. Then they dropped to the ground all at once. Striking the earth, the fragments rippled away like black lava in a smooth concentric wave. As they did, the pieces simultaneously morphed into a mass of black, stinging beetles. Only once the last of them had made contact with the earth did the entire horde scurry back together in a uniform, choreographed dance. Climbing one upon another, thousands upon thousands, they refabricated and re-solidified as they rose and became a single new figure. The figure of Stu Klatt's. Disbelief and unbridled panic overtaking him, Ian clattered madly backward, away through the mud and undergrowth. But something stopped his progress. It wasn't sapling oaks or dense brush. It was a pair of legs. Looming over him, his brother held Della's semi-automatic in his trembling hand, a wisp of smoke still wafting from the pistol's barrel. "You were the 7th, Klatz. You were!" Brian screamed. "It's over. You got what you wanted. Now let my daughter go." Stu merely sneered and pressed his black-rimmed glasses up his nose. Prone on the ground, Diane stirred. In a moment she began wheezing, her fingers clawing unconsciously at the dirt. Stu reached down and lovingly stroked her hair. "It really wanted you, Brian, the witness, to become his greatest disciple." He leaned close to Diane and whispered something in her ear. "But now it wants the girl. Her power is so much greater than your own." He licked his lips, the tongue long and reptilian, its fork darting out to taste the acrid air. "Why now, you repugnant fuck?" Brian took one tentative step forward. "After all this time? Why now?" "What is time to the timeless?" Stu replied in magisterial authority, the voice a low rumble like distant thunder. "All will be as it has been prophesied. The priestess, she knows." Stu lowered his head as if in introspection. Where is she? The unspoken question vibrated in both Brian and Ian's minds in the form of a low, sickening pulse. Ah, yes, there she is. Stu raised his head, and the face that looked upon them was no longer Stu's, but Dan Mercer's. She is with the bastard waif. How naive of you to leave her alone with the young boy, Big Dan stated in a cadence and tone uncharacteristically articulate and pensive. His eyes bore into Brian's. They were mesmerizing, entreating. They became kind eyes. Woody's eyes. Do you not think the priestess was brought to you for a reason? Woody asked and appeared genuinely concerned. She will make the boy the next sacrifice, Brian. The priestess? She is the dark deceiver. 10. Andrew was contentedly making engine sounds when Della opened the glove box and pulled something out. 11. You piece of shit! Brian raised the gun and aimed it directly at Woody's forehead, whereupon his friend flawlessly transmuted into Jimmy Raker. You are not Woody, or Dan, or Jimmy. You are Satan. You are the deceiver. That's not cool, man, Jimmy Raker winced, turning his head to the side while defensively protecting his face with his hands. When he lowered them, Craig Dalton was staring incredulously back at Brian. And I'm flattered and all, but Satan? Wow, dude. Leaning to one side and peering around Brian, Craig nodded at Ian. Hey, dude, how's it hanging? The words sliced through Ian like dull, rusted razors. While the thing looked like Craig and spoke like Craig, its vibration was perverse and out of register. A degenerate facsimile that made Ian feel sick to his stomach, like watching a 3D movie without those red and green cellophane glasses to merge the lines all together just right. I mean, I wish I were the fallen one and all, but I'm not even close. Not even this, what did the priestess call me? Azazel? Craig snickered, snorting as he slapped his thigh. She really has you all wrapped up, doesn't she? Just like a woman, only good for one thing, and it ain't for using their empty heads. Though she is pretty friggin' hot, am I right? Craig feigned the act of gripping someone and grinding up against them. Ooh, yeah. That cappuccino skin? Bet you'd like to try that, wouldn't you, Bri? Beats the shit out of that milky white churl of a wife of yours. He scratched his head. Funny, though, how she so easily manages the role of hot little slut, you know, when it comes to thinking about your brother. Say, Ian, how is Rebecca doing anyhow? After that shower? Anything interesting going on there? Ian jumped to his feet, yanked the pistol from Brian's grip and pressed it hard against Craig Dalton's temple. Cringing, Dalton fell to his knees, whimpering, No, please, I'm sorry. No. Then he started laughing. Ah, help me! He cried out in mock agitation, rolling his eyes and waving his hands in the air. Ha! I actually had you going there, Cockerton. Whew! This is all too good. I just couldn't keep it up. He leapt to his feet, casually knocking the gun from Ian's hands. It skated across the ground and disappeared somewhere in the thick brush as he snatched Diane by the hair and wrenched the girl violently into the air. A small clump tore from her scalp, but Diane made no sound. Little more than a limp marionette, she dangled unconsciously from Craig's grip as his fingers lengthened and twisted, thick, ragged claws extending from each of their torn and bleeding tips. The talons entangled in the strands of Diane's hair. You were right all along, Ian. You can't kill the dead. Craig's mental projection reverberated across the clearing and echoed from tree to tree, billowing into the night sky as he grew to inhuman proportions. His features wrinkling as if behind a veil of rippling water. In an instant only his face remained as the rest of his body dissolved and was at once a dark, scaled creature. Protruding from his lower back, a long tail swished back and forth, covered in a film of mucus as though a snake freshly hatched from its egg. Beneath his feet, two pointed hooves scraped at the dirt. Atop Craig's torso, 6 other heads emerged and lolled loosely alongside his own, each wavering in and out the sallow faces of each of their friends, Jimmy, Big Dan, Woody, Stu, and Matt, all bobbed alongside Craig's in a sickening dance. On the 7th, only a faceless, incomprehensible void. Suspended by her hair in the clutch of the demon, Diane's eyes flared wide and white as she animated with a sharp intake of breath. It was incisively curtailed mid-draw. Small, dainty fingers scrabbled at her neck, which began to constrict as if by an invisible noose. Her lungs pleading for air, stampeding panic had frozen her diaphragm so that all that was achieved was a shrill, wheezing screech from her narrowing throat, the discordant whistling of Matt's flute, as her face contorted in panic and terror. Steadily deflating, her lungs began to burn like glowing pokers within her chest, and on the beast's 7th head, her face began to materialize. "Daddy!" her mind screamed, but it was impossible for the cry to loose. 12. Della pulled the Bible from the glove box and opened it. Without having to look, her finger slid to page 1763, the Gospel of John, chapter 3, verse 16. "It is time, little man. I'm so very, very sorry," she said quietly as Andrew gazed curiously but admiringly up at her. She began reading the verse aloud. "For God so loved the world, that he gave his only begotten Son." 13. "You'll know what to do. You all will." Della's assurance materialized in Brian's mind with the image of the martyred Christ in the chapel hanging forlorn from the cross. These overlapped in mingling layers with his brother's repeated insistence that you can't kill the dead, and the deep vibrations of despair which had projected when Ian had confessed, believing it had only been to himself, that it was unfathomable to freely surrender one's life in order to protect another, let alone some unseen deity called Father. But Brian could fathom it, because Della had been right about everything, and in this moment he did know, absolutely, what had to happen. The gun. The urgency of his projection to Ian was unmistakable as, dangling in the grip of the writhing beast, Diane's clawing fingers weakened and slowed, their frenzied scratching at the non-existent noose around her neck revealing a series of wide but shallow lines in her skin which had begun seeping red. The mad thrashing of her legs was now small, jolting spasms. "Ian, I need the gun!" Dropping to his knees, Ian tore at the brush and thickets. "I don't see it. God help me, Brian, I can't find it." Savoring 2 millennia of prophecy about to unfold, the demon roared in dark ecstasy, its ribboned tongue darting and licking the sulphurous air as Diane's life began to ebb away. The color draining from her face, she twitched and reached for her father, her eyes pleading. With one last effort, she weakly extended her arm with her fingers spread wide, and the gun skated out from the brush. As if drawn toward her open palm like a magnet, it spun from the clasp of tendrils and thorns and came to a rest at her uncle's feet. In that moment, her eyes slowly closed. Her chin dropped to her chest, a long hiss escaping from her parted lips as her arm fell limply to her side. Brian lunged for the pistol, as did Ian. He got to it first. "Ian, give me the gun." So intense was Brian's vibration that far away, in the car near the twin ponds, Della closed her eyes and pulled Andrew tightly to her bosom. Wrapping him up in the safety of her embrace, she cupped her hands over the 6-year-old's ears and began to loudly, but sweetly sing. "No!" Ian's response was fierce. "I know what you're trying to—" "Ian, you were right. You can't kill the dead, but you can stop the cycle." Brian seized the semi-automatic in his brother's hand. "Guess I was the cartoon ranger all along, brother." "Lord, forgive me my sins," he cried aloud, "and deliver my child from evil." The high-caliber shot took off the back of Brian's head. Time slowed, becoming a thick, cold syrup as Diane's father fell backward toward the earth, feet together, arms outstretched. when his body thudded lifeless to the dirt. The sound was louder than the gunshot itself. The report blew through the clearing, bending the thick undergrowth and felling the sapling trees in a visible wave. A peal of thunder exploded like a cannon as a simultaneous arc of light tore the black fabric of the sky in two. While Brian Cockerton lay in the dirt, a halo of blood soaking into the ground around his head. Recoiling, the demon shrieked, its 7 heads yowling in a jarring cacophony. Releasing the girl, the beast rose high above the canopy of trees and disappeared, merging into the darkness that already lived there, as Diane crumpled to the ground. 14. 1,000 miles away, just beyond a rudimentary cabin nestled at the base of a dark Georgia mountain, a man abruptly...
Hi, just a quick pause. Take a moment to relax and breathe. Here's a short musical interlude, and remember, this audiobook is completely free for you. Thanks for listening.
stopped what he was doing. Like a sonic boom, a wave of dark energy resounded within him, filling every fiber of his being with a deep, bass vibration of intensely satisfying power. Jubilant, he fell to his knees in the moss and dirt. "It is time," he exclaimed as he raised his head to the night sky, certain that the darkness there had swallowed the stars. And in his mind he was once again in the little woods. 15. De la Croix-Laveau made the sign of the cross over her chest and the head of the crying boy in her lap. "It is done. Nobiscum Deus. God be with us, my innocent one," she said to Andrew as she reached for the cell phone on the back seat and thumbed 911. In the clearing, Ian lifted his niece into his arms and ran, taking them both as fast as he could from the darkness that was the little woods. 22. 1977. As the neighborhood flashed in the blue and red amid a storm of night sirens and rescue vehicles blaring horns, the young brothers stumbled weak and confused from the crackling inferno of the little woods. Screaming when she saw them, Mrs. Cockerton raced ahead of her husband, scrambling headlong down the tractor trail in disregard of the thick mud that pulled at her ankles and enveloping smoke that pulled at her lungs. There she wrapped her sons in her deep, protective embrace as seemingly endless police cars and fire trucks roared past the three huddled together as one. In the Sunday paper that morning, the presses literally grinding to a stop so the publisher could run a special edition, the broadsheet newspaper announced the devastation. The front page was emblazoned with an apocalyptic monochrome photo of the charred and smoking remains of the little woods. The headline above it, in huge block lettering across the entire page, read, "6 more children dead or missing." And then on page 3, the follow-up, "Woods of death claim children in cursed neighborhood." An already grieving community is reeling this morning as 6 more children have been found dead or missing, feared dead, less than 2 weeks after the tragic death of Matthew Chauncey in the woods adjacent to the idyllic rural neighborhood. Craig Dalton, 12, was found by his mother in their home late Friday night. Police are labeling the child's death as homicide as his father, Charles Dalton, was also found deceased. The father's death is currently listed as unknown cause. The gruesome discovery of 3 other children was made by police as they followed up on a report filed by Mrs. Patricia Raker, whose 2 sons went missing early Friday morning. The 3 bodies were located in remote woodland on the outskirts of the rural neighborhood in which the children lived. One of Patricia Raker's sons, Jimmy, 11, has been identified as among the 3. A fifth body was discovered in the early hours this morning by fire and rescue when responding to a devastating overnight fire which officials have described as an inferno which has all but destroyed the same enclave of woods where young Chauncey was fatally injured in a much smaller fire just 12 days ago. The name of the child is yet to be released, as significant trauma to the body is making identification difficult at this time. The chief of police has been willing to reveal, however, that he believes the injuries to be suspicious in nature and not resultant of the flames. He is unwilling to provide any further details at this time. The sixth child, Patricia Raker's eldest son, Jack Raker, 15, remains missing and is now feared dead. The police have issued a bolo for the boy's father. The article made no mention of Brian or Ian Cockerton. Neither did it report anything about Matt's father, Mr. Chauncey, to whom, though they would see him from time to time puttering in his vegetable garden, the boys would never speak again. 2. Herr Cockerton placed the house on the market 3 days later, but with the media circus reveling for months in the public's unquenchable thirst for ever more sensational headlines, each local outlet competing fiercely to capture the greatest number of readers or listeners or viewers with the latest, juiciest nuggets of pseudo-fact, the house sat for nearly a year without a single serious inquiry. Local TV segments featuring Woody's parents on the 6 o'clock news didn't help, only adding to the frenzy as they brayed for Mr. Raker to receive the death penalty for the murder of their son, Woody, even though Raker was yet to be convicted and any direct link to the boy's death was proving to be legally tenuous at best. Seems their political leanings are significantly less to the left, Herr Cockerton thought as he watched the interview repeated on every newscast for 3 days straight. Now that the repercussions of those tenets have a direct and very personal impact on their own lives, Herr didn't think that was very groovy of them. So in short, while the cursed neighborhood remained the delicious topic of everyone's coffee conversation, no one actually wanted to live in the place nestled so idyllically at the edge of the woods of death. Of course, that didn't stop plenty of them from driving slowly through, brazenly pointing at the various split-level ranch homes in elated awe as they giddily speculated which must be the Chaunceys, or the Rakers, or the Daltons. Weekends were particularly bad, and on more than one occasion Herr Cockerton had found himself chasing off a car which had pulled right up onto their lawn to confront Brian and Ian for the explicit and personal details they were sure the two young boys must surely have. The worst was 4 months later. Normally an eagerly anticipated highlight of the community calendar, trick-or-treating invariably meant a neighborhood full of giggling ghouls and munchkin monsters begging for sugary candy as the sun went down. But this year the porch lights were all off. Behind curtained windows, the neighborhood families, mostly huddled in quiet mourning, embellished with the modicum of nervous shame, as countless teenagers from the surrounding communities drove incessantly up and down the street. Revving their engines while screaming and laughing, the adolescents threw penny candy out the windows of their beat-up cars to honor the cursed kids, a new tradition they'd concocted, and which still takes place today. That was also the last time anyone heard from Kathy Dalton. She hadn't died, nor was her disappearance all that dramatic or mysterious. Mrs. Dalton simply slipped away one night in early November, leaving the house and most of the belongings in it to rot. 6 months later, when the last snow of the winter finally melted, the bank auctioned off the entire property in a single Saturday sale. A childless, affluent couple from Vermont moved in 3 weeks later. Veronica Cockerton had run into the buyers at the grocery store once and commented to Herr what a lovely young couple they were. Chayton was a big football fan and suggested Veronica extend Herr an invitation to come by and watch a game with him on any given Sunday. His wife, Ashley, was more enthusiastic about the craft closet she was converting from the upstairs room, which they may or may not have known had been the bedroom of Craig Dalton, and thereby the room where the 12-year-old boy had been suffocated by his father, just moments before Charlie Dalton himself had become a lifeless shell atop his dead son. They did briefly mention, Veronica had added when relating the produce aisle meeting to Herr later that day, something about hearing that the previous owner, Kathy something or other they called her, was apparently living down south on the Gulf Coast somewhere. And did she know her very well? To which Veronica politely had offered very little by way of an answer. and that was the last time Kathy Dalton's name ever came up again. 3. Though followed by the stigma of what happened, Brian and Ian eventually made new friends at school. At first, they had been the focus of intensely morbid curiosity, then the objects of thinly veiled sympathy. After a while, this too slowly faded, and one day they simply woke to find that life had settled, as it also had for their parents and the majority of the families in the neighborhood, into beautiful, mundane normalcy. By the time Brian stepped across the stage to accept his high school diploma, while his brother and parents beamed with pride from an audience of 300 other hot and restless families, it was as though nothing had ever happened in the Little Woods at all. Indeed, the name itself, which at first elicited such feelings of joy and promise, and then invoked such vile and damnable horror, simply vanished from memory entirely, like the remnant wisps of a bad dream on a rainy day. And the beast of the woods never existed. 23. 1995. Rebecca's intense convulsions grew increasingly violent as the Pittsburgh medical team could do nothing but observe. With 12 minutes yet remaining for the hyperbaric chamber to safely depressurize, they stood by as the woman's limbs twisted and thrashed while her entire body stiffened. When her back arched deeply one last time, and then sharply recoiled, Rebecca's head was slammed against the chamber's canopy. Pressed against the viewing window, her facial features were savagely flattened. A moment later, her heart stopped. One of the nurses turned away. The other's eyes became wet. Outwardly, the specialist overseeing the treatment showed no emotion at all. On the inside, the doctor was drowning in helpless turmoil as she studied the second hand of her watch and silently began counting. The last thing Rebecca heard was the static B-flat tone of the EKG as the spiking dot on the monitor fell, and then moved across the screen in a flat, bright green horizontal line. The accompanying note trailed away as her body loosened and she moved toward an endless void. The darkness is warm and welcoming. It envelops her like a blanket on a cold, damp night, and Rebecca does not fight it. Voices seem to beckon to her, soothing melodies of those she had held most close and dear. Her mother's voice rings above them all, though she cannot discern what the woman is saying. Others come more clearly. An uncle long since passed, her grandmother on her father's side who had always taken her and her cousins camping at the lake in the summer months between school years. Then Veronica Cockerton. Her mother-in-law's voice is clearest of them all, and it washes over her like sweet wine. "Come, dear," Veronica appeals. "Come to where the light is warm and filled with comfort and love. Come and be where you belong." And Rebecca feels her grip on the world loosen as she moves toward the twinkling glow far in the distance. The journey takes 1,000,000 years, or maybe only a second, until the sparkling warmth is brilliant and big and filled with vibrant energy. Her husband is in that glow, and he opens his arms wide. "It's okay, babe. It's your time." Filled with safe shelter and all her heart had ever desired, Rebecca prepares to accept his embrace. Their bodies slowly entwine in a tender caress, and it feels more beautiful than anything she'd ever experienced in her lifetime. She nuzzles into Brian's chest, and the beat of his heart matches hers. Together, the light they create expands and flows in a powerful wave that fills her soul with... The pain in her abdomen struck like a spike. It tugs her mercilessly backward as Brian's arms give way and she is torn from his embrace. It came again, a lightning bolt through her gut. She is pulled farther away. Brian now is a football field distant. Then a third time. This the most excruciating, and Rebecca screamed as the searing torment clawed at her from the inside out. Brian and the twinkling light are no more than a speck in the abyss. The solid B-flat tone returned to her ears and immediately separated into a series of crisp, distinct blips. Rebecca gulped for breaths. The doctor released hers and marked precisely 42 seconds having passed on her wristwatch as the EKG rose to a peak, fell immediately to a trough roughly a third its size, then peaked again after 2 small inflections. Settling into smooth, even cycles, It repeated this way as the pressure in the chamber continued to diminish for another 11 minutes, which passed without incident as Rebecca fell into a deep, comforting sleep. 2. The wall of the forest flashed deeply purple as the red and blue emergency lights projected from the twin ponds as a single, synchronized pulse in the night. In the back of one of the newer box-style ambulances, 2 paramedics administered oxygen to Diane Cockerton while hastily checking her vitals. The young girl's eyes were open, but glazed and unblinking, they stared beyond the activity taking place in a flurry just inches from her. She did not answer when the paramedics asked her baseline questions, such as her name and if she knew where she was. Instead, the girl only turned her head to the side and stared intently through the ambulance wall, as if it did not exist, and she were watching an entirely different set of events taking place, far across the field and deep inside the forest. Asleep on the front seat of Della's VW Thing, Andrew lay unaware of the bustle of activity taking place in the field all around them. His head nestled into the woman's lap, he slept as she lovingly stroked his hair. Periodically, he would make quiet, endearing child sounds, accentuated by simultaneously bunching himself into a tight ball to draw himself as close to the woman's warmth as possible. Speaking to a pair of officers a dozen feet away, Ian fell to his knees in the mud and standing water as Brian's body appeared through the wall of trees. Carried on a stretcher by 3 men and a woman in dark pants and crisp white shirts, a heavy white sheet covered his brother's body. Where the contours of the fabric loosely delineated the shape of Brian's face, a growing stain had begun to soak dark red, almost black. And Ian screamed. Pleading with his arms outstretched to the black veil of night, he cried out as the tears flowed down his face and cleared the dirt of his cheeks in a maze of light, intersecting lines. 3. Della stayed at the house with Andrew the rest of that night, while Ian slept in a light blue vinyl-cushioned chair next to his niece's hospital bed. After spending the night under observation, Diane was released into his care the following mid-morning. The attending physician provided a report containing little more than a note about the scratches on her neck, coupled with a prescription for an antibiotic cream which was to be applied twice daily. "She's fine. At least that's what we can physically determine," the doctor told Ian as he gently pulled him aside as Diane stared emptily down the corridor. "Now, what's going on there, on the inside? That's a whole different story, and rather beyond my expertise, I'm afraid. I can't even begin to imagine being so young and witnessing my father committing suicide. In the woods, in the middle of the night. It's almost unfathomable." He handed Ian a card with the name and number of a specialized child psychologist printed in Comic Sans font next to a goofy cartoon flower that had a big, smiling face and the slogan, "We make young minds bloom." Ian nodded and slid it into his back jeans pocket, agreeing to make the call as soon as possible. They made their way home in silence and were greeted by an excited Andrew and a considerably more subdued Della who helped Diane from the car, taking the girl into her arms and squeezing her tight. Her arms at her sides, Diane neither hugged Della back nor made an effort to withdraw from the embrace. She merely stood there, neither allowing nor disallowing it to happen. 4. On the 3rd day, Rebecca rose to her feet of her own accord for the first time since passing out in the garage. Finally given the all-clear by her specialist, she anxiously prepared to be transported back to St. John's Hospital by non-emergency ambulance the following morning. Though her motor and neurological functioning had returned largely to their pre-incident performance, a miraculous recovery, the specialist had informed her, Rebecca remembered nothing of how she had come to be in the hospital in the first place. She certainly had no recollection of her husband's dead childhood friend looming over her, a leering grin splitting the charred skin of Matt Chauncey's face as the garage filled with choking exhaust fumes. Nor did she remember anything but indistinct, nebulous images from the 42 seconds during which she herself was biologically dead. Rebecca did understand one thing with brutal clarity, however. She knew that her husband was gone. Having no direct knowledge of this fact, she could not begin to explain why she felt this way. It was something intangible, deep inside, which told her it was true. A dull, pervasive aching in her soul, Of course, no one at the hospital would confirm this feeling. Neither, however, would they deny it. Even Ian had artfully sidestepped her request to put Brian on the phone, which is when she truly knew. 5. At the Major League, Tony Lamont cracked open a beer and was already handing it to Felipe before the photographer had pulled out a bar stool. "When's your buddy come back?" Tony asked as he mopped out a dirty glass with a cloth that wasn't much cleaner. Felipe took a swig before answering. "Yeah, I know, I'm back at work a week already, Tone, and it's fucking boring there at the best of times. So I hope he gets his ass back here, soon." Lamont nodded and turned up the TV. The Orioles were kicking some serious butt. It mattered little to him since the Yankees weren't the other team, which also meant it was no big deal when Menendez asked him to flick the station. So just this once, the proprietor conceded to a customer's request. "We'll be educated adults and have the news on then, I think, my friend." Menendez sighed but didn't argue, surprised that Tony had acceded to his request at all. He always had enough of news at work, and would prefer anything else. Literally anything. Reruns of the Brady Bunch would be awesome, for example. Tony flicked the station, and the TV crackled and flickered before settling upon a grainy picture of a primly tailored anchor reading a story about some alleged New York political wrongdoings. Boring, Felipe thought, followed by something about a city waste disposal strike. Yep, what's new? Then, and now this from the National Wire. Mr. Brian Cockerton, survived by his wife and 2 children, was found in the woods near his home this weekend by Mr. Ian Cockerton, an executive manager with our sister newspaper, the Manhattan Bulletin. News of the bizarre death has rocked the small western Pennsylvania town of... Felipe teetered on his stool as the bar began to swim. Exact details have yet to be released, but the death by suicide has left the tight-knit community reeling as they search for a connection between this latest tragedy and a series of harrowing childhood deaths in or around the same woods 18 years earlier in the summer of 1977. And now to Jim for the weather. For the first time in all his years, Tony Lamont dropped a glass, as Felipe collapsed to the floor. 6. Ian stood in the doorway of the bedroom and looked upon his niece sleeping uneasily on the bed. Every few moments Diane would jerk or thrash in brief, sporadic fits, her face tight and tense. "Yes," he spoke quietly into the cordless phone as he backed into the corridor. "All is good here. Can't wait to see you tomorrow, too. Sleep well, Rebecca." He hung up and retracted the articulated metal antenna back into the handset with his palm. "I don't think she believed me," he whispered to Della, who had quietly sidled beside him. "You sound surprised." Ian shrugged. "I don't know what to think anymore. You have a gift, Ian. An incredible gift of projection. As I said the other day to you and She hesitated as the name formed on her lips. "You and Brian. It's something I had to learn and personally have to work very hard at. For you, on the other hand, it comes naturally. And I don't think you realize just how powerful yours is, hun. I'm sure Rebecca picked up on what you are feeling." "Well, I never asked for what you're calling a gift. And I'm not sure I even want it anymore. Hell, I forgot I even had it for nearly 2 decades. What's a few decades more of ignorant bliss?" "Oh, sugar," Della countered. "Now that you've rediscovered it, you hone it. Make it into something good. Something truly good." She placed her hand on the small of his back and rubbed in small, gentle circles. Ian shook his head, but told her he'd have to think on it. He softly closed the door to Diane's room. "It's her I'm worried about right now, more than anything." Della was worried, too. The light seemed to have gone out behind Diane's eyes. Understandable, given what the girl had just experienced. After all, how in God's name does a 12-year-old process anything at all about what she'd just been through? It was beyond the realm of any reasonable possibility. Except that it wasn't. "Maybe we just take it one step at a time, hun. Focus on Rebecca coming home tomorrow. I think you know that you two gotta put on your oxygen masks first, you know? Neither of you will be any good to her or Andrew if you're unable to find a way to cope with this yourself first." Ian replied only by opening his arms. He didn't have to say anything at all. Della wrapped hers around him, and they held each other until the tears had drained away. 7. Neither could sleep, and Della found Ian downstairs in the TV room. "You too?" she asked, and Ian shook his head and shrugged. "Not sure when that will be possible again, Della. I can't even fathom closing my eyes right now. I know what I'll see if I do." Having not witnessed what Ian had, it was something she could scarcely begin to even imagine. But it was something she understood, all too well. They sat in silence across from each other until Ian rose and pulled a bottle and 2 glasses from the buffet behind the sofa. "Sugar, can I ask you something?" she said with cautious apprehension as Ian poured them both a whiskey and settled on the couch next to her. "It's just, something's been on my mind since the hospital. Something Dr. Fieldhouse said to Brian." "Of course. I think you know you can talk to me about anything now." "Sure. Yeah, absolutely." Still, Della smiled shyly and cleared her throat. "It might be a sensitive topic, that's all." She didn't know why she had become fixated upon the question she was about to ask, or why it was important to ask it. But she had learned long ago that when something persistently gnawed at her gut, there was always a reason why, even if it made no sense to her at the time. She quaintly called this ambiguous nagging a God nod. Ian took a gulp of whiskey, briefly closing his eyes, and watched in his mind as the liquid ran down his throat and seared it like iced fire. He exhaled, and the tension expelled with it. "Go ahead. Shoot." "Is there a chance Rebecca could be pregnant?" Ian coughed, thumping his glass roughly onto the coffee table. "Pregnant?" "Yes." "Why? What on earth would make you think she's pregnant?" Della paused before answering. She watched closely how he watched her back. "Something Fieldhouse said, when he was talking to your brother about the treatment plan for Rebecca. He said something that, at the time, seemed perfectly normal, all things considered. But over the past few days it struck me in a way I can't explain. I keep finding myself going back to it, and from experience that usually means there's something left unturned." Ian fidgeted in his seat and straightened the bottom of his shirt, smoothing it over his lap. "Exactly what did he say?" "He said, given her condition, we're placing Rebecca on a chopper. At first I thought nothing of it. As I said, it seemed perfectly in line with what was happening. I'm certain we all assumed he meant her condition due to the hypoxia." "I agree. So why the concern?" "The more I thought of it, Ian, the more it seemed such a uniquely simple way to refer to something as complex as her medical prognosis. Her condition. Then I started hearing that phrase in my mind, snippets of other people using it when they say things like, 'Hey, you shouldn't be carrying such a heavy box in your condition,' or 'Should you really be drinking wine, given your condition?'" Ian said nothing at first, then, "Sure. Or maybe that's just your mind focusing on it being used in the wrong way in this instance? Or maybe Fieldhouse using that phrase is just coincidental." But Della knew there was no such thing. "Maybe. But then, and this is the icing on the cake, then I remembered that he said that, in just a few minutes they'll be medevaced to Pittsburgh. They'll, Ian. They'll. He said they'll be medevaced." Ian downed the rest of his drink and stood up. He turned away and paced the edge of the room. "He said that because he was referring to Rebecca and the paramedics. That's why he used the plural." Della shook her head. I don't buy it, Ian. The paramedics were flying with her, sure, but to include them in that phrasing doesn't work, hon. The paramedics weren't being medevaced. Rebecca was. The medics were the support team. I just don't see— Della, enough! Ian turned quickly, his face hard. Della flinched, her mouth frozen mid-sentence. After an unsettling moment, she rose from the couch. Eyes down, she apologized as she gathered her things. I've overstepped my bounds. I'm sorry. This has all been a tragic, terrifying ordeal, and I'm harping over semantics. She made her way to the door leading into the garage and plucked her summer coat from the rack. Maybe I should head home for the night. You know, give you some space. I think that would be a good thing right now, for both of us. She stepped into the garage and pressed the button to the automatic overhead door. It clunked and ground upward louder than ever. Let me know how Rebecca is, after you pick her up tomorrow. Bye, Ian. Ian lowered his head. Fuck! He admonished himself and rubbed his palms over his face. He hadn't taken but a minute before going after her. Della, wait! But she was already pulling out of the driveway. He watched in disappointment as she accelerated down the top road of the neighborhood and pulled onto Route 60 without stopping. 8. The phone in Della's apartment above Dempsey's Tavern was already ringing before she stepped inside. She let it ring, tossing her keys in the drawer and hanging up her coat as it chimed away in the background. Staring at it with disdain, she dropped her handbag on the rug beside the couch and made her way into the kitchen. The ringing eventually cut off mid-peel, sometime during the process of her fishing a bottle buried at the bottom of the freezer. She filled a tumbler with icy-cold vodka and rocks, and just like that, the apartment became safe, blissful silence. The only sound was the vodka cascading over ice like a babbling brook over translucent, smoothly polished stones. She plopped onto the tattered but comfortable sofa, which fit so perfectly beneath the window that it was clearly meant to be nowhere else. It was the only substantial thing Della loved enough to make the effort of hauling it along with her all those miles, despite her necessarily hasty departure from the Big Easy. The sofa's pillows had long become threadbare at the edges, its seat cushions permanently depressed to her precise shape, which also meant that, like the couch's position beneath the window, Della also fit so perfectly upon it that she was clearly meant to be nowhere else. This was home. This was where she belonged. She took her first sip of vodka, and the cool, thickened liquid slid smoothly down her throat, becoming instantly warm. Every cell of her being seemed to be soaking it up like a sponge as it immediately spread through her chest, her stomach, her extremities. With this tingling sensation also came a calm, grounded stability, something she now realized had been largely absent since she first met Ian Cockerton, which had been just 4 days ago. She stared absently out the window at the copse of trees at the rear of the tavern. Previously, they had offered a welcoming oasis to which Della would surrender as she re-established her center and replenished her soul. She would dedicate 30 minutes just for herself, with the sole purpose being to absent-mindedly stroll among the powerful, natural pillars and luxuriate in the rich, dark smells of the flora. In doing so, the dark noise in her head would quiet to a manageable background static, and all would become right in her world once again. But tonight, cloaked by darkness, the copse offered only angst and intimidation. For Delacroix-Laveau, what had once been her respite even during the most challenging of times, was now a place where evil's presence lay in wait. The innocent splendor of the natural world had twisted and morphed to reveal a dark, uncertain, and malevolent place where primeval demons played. And this complete 180 in perspective had occurred in but a matter of days, beginning at the seemingly benign random lunchtime meeting where she served Rebecca and the brothers steak hoagies in the bar, beneath the very spot where she now sat. But it had been neither innocuous nor a matter of chance. That meeting had been ordained to change her life, or perhaps more accurately, to clarify it. How is any of this even possible? She asked herself as she took another sip and allowed herself the latitude to momentarily ignore her own question, instead savoring again the whole-body experience as the vodka quenched every pore. And if it's finally over, truly over, why do I feel like I don't have one damn bit of closure? Brian's suicide was the ultimate pronouncement of good, a sacrifice born of truest love. For his daughter, for his brother, his son, his wife, hell, even for me. It was the antithesis of the heinous scapegoat sacrifices. Brian's death was not resultant of an act of hate, but an act of purest love. And it worked. Diane is back home. Rebecca will be home tomorrow. and the darkness was finally expelled by light. The cycle at last is broken. The cycle. The seven. These two things, more than any other, surfaced over and over. They rankled the intuitive side of her, disallowing the closure she sought. Because if the beast had fulfilled the 7 sacrifices all those years ago, why had any of this come to take place now? Better question, why was it happening at all? While lost in this collage of images and mixed emotions, Della found herself increasingly being pinged by one specific memory in particular. Not from the days past, but a memory from many years before. It was the conversation she'd had with Dr. R. Bartholomew immediately following his presentation at the university. So, with vodka glass balanced expertly in hand, Della dropped from the couch and scooted across the rug. Kneeling before the impressive collection of books she'd acquired over the years, which, like the sofa, she'd made the concerted effort to haul with her, she ran a finger over the array of colorful spines until it nervously came to a stop on the new Apocrypha. The follow-up book to his originally published journal paper, Bartholomew had personally signed it as they spoke. He'd also slid his business card into a random pair of early pages. The hardback opened immediately to the spot, and Della lifted out the card which had been trimly awaiting her. She turned it over and grimaced at the sight of the information still scrawled across the back in red ink. Written by Bartholomew's own hand, it was the name of his hotel, just down the road, and his room number. A big red X had been scratched beneath these, which she imagined was the expression of a kiss. He hadn't jotted any of this info on the card as she'd spoken with him, so he must have prepared one, or perhaps several, before he'd even taken the stage, having one singular post-presentation goal in mind, which explained why the author had spent so much time talking with her and answering Della's multitude of questions, probably mind-numbingly inane to him, while artlessly signing the other patrons' books and all but shooing those tiresome intellects and professors on their way. Creep. The experience had soured her instantly, so she'd tucked the book under her arm while making her meek apologies. Once home, she blindly slid the book into an empty slot on the shelf, and there it sat, never to be opened again, until now. She'd often wondered why she'd kept Bartholomew's book all these years, given what an unsavory experience it had devolved into. Sure, she'd made a point of bringing most of her library with her, as she counted the wisdom within those volumes as amongst her life's greatest treasures. But normally she would have just dumped this book in the trash on the way out of the lecture hall, given what had happened, especially when she'd kept so little else of personal significance from her former life, things that echoed with much more positive vibrations. So much of that life had, after all, been abandoned in New Orleans exactly where it lay. Literally. Even her favorite mug, the one from which she had sipped chamomile as she first read Bartholomew's original journal paper, sat on the side table next to where the sofa had been. It was the last thing she'd seen as she closed the door to her apartment and locked away that part of her former life forever. The image of that moment was still floating in her mind as the business card dropped from her fingers. It wafted to the floor as she steeled her jingling nerves, preparing herself to absorb the words printed across the book's crisp, untouched page, words she had been divinely led to read only now. And the question ultimately asked, what significance is derived by a theorem proposing that the demonic beast prophesied in the Revelation of St. John is the same demon of the rabbinic Hebrew text of Enoch, written some 300 to 500 years earlier? The answer to that is both sublime and simple. To have in our possession the key to understanding the ambiguous, dreamlike, often described as hallucinatory version of the end of days according to St. John. In the ancient book of Enoch, the angel Azazel is heralded as being amongst the most prominent leaders of the Watchers, angels issued by God to protect mankind. But angered by the love God bestows upon his greatest creation, Azazel refused to bow before man. Thus cast from grace the Watchers, Greek, Grigori, aligned with Satan and propagated their own creations, Nephilim, being the vile offspring of their copulation with humans. The Watchers then proactively engaged in eradicating the natural and universal spiritual balance by enticing mankind from the light and towards violence and warfare, witchcraft, corruption, and impurity. The whole earth has been corrupted through the works that were taught by Azazel. To him ascribe all sin. The Book of Enoch, chapter 10, verse 8. An increasing number of fringe groups, the new Gnostic elite, one might say, therefore recognize Azazel as the right hand of Satan. And though the demonic leader of the Watchers was bound unto the wilderness by Archangel Raphael, Enoch warns us that the presence of Azazel will abide in that place in unfathomable darkness only until the time of judgment. The new Gnostics believe this time is the same prophesied by St. John in his book of Revelation. Adhering to the belief that Azazel is the right hand of Satan, his presence can then be recognized as the seven-headed beast which St. John warns us will be summoned in the end of days. Once unleashed from the dark wilderness in which it waits, the demon beast Azazel shall mock the seven archangels by feeding upon the innocents of seven sacrificial scapegoats, one for each of its blasphemous heads. Then and only then can the demon Azazel fulfill its destiny, which is to propagate the most heinous Nephilim of all, an unholy virgin birth of the dragon lamb of Satan, a blaspheme of both the virgin birth and the sacred Trinity. The dragon lamb is the satanic inverse of Jesus, our holy Christ. Being the great deceiver, this dragon lamb will possess the power to lead the world into darkness as it ultimately extinguishes all light. And I beheld another beast, and he had 2 horns like a lamb, and spake as a dragon. And he exerciseth all the power of the first beast before him, and causeth the earth and them which dwell therein to worship the first beast. He doth great wonders, and deceiveth them. Revelation, chapter 13, verses 11 through 14. When viewed through this new Gnostic lens, the Apocalypse of John is no longer an absurd fairy tale. Instead, the book of Revelation becomes a roadmap of mankind's apocalyptic end, a leaked battle plan of Satan's final attempt to upset the spiritual balance forever. The most critical mistake of mankind is to view both the book of Enoch and the book of Revelation in terms of an ancient and irrelevant past, or an absurdly surreal prediction of the future. For in terms of pure mathematics, when past and future are offset, they cancel one another out, and what we are left with is only the present day. Make no mistake, Satan's strategy for the end of days is already underway and will be taking place in the least likely. The phone next to Della clanged violently to life. She winced so fiercely that the tumbler twitched from her hand, vodka sloshing over the rim and drenching her lap. Jesus! She jumped to her feet, 2 ice cubes dropping from her lap to the floor. Swiping the pool of liquid from her jeans, Della strutted awkwardly to the kitchen where she mopped the rest of it from her lap with a dish towel. Her hands trembling, she carefully poured another vodka. The phone stopped ringing. Echoes of its chimes were still fading into the corners of the small apartment, still finding resting places in myriad nooks and crannies, echoing hollowly down the empty wooden staircase to the bar when it started ringing again. She snatched it up. "What do you want?" She knew the greeting was gruff, but also knew without a shadow of a doubt that the only person who would be calling this time of night would be Ian, trying to make friends again. And quite frankly, her nerves were shot and she was in no mood to play this game with him right now. The other end of the line crackled. "Ian?" Silence. And then something barely audible, a small noise, in the background. As if the line had gotten crossed with another call, a sound that her mind was certain was a little boy's giggle. Her breath caught in her chest and Della recoiled, throwing the phone down so that it slammed hard in its cradle. And just like that, the apartment's silence was no longer blissful safety. The phone immediately rang again. Her fingers trembling, Della lifted it from its base and placed it warily next to her ear. She only became aware of holding her breath when it escaped from her chest in a cascading rush as Ian's voice came to her from the other end of the receiver. "Della? It's Ian, can you hear me?" "Ian, Jesus. I could hear you, but I guess you couldn't hear me. I wanted to say I'm sorry. Listen," he said, not allowing her to talk. "Rebecca can't be pregnant, and it's nothing to do with what the doctor did or didn't say. It's because she can't get pregnant. Della breathed evenly, steadying her hand before taking a long sip of vodka. She can't. Meaning, she and Brian were pregnant again less than a year after they had Diane. The line was silent until she could hear him nervously clear his throat, pulling the receiver away from his mouth. That second pregnancy was ectopic, Della. The baby formed outside the uterus? Yes. She miscarried early, lost a great deal of blood. It was very scary. Brian thought he might lose her too. Oh God, Ian. I'm so sorry. I didn't know. Yeah, but she was okay, and after enough time had passed, they tried again. 3 more times, in fact. But she lost every one. But Andrew... Ian wavered before replying. It's no longer biologically possible for Rebecca to carry a child. The poignancy in his voice palpable, he allowed Della a moment to process that before adding, Andrew is adopted. She grabbed Bartholomew's book from the floor. The page and paragraph were dead center. Only once the 7 have been taken can the beast fulfill its ultimate destiny. Before the 2 witnesses, Azazel shall propagate the most heinous Nephilim of all, an unholy virgin birth of the dragon lamb of Satan. And in a single moment it all fell into place. Why Dr. Fieldhouse had used the phrase he had. Why Della had sensed such a deep spiritual intuition in Diane and the pings of the young girl's uncultivated but powerful ability to project. Why the beast had shown no interest in Andrew. Why they had been lured back to the woods. Della felt her heart hammering in her chest. Her mouth dry, she slugged the vodka. She desperately wanted to sit, but found herself only able to pace in concise, repeated circles around the room. Ian, hun. She was certain he must be able to hear the pounding of her heart over the phone line. A moment of silence, a brief crackling, a static hiss. A distant, barely audible sound like a voice, but not quite a voice. Then, yes? Ian's reply was small and tinny. Della pursed her lips and held the phone away as she exhaled, long and slow, before breathing in again through her nose. Try as she might, the intake was jerky and stuttering at best. It was amplified back to her as she placed the phone to her cheek. I know this is going to sound odd, and I don't mean it to. Another moment of silence, which lasted an eternity. It's okay. Go on. Brian said that 7 friends had died. But are you sure that's true? I guess what I'm trying to say is, was Jack Raker's death ever confirmed by the authorities? No, Ian's reply was instant. They never found the body. But then again, Old Man Raker never admitted to having anything to do with Jimmy's death either. Or Woody's, or Big Dan's for that matter. I remember my father shaking his head when he told us how Raker proclaimed his innocence all the way through the trial, right up to the moment they hauled him out in cuffs to see the county tailor for a stylish orange jumpsuit fitting. Della knew he was trying hard to lighten the mood, but she wasn't able to smile. Listen, Ian, I need to speak with Rebecca. Tomorrow, in person. Can you make that happen? Though her heart had settled to a less frenetic rhythm, Della had been unconsciously biting deeply into her lip. She realized it when she took a sip of the last of the diluted vodka in her tumbler and the liquid stung like a wasp. Rebecca, what in God's name for? I don't think that's a great idea. You know I wouldn't ask if it wasn't desperately important. Sure, Ian begrudgingly agreed after an uncomfortably long silence. But truth be told, he was privately relieved at the excuse to see Della again. He'd hated parting the way they had tonight. Why don't I just stop by your place on my way back? As long as she's up to it, of course. Of course, Della assured and placed the phone gently in its cradle. She paused there, in front of the side table, her eyes glazed and far away, before hefting her handbag off the floor and rustling anxiously through its contents. It took a moment to comprehend that the semi-automatic was not going to suddenly materialize beneath the tissues and lip balm, wallet and hand wipes. because it had been bagged by the police and taken into evidence after Brian shot himself. She had so easily believed it had been the ultimate sacrifice, the most virtuous of acts to save his daughter and finally break the decades-long cycle of darkness. Except believing that no longer made sense, because only 6 boys were confirmed dead. The realization of what that statement meant told in her mind so loudly that she grabbed her temples. It may have taken almost 20 years to achieve it, but it was Brian who had become the 7th, and there was only one way that could have happened. Delacroix-Laveau threw her handbag down and screamed. After a length of time from which she had no recollection, she retrieved the bottle of vodka from the freezer and settled numbly into her indent on the sofa, a cold plume wafting from the freezer door she'd left open. This time, she drank straight from the bottle as the silent tears came. 9. Ian chose instead to drop by Dempsey's before it opened the next morning, parking in the rear of the tavern next to Della's VW thing. He was only there a brief time before dragging something out of the building and tossing it with indifference into the back of the Blazer. He whistled to himself as he drove to the hospital where Rebecca was already waiting in the lobby, along with Dr. Fieldhouse. 10. Nearly a month passed. In that time, Della had not contacted Ian again. Even Dempsey's tavern had gone dark, the steel workers and 9-to-5ers scratching their heads and complaining about the irresponsibility of it all, and how typical it was of a Southerner's work ethic, as they scrambled to find a new watering hole to satisfy their post-shift thirst. In her own way, Diane had also disappeared, not speaking a single word since that night in the little woods, not even to comment on the size of her mother's belly, which had quickly grown so considerably large that Rebecca would often rest her forearms atop it when she stood in any one place for very long. Andrew did comment, wondering why his mommy was getting so fat, and was delighted to find that a miracle was about to happen for their family. He wasn't sure what that meant, but it made him giddy with excitement anyway. 11. Together, Rebecca, Ian, and the kids all stayed in a small and inexpensive hotel suite near the town's modest center. It was safe there, amongst the buildings and the people and the concrete. Only once, at noon, and with he and Rebecca closely together for the duration, did the 2 adults return to the neighborhood to retrieve what they required from the house. The memories there, the vibrations, were simply too strong, too terrifying, although both would disguise their apprehension as grief. It took little more than 30 minutes to clear the house of what they required most. Rebecca gathered a few of Diane's books, Andrew's action figures. She packed a few clothes and personal belongings, but mostly she filled her suitcase with shoeboxes full of photographs. Ian took only the cheap ivory Buddha from his old bookshelf. It was smooth and comfortable, and when he closed his eyes it made him think of his brother. And then, like the Daniels and so many other families in the neighborhood, they were gone, never to return. 12. The plane's engines thrust in muted resonance outside the insulated oval windows. It was a comforting sound, a modern sound, a safe sound. The first-class cabin was almost empty, save a few businessmen making the evening journey to New York alongside them. The plane rose from the ground and angled sharply above the glittering Pittsburgh skyline while the setting sun shone brilliantly on the multitude of shiny silver buildings full of people doing their own thing, people busy getting on with life, and some people, 59,000, give or take 100 or so, shouting and cheering on the football game in Three Rivers Stadium, hoping for yet another Monday night victory at the start of yet another glorious season. Ian grinned, kissing the top of Rebecca's head as she bundled snugly against his shoulder. Across the aisle, Andrew giggled quietly to himself as he enthusiastically colored in the complimentary books provided by the nice stewardess. Every now and then he would press his face to the window, blow, and then draw something in the haze. Diane only stared silently ahead until the gentle rumbling of the engines lulled her to fragile, uneasy sleep. The journey took only a few hours as the clouds beneath the rumbling plane turned a magnificent purple and then gray to black. The stewardess lowered the cabin lights and smiled as she passed by one last time, nonchalantly pulling Diane's blanket a little higher under her chin before settling into her own small jump seat adjacent to the hatch in the front galley. Ian reached up and turned off the overhead reading light, effortlessly closing his eyes and relishing the darkness it brought. Across the aisle, Diane grimaced and winced in her sleep. In her mind's eye, she was back in the little woods. She knows the color is draining from her face. She twitches and reaches for her father, her eyes pleading as the oxygen in her brain depletes. With one last effort, she weakly extends her arm, fingers spread wide, and the gun skates out from the brush. As if drawn toward her open palm like a magnet, it spins from the clasp of tendrils and thorns and comes to a rest at her uncle's feet. In that moment, her eyes slowly close. Her chin drops to her chest. A long hiss escapes from her parted lips as her arm falls limply to her side. But in her mind, she still sees the events, the vibrations painting them as clearly as if seen with her own eyes, perhaps more clearly. Her father lunges for the pistol, but so does her uncle, who gets to it first. "Ian, give me the gun!" her father screams. "No!" Her uncle's response is vehement, almost venomous. Her father seizes the semi-automatic but is unable to gain control of it. Her uncle's hands are wrapped firmly around the textured handle, his index finger squarely on the trigger. Uncle Ian grins, but it is a twisted, gnarled smile that is sour and base and wrong. "Guess I was the cartoon ranger all along," her father forlornly projects, realizing what is about to happen before crying out, "Lord, forgive me my sins and deliver my child from evil." Satiated with delight, Uncle Ian's eyes are ablaze as he squeezes the gun's trigger. The high-caliber shot takes off the back of her father's head. As the gun's report exploded in her mind, Diane wrested from the vision with a violent, tremulous jolt. Tears gushed instantly down her cheeks, her mouth quivering uncontrollably. "Mommy!" she cried out, her first spoken word in over a month. Rebecca did not hear. The expectant mother was sound asleep, her head resting awkwardly against the window, her left hand embracing her belly. But Ian was not asleep. He reached across the aisle and placed a finger against his niece's trembling lips. "Shh, baby girl," he whispered and kissed Diane's forehead, his eyes devoid of all warmth as she stiffened and shied away. "It's all going to be okay. You're with Uncle Ian now." This concludes The Little Woods by A.G. Mock, narrated by Joe Hempel. Copyright 2021 by A.G. Mock. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with A.G. Mock and was produced in the year 2021 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.